Hey, Harvey, welcome. Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you again, buddy. I think I do like this right now. Hey, Uncle Al, how are you doing? And I know you have a lot of things to do with your canning. I hope everything is okay with you, Uncle Al. Hey, Chian, welcome. Good to see you. Well, the numbers jumping up and down. A Crafter's Grimoire Sanctuary. Welcome. Good to see you. Well, passing by works for me. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, I just been live for 1 minute and 40 seconds. So that is not long. But this evening is longer than that. So we have plenty of time. Hey, Uncle Al, do you want to jump on? Yeah, I figured.
Hey, Jordan.
Hey, Uncle Al.
Uh, hey, everybody. Hey, Guardian Prepper. Hey, Harvey.
Well, if you look at my background behind me, I have redecorated it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, actually, it was my wife's idea to do something like that. So credit for her.
Yeah, it's always fun to redecorate and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And besides, I got more space behind my back now.
True. How's the storage unit working?
Well, I got my shelves from the Amazon I ordered. And now I'm waiting for my friend to help me to put the shelves together. And you need to be two persons to do that because it's heavy. So
Yep. You have to have two persons to help on shelves because I can't do it anymore. I'm too old.
yeah, when they are not assembled, the whole package weigh 15 kilos.
Yeah, I know.
So when you put it together, well, and the height, it's
Yeah, a lot of work.
yeah. So you need to be two who
Yeah.
assemble it.
So anyway, I got new glasses, so it helps me to read stuff on the screen.
Yeah, I
Did
can
it?
see that.
Yeah. Did everybody buy their call supplies? Because right now across the world, it's a 7% increase in price. Because
Yes.
in America, it's like I look at salt. It used to be 48 cents a little, on the tabletop use.
Yeah.
It went $1.48. It jumped $1. 48
Oh,
cents to a dollar
yeah.
48. Like,
Hey, Guardian, I
hi,
missed
Guardian.
you.
Yeah,
I didn't saw you just come in, so I missed.
yeah.
Hey,
There's Donna.
Donna, welcome.
Yeah, and Sherry Ann and Crafter's Grimoire. Yeah. Oh, another thing. Let me pull this out. A year ago, I told everybody that this company by the CCP,
Yeah.
JP Morgan, a big New York Stock Exchange company, got their hands caught by U.S. government. I told this everybody. BlackRock Corporation and others are buying U.S. homes at a massive rate. And the son of Captain Crazy, we know who that is helping them. Let's
Yeah.
go, Brandon. My country's leader's son is helping this company to buy a lot of U.S. homes. The only problem with this, and also J.P. Morgan got hand slapped on it, they're buying homes on paper. There's no money backing these homes. So I'm telling people, like I've been eyeing the 6 bedroom house. See, Uncle Al's broke, but I have a lot of relatives that have money. So I'm eyeing this beautiful 6 bedroom home. I know they're remodeling and they're going to try to resell it. If the market drops on housing in the United States, I'm just going to give them the lowest bid I want because sooner or later that house will be on a tax lien or the bank repossess it because they're not going to make payments on the house.
Yeah.
Uncle Alan's sneaky like that. That's how I got this nice house. Somebody didn't pay their mortgage and boom, I put in the lowest bid. And that was like 20 years ago. Then I
Yeah.
fixed it up and I rented it out for extra income. But that's one of my dirty tricks. And I keep telling people you have to be really careful
Yeah.
because the next couple of years it's going to get bad, really bad. Can't see anything. Gardening and prepper, yeah. Is it still hot in there? I know it's summertime. I've been looking all over the place because on the southern hemisphere, around the southern portion of the world, temperatures are hitting close to 130 degrees. I forget how to convert that into that's Fahrenheit. Celsius, like I can't remember how to convert that.
Well, it's a lot. It's a
Yeah,
high
it's hot.
temperature.
It's like your oven. Yes, we just put the food outside for a couple of minutes and it'll be cooked. That's how hot it's going to get. And Australia and Argentina already got clobbered by it really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harvey, on the mason jars, they doubled the price. Reason why the plant's slowing down because they don't have workers to make the jars. It's not all machines and put in boxes and you have to have somebody pick up the box, carefully take it and put it on the truck. Well, there's nobody there to load it on the truck. So they have to stop machines or it'd be like the old Lucy TV show where all the candies fall off the conveyor belt. You don't want to see. Oh, it's been pretty warm, but it's great weather. Oh, that's good. Um, all these mason jars breaking, falling off the conveyor belt and breaking on the concrete floor. Oh, and I did explain why they're nuking San Francisco because it's going to be neo. What did I write in my notes? Neo um, eugenics movement. It's like, wait, didn't the Nazis do that? And then a lot of people didn't come out of the those camps. I can't say the other c word because we'll get strike, but you know what I mean, everybody. So it's like, why are there new? It's because there's no military sites that necessary. It's yeah, 45. Hey, CB and
54 and 54 degrees Celsius is
yeah,
130 Fahrenheit.
yeah. That's cooking weather.
Yeah.
Let's see what that beat
Hey,
on.
Hedge, Homestead. Hey, Juju. Welcome. Hey, CR.
I always enjoy when my phone beeps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Harvey's got a good point. Truckers are calling in sick. Um, the reason why Canada banned 4,000 truckers from crossing the border, they didn't get sick from what. They got sick because of the
They didn't get Charlie Victor.
no. They got what you call it, the jab, but it's not the Omega crap or Omicron or whatever. No, they're getting sick from the mandate shots so they can't drive the truck if they're puking and I don't feel good. So that's why Canada closed it because some of these drivers who got the shot are incapable of driving a huge truck because they're really, really sick. Not from the disease, from the shots itself. It's over in the United States. Over 1 million people are getting sick from the jab boosters, and everybody, you'll be fine. Don't worry if your testicle or penis falls off. Sorry about that bad humor, but that's why I took the RNA test to make sure I could take the jab, and they said no, I wouldn't recommend it because you have um, if you're a young adult, you have a heart problem. My age and my group, and if I didn't take the test and I took the jab, I die from a heart attack or heart failure. So I'm really, really paranoid about that because I have anaphylactic shock from pneumonia and the influenza shot. So I have to be careful. That's why I always get tested. I talk to my doctors and I look at everything before I do anything because, you know. Hey, CR.
Hi, Uncle Al. Hi, Shadow.
Oh, CR
Hey,
did a
CR.
great little video on using a dead lighter to light. Yeah.
Yeah, I did it. It took a bit, but no char cloth, no nothing. Just
Yeah.
by itself.
Like I said, I'm a big running around. Oh, CR, in your area, there's another company that buying up houses
Okay.
at a massive rate. JP Morgan got caught in Canada with BlackRock. They're buying houses on paper, not cash, paper. So they're promising, oh, we'll pay for your house. And then you find out they don't have any money to pay you. And
Mm.
you're out in the snow going, why did we sell our house? I go back in the house and squat. Yeah.
Thor Heaven says we are banned here in Quebec from going into any store except the grocery store without a passport.
Mm.
Oh, that's going to be a big lawsuit after this is over in Canada. Everybody is going to sue the Canadian government because those passports are totally, how can I say it? Stupid. Because I keep telling people, you have a laser photocopier. You borrow your friends, take some white out, make your own passport. There you go, sir. Because I seen those passports. It's a joke. See, I could go take a laser printer, a copier, and well, could I borrow your passport? Do it. It's really simple. I could do it. I used to counterfeit money like that. Canadian money
Whoa,
too.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Did Uncle Al just say that?
Yeah, I used to do it. CR, you know how to do it? You take the lowest
Oh, I thought it was
denomination.
hurricanes.
No, you take the lowest denomination bill and then you photocopy it. This is the old bills, not the new ones. The new plastic monies don't work. And you photocopy it with a laser printer and you take it to a change machine and get coins because the stupid machine can't tell. Because Uncle Al used to do all sorts of dirty tricks. And they open up like, this kind of money looks kind of funny. Yeah, it's Uncle Alan money. Like I said, you learn dirty tricks like that.
Welcome,
And then
Louise.
hey, hey Lewis. Like I said, you learn all these dirty tricks. And like a passport vaccine, like, yeah, I have mine. I just made it this morning. There you go. Walk into the grocery store or whatever store you need to and get your stuff. This is why I tell people always stockpile. Let me say hi to Lewis. Hi.
Although you should be doing that anyways. Really.
No, I just have fun. I don't do it often. Once in a while, just to practice.
Yeah. And
Because-
besides, visit Louis' channel. He needs some more subscribers, so please visit him. And he has a good channel, so help him out. It would be nice. And if Harvey could put the link to Louis' channel.
He'll get it in 5 seconds. Just wait. 5, 4. I just know. He's already got it. Just hold on, guys. I'm just trying to find. Okay, copy paste.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, right. It'll be the next comment I see.
All right. Is it still snowing over where you're at, CR, or is it lighting up?
Whew, I just looked into the sun.
You got
Thank you,
sunlight.
That's how sunny it is. Now, Uncle Al, like I said, this week it's been much warmer, and like I said, it went from minus 40 Celsius, 40 Fahrenheit to like almost like 50 Fahrenheit plus 10 Celsius in like a week.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's not too bad. Here it's like
Hey, Thor. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Hope everyone's doing amazing
Thor.
today.
Hey, Thor,
It's
what do you
cold
think
out
of
east,
my
isn't it,
redecoration behind me?
it's cold out east, isn't it?
It is freaking cold here.
It was fun. That was like how it was last week. The last 2
It
weeks.
is minus. It was minus 26 this morning.
And remember, minus 3 Celsius is minus 22 Fahrenheit.
Nice.
Yeah. It's cold over there because
It's like almost 8 out here. Almost 8. Maybe
Crazy.
almost double digits
Crazy.
for the rest of us.
Shadow, I like the background. That looks more
You.
detailed, more you, instead of just the blank screen sort of thing. So looks good.
Well, that was the back side of my bookshelves. So I have more space behind me now.
Nice.
Before I could just do that, and I knocked my head in
Yeah.
bookshelves. And
Looks
that
like
was
you
not-
have more room there. Yeah.
Yeah.
or
Awesome.
the cat's on the bookshelf looking down, like, what is Jordan doing?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'd
Uncle
love
Al.
some warmer weather up here. So, CR, if you can send us some warmer weather, that'd be awesome.
You remember
I
my
don't
latest?
actually think it's in the cards.
Uncle
I've been
Al,
taking a look.
You remember my newest video I uploaded this Thursday?
The pike one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one.
Yep.
You know, when this is loaded, I can show you, but it's really, really dangerous to do it.
Oh, I bet.
yeah, I know.
These are sharp tips. These are hooks. So,
I figured I'd hurt myself with those.
Yeah.
yeah.
I have a similar
Well-
device on a tri-hook, and it's really dangerous. You get your fingers and your hand. I got scars on my hand. I used to fish steelhead, and I used to use that because the steelhead would chew up my hooks. I'm like, okay, let's get something bigger. But let's see. Yeah. Like that kind of hook. The steelhead chews it out and spits it. Try again.
Oh,
But towards Thorhaven's area, it's end of the whip. I keep telling people, if you want to see snow, go look at Thorhaven's area. It's going to snow. That's
don't
why.
know.
No, I can just walk outside right now. 5 feet.
we don't have as much as we usually do. Usually we're like 5 feet by now. And right now
Right.
we're, I'd say, 1.5 feet.
These
Yeah, but-
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
is what it looks like when it loaded. And if that's
scared.
mesh on
I'm scared.
and this one,
Yeah.
you put your bait on a whole fish. And there, this little
Don't hurt
Oh,
yourself
dear.
on live air.
Yeah.
this hole here, you put your fishing line.
Right.
And you can imagine when this snap, when this release, and you have your fingers there or your hand,
Yeah.
you will have a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's like a foot trap for a coney bear or raccoon or something.
You're right.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah.
has these the English word for these?
Barb.
Barb.
Yeah, barb.
Yeah.
And you have it on both, so you will have a terrible problem to get these out of your hand.
Yeah, pushing a fish hook through your skin and out the other side is one thing. Pushing that through your skin and ow.
No, that
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
whatchamacallit, scalpel and whatchamacallit, because I used to do it on my hand with a scalpel.
Oh,
And it's not pleasant, folks, because I had to suture it afterwards. It hurts like hell. But the
jeez.
doctor at the emergency room said I did a really good
and you
job.
need to hold it really tight. Yeah. Oh, I got some.
Got a little bit.
Got a little bit, but
Yeah, you
nothing
have to
to
be
worry
careful.
about.
And let's see.
Yeah, so I've been drinking a lot lately, just trying to deal with everything going on here. There's debate moving out west to Alberta, but we'll see. It's not in the cards right now, but it's crazy here. So gonna be doing a lot more online shopping.
Yeah.
But I would like to ask you, what can you use this for more than just fishing for pike?
Rabbits. Like I said, I know how to trap. So you can set it up for a simple rabbit trap, but you have to be really careful because if you're doing it for rabbits, you have to put a loop on it. And also, it might go off on your hand. And it looks bad when you're trying to set it up and you have it right between your palm and your hand going.
Yeah.
But it
Maybe-
will
Hey,
work.
maybe you should pair it up with a first aid kit too while you're at it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It'd be
Yeah,
hard
it'll
because
work
you kind of
on
want
rabbits.
something to bite on that bottom one, right? And pull
No,
Yeah.
trip. It has to
So-
walk over it. If it walks over it, it gets.
So getting like a rabbit or a squirrel or that kind of thing would be hard, I think.
No, if they trip over it, you see, Animals
You're gonna
don't
get kind of
bite.
a body one rather than face mouth.
Yeah, it's face and mouth won't work, but if you do like body, if they go over the central mass or the head or the shoulders or the stomach, that'll work great. But setting it up for that, it's going to be hard as heck
Yeah.
because this English prepper, JJR Survival, he does tricks with those type of gear. And he said the worst thing is, and he shows his fingers there in bandages, getting snapped by yourself. That's why he does catch holds.
Yeah, stay home and healthy. I haven't actually been to town since the fall. Like I don't leave the property.
That's good.
So when people say, it's the unjabbed that are causing the problems, I haven't been anywhere. So it's definitely not me.
You know what I
Yeah.
just noticed? We're all wearing hats. Even Uncle Al. I
Yeah.
mean, us
Yeah.
being four here, it's cold outside, so we're used
Same
to it.
here. It's California, but I live in the weird part of California. It's foggy. It's 30 degrees outside. There's
Whoa,
no
whoa, whoa,
wind.
whoa, whoa, whoa! That means it's warmer here than in California. What?
Fahrenheit, yeah.
What?
Because I live in a weird part and I'm near the Sierras, so I get the cold wind off the mountains and all that snow is like, gee, I wish they do this in summertime and not right now because half my plants are bought the farm. Usually it's like 60 to 50 degrees and my hydrangeas usually survive. Not in 30-degree weather, they're all shriveled up. Even with the plastic and a little heater I put in there. And it just drives me nuts. And plus, my nephews help me. We know how to prune roses, Uncle Al. I go out there like, dear God, what the hell did they butcher with them? It's like I have $150
We're
rose
always
bushes.
with the nephews, Uncle Al. Always
Yeah,
with the
because they're
nephews. All the
idiots.
time. He's always got nephew stories all the time.
Yeah, it's like I said, lightly prune my roses. And I got like little stumps about this big of rose bushes that used to be like,
What happened to the roses?
yeah, we'll take the chainsaw going. I'm like, oh, Lord. Reason why I plant roses around my house if you're a burglar and try to break into the house, a 2-foot or 3-foot rose bush is a great deterrent. Find that in front of your window, you have a beautiful view, but if somebody try to go through there, it's going to hurt.
Especially the old ones, the
Yeah.
older, thick ones. Yeah, I hate playing with our roses.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh,
It just drive you nuts after a while.
I just feel all this pain. All this talk now.
from
First
roses
that, now the floor. So.
yeah, to the pike trap, to the air that hurts your face.
Yeah.
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 Wow, it is actually warmer here than a lot of places.
Oh, heck yeah. And you don't have
Oh my
fog.
gosh, I did not realize how warm it is out west.
A craft of Screamer, our sanctuary is very windy. Lots of wind today.
Yeah, Donna says it's 25. Real temperature is 34. That's 2 Celsius.
Hey, Bradley.
Hi,
Welcome.
Bradley. Hi, Heroic Prepper.
Heroic
Like
Prepper.
I said, I'm
Right.
typing up something.
I definitely like it with snow, though. When I used to live in Ontario and we had the cold weather, you know, water would freeze and the ground was frozen, but there was no snow half the time. So you couldn't go skiing, well, unless you went to like the hills, or you couldn't go snowmobiling. It was hard in that area to do any winter sports, but it was hard to do anything because the ground was frozen. So you couldn't garden, you couldn't winter sport.
Because there's no snow.
Yeah. So here,
Hi,
at least
Wild
with
Darkman.
the lots of snow, you got that option.
Hey, if it's frozen, can't you set out some water and make a skating rink?
Yeah, you could do the skating rinks.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
See, we're Canadian. We got to know stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
like
always
I said,
did one, and my parents always did a skating rink for us. Like growing up, I remember having a skating rink every year, which was awesome.
ooh, Bradley had Red Dragon for a week and a half. That's bad. And hi, Artman Wild Surviving.
Hey, it's Arc Wildman.
Yeah, Arc Wildman.
Yeah, Arc Wildman.
You got to remember, when I take off my reading glasses, my eyes have to focus. But like I said, I keep telling people, when it gets cold like this, get a nice cup of hot chocolate and replace the cream and butter and milk with peppermint schnapps. You drink that all the time, you don't feel nothing, and it keeps you nice and warm. And if your nephews or grandnephews get loud, give them a cup. Here you go, drink that. And they're out cold for the rest of the day, because I drink the hard peppermint schnapps. You know, that catches on fire.
I have trouble with anything minty. It's like it always reminds me of I'm brushing my teeth. I don't know why. It just.
Oh, you have to have the peppermint in there, because if you drink straight schnapps, it's like, it's burning, Uncle Al. It's hot chocolate. Here, have some more.
Hey, I just realized another sport you could do, curling.
Yeah. Yeah, except my parents curled a lot, and they did a lot of that, and then invited me to try it out the one time, and I slipped and fell, and I was like, I don't like this anymore.
Yeah.
Guys, do you know what I found? I have missed this one for a while, a couple of years now. But you know what I found? This one.
Oh, that's nice.
This.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. As you see, it is flat on the bottom.
Yeah.
But on the top, it is a little bit more rounded.
Yeah.
Like
You've
this.
got that
I don't know.
bevel
I
to
don't
it.
know. I don't see the point why it's rounded on the top and flat, totally flat on the bottom.
It's a sticking knife. It's an old term for old butchers. That's why they had it, because you stick it into the cow or pig's neck. You want one side flat and the other one's kind of like a little mound. So it goes into the artery and it causes the pig to bleed out. And what they do on the flat side is you push it down to stop the head part from bleeding out, and you let the body bleed out, and you catch the blood from the cow or pig. That's why it's flat on one side.
Hey,
It's
Northern Girl
gross.
Hubby, it's good to see you.
It's kind of
Okay.
gross because I learned this from my grandfather, and he had one of those old knives. I mean, it's real old and carbon steel. So it's like, you're serious? This is how you make blood sausage? I'm like, no. Of course, I was 12, and he made me hold the bowl. And it's like, please let it be over. And the pig's squealing, and it's like, shut up, hold the bowl, don't spill anything. I'm 12 years old. I got a big bowl of blood. And he's trying to hold the pig's mouth so it doesn't squeal and spit into the blood. And then I had to take it to my grandaunt, which she converts that. You guys know how to make blood sausage, right?
Haven't
Hey,
done it,
Guardian.
but our
Good to see
friends
you.
always collected the pig blood from
Hi.
our pigs. How's it going?
Hey, Citizen Guardian.
Hey, panel.
We get
Hello,
GP
success.
in here.
Yeah, good to see everybody. It's been quite well. It's such a strange.
We'll let you talk here. We'll let you talk. Okay.
Wait, Scott. Wait. I was just going to say it's such a strange time for me to intervene and for me to step in. Continue where you guys were. I do apologize.
Right. Isn't it 9:30 at night in that area? Yeah, it's nighttime over in. Yeah.
What time you got at the moment, Uncle Al?
I think I live on the West Coast, so it's like 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
We're 2:30 in the afternoon here.
Does the lighting, is that a bit better with the lighting that it is now? I think it might help a little bit.
Yeah, the
well,
lighting's better.
Sorry, I'll
You gotta get one of those ring lights. It helps.
Yeah, no, I've got something similar. That's actually quite a mobile light in that, but yes. So it's been a while since I've seen CR. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. Everything going well? Is the new year progressing nicely?
It's sunny and it's warm out west. I'm sorry. That's all I gotta say about
Keep
that.
rubbing it in. Keep rubbing it
Yeah,
in.
rubbing it in.
Oh, come on, Ford. You guys were like at -8 for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm at 30 degrees. It's foggy as hell. I have the windows open and it's still bone white. I can't see the fence. And the fence is 5 feet away and it's totally white out. It's foggy here. How foggy is it? Go outside and trying to find the mailbox.
Yeah, I can't see the mailbox either because it's so bright and sunny out.
Yeah, bright and sunny. I'm fogged in.
I can't
And
see the
30
mailbox because
degrees.
it's under the snowbank.
Do you guys like that though? Don't you enjoy that feeling of mist? It's always got like I don't know. It's got a bit of an eerie feel to it when it's very misty. And what's nice is if you're in like a forest and then the mist is going through the trees. It's always got, I don't know. I just find it so beautiful, you know, when it's heavy mist like that.
We get that a lot the spring and the fall, and it hangs in the pine trees with the cows and stuff, so you can hear the cows moving through the woods, but all there is the mist going through and stuff. It's really neat to see that.
Yeah.
Nice. You should
Here
take a
it's
couple
not too
of
good.
photos.
Our arc wildman says hi, Guardian Prepper. It's not too good here. We got highways and roads, and yesterday we had black ice, the mist and the fog, and 3 highway patrol car got slammed by people's cars as they set up roadblock. You can't go any further, and they don't see the highway patrol on. Because when we have both of those, black ice and fog, it's like, why do we have a power failure? Because somebody hit the power pole down the street. It's that foggy. And so we have emergency crews today putting up new poles and stuff because this one guy just sheared the base of the power pole, and he was going at a good clip too. So,
Is he okay?
oh yeah, he's fine.
Yeah,
but he's fine.
yeah. The vehicle not so much. Yeah.
because he has one of those big truck, big lorry. I think that's how you say.
Yeah, Lori. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one, and it just clipped the bottom of the power pole, and it's like, power company. It's scary because no bottom, and it's swinging in the wind, and also sparking, which is you always want to see that when you wake up in the morning and get your first
don't know.
cup of hot.
Do you guys,
what?
even have toques down there, Guardian?
I'm sorry. I gotta keep a straight face here. Just keep a straight face. Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay.
Okay. We're the two gang. Okay, there you go, Lord. Your hobbies, we all got something on now.
Now all we need is hot chocolate and peppermint schnapps.
I know. I finished my drink already.
Oh.
I got
That's
my
all right.
coffee here.
Coffee drinker. Water drinker.
And I have water here.
Oh, Lord.
I need a refill.
Yeah. That's why I have a canteen right
Good to
here.
catch up with you guys. It is. It's genuinely nice to have these streams again, and yeah, it's something that I definitely look forward to through the week. So it's really good to see all of you come up and get to see a lot of regular people and some new people in the chat as well. So yeah, it's awesome. And
Right. Oh, I forgot to ask you last time when I seen you. How's your garden growing?
Oh, it's funny that you actually asked me that. Today, I spent quite a large amount of time just redoing a lot of the garden itself. I'm busy putting in more survival-oriented and self-reliant and survival-oriented plants as well that are high in nutrition. So I'm busy doing a video on that as well, and I'm busy doing it segment by segment. And then at the moment, it's just I'm pretty much clearing it all. And then I'm going to have a lot of the fruits and vegetables as well as the herbs growing against the walls on the outside, and then have a nice play area in the middle for the dog to run up and down as well and enjoy the garden, and for just for family purposes as well, and a nice little relaxing spot. I'm redoing a lot of it at the moment, so thank you for asking. It's great that you asked. It's one of the reasons why with the whole New Year thing of mine being able to be as healthy as possible, it's definitely something that I'm implementing as well into that. Just a lot of garden time.
Yep. Like I said, I've been pushing everybody to grow survival vegetables because people are growing like summer vegetables. Tomatoes won't. I think CR is going to come back. I think he has trouble with his mic, but summer vegetables are great for salads and stuff like that. But when the winter comes and you're really hungry, I keep telling people plant pumpkins and squashes, the hard shell, not the soft.
Yeah, squashes last for a long time.
Yeah,
and they can last through the different seasons, which is really good.
Yeah, and whatchamacallit, I hate I don't mind zucchini or cotelettes, when it's small. I don't like zucchini when my nephew's trying to give me. I know nephews again. Give me a zucchini this big, and I'm looking at them like, I don't eat that much zucchini.
It's good that they care though, and that they're also trying to just be helpful as well. But I do understand what you're saying, and it's such a delicious meal, and there's so much that you can do with zucchini, but a bit too much, you're going to end up with a bit of a problem there.
Yeah,
we were shrinking our garden down. We were growing too much of that kind of stuff and stuff we weren't eating much of. So we're just going to try and focus everything on more of the everyday stuff that we eat a lot of: the potatoes, carrots, beans, peas. Basic stuff. So
the basic stuff is the best. Potatoes, because in the northern area, Irish and white are the best for you. They're easy to grow. They grow fast. Keep telling people you should also companion crop with them is radishes, from the red to the white to the Japanese one. There's one Japanese one that grows perfect in your area because it's from Hokkaido. One of those radishes, full grown, will feed a family of 4. It weighs about, I think, 5 kilos. It's a big radish.
Jeez.
And you need shovels and about 2 other people to dig it out. Don't do it by like my like my cousin in Japan when he was younger, threw out his back trying to pull it out of the ground. And when this family dug it up, it's the size of a small coffee table. So you're like getting a hernia trying to pull it out.
Yeah. I hear that too.
Yeah, I heard you, that crackling
It's
noise.
this crackling sound.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it when I came in. I'm just saying.
I've got my sound on mute, so I'm innocent of this one. It's not me making the crackling sound.
Let me see.
I mean,
I'm gonna mute myself. See if it's me.
Nope.
Well, it
Well-
disappeared there. Now there's no crackling sound.
No crackling sound.
No,
Yeah, it must be you, Thor. Well,
is it?
there we
Yeah,
go.
Yeah, there we go.
exactly.
Ah,
It's
son
you,
of a.
Thor.
It's a crunchy
Okay, that-
sound.
It wasn't like that earlier when I came on originally.
It could be mice. Mice are chewing on something and you don't see hear it.
Oh, don't even
It's
say that.
CR.
Don't even say that. Don't even say that. Alpha.
Wait, now where did you go, Thor? So I don't know if do you think it is something that's static near the mark or something like that? Could it be something similar?
Well, you can always come back in.
I'm still hearing it on mute.
Yeah. I wonder what it could be. And it's the first time that it's happened?
Are you using an earbud or are you using a headset?
Well, it's not like it's not too disruptive. I mean, obviously,
Weird.
there we go. I think it's gone now. Speak again.
I didn't do anything.
No, it's
Yeah,
CR. It's just
It's like
microphone.
gone.
Is it CR?
Alessia was playing a joke on all of us and doing it.
No. Actually, because I'm just seeing for myself, but I keep hearing it still, anyways. When I'm mute.
All right.
It could be. Are you using a phone?
Well, yeah, remember.
Okay. What type?
I mean, I lowered the volume.
Okay. Try to say something, CR.
No, hobby. No, hobbies. Are you just not blaming everyone? It's always everyone's fault.
Now, don't worry about that. But I think CR's phone is overheating, or it doesn't have a mic extension because it's reverbing a little bit. That's why the crunchy noise. So it could be the exterior mic of the phone trying to pick up your voice, but there's a whatchamacallit, internal delay because of the heat. Either you put an ice pack on top of your phone, which is going to look stupid, or you get an ear jack and put into a microphone piece, and that probably will stop the crunching noise.
Sounds like someone eating peanuts.
But it's periodic though. Like right now, it's not making that sound at all. Well,
Yeah, well, it's the omnidirectional mic.
Someone is eating eggshells.
Oh yeah, I have to answer Ark Wildman. Don't plant dill and tomatoes together because dill will stunt the growth of the tomato, because tomato and peppers are part of the nightshade family. So, and dill is a different, and when they two combine, it if you want bad tasting dill, plant it next to tomatoes, and if you want your tomatoes all be small plants, they don't like each other, they fight. So if you do dill, plant it away from the tomatoes, and the tomatoes away from the dill.
I just got drink delivery.
Harvest
This is awesome.
Yay.
hides my jaw.
Nice, boy. I wish someone would deliver coffee to me right now. That'd be nice.
Look at this. Just creating my own little cocktail right here. There we go. Thanks, babe.
Welcome, sir.
Skull.
Good to see you.
Oh,
buddy.
yeah. Let's see. Northern Girl Hobbies. You got to remember, it's summer for Guardian Prepper's at 9:30 at night, so it's warm.
I didn't
Yeah.
realize that
like,
about
what,
the dill and tomatoes. That's
25,
awesome.
28 Celsius.
Mr. and Scott
Yeah, it is
Ludwig,
pretty
welcome.
warm. I've got the fan on as well, and I don't know if that's. I did check if it was me that is making the
Get the
crackling
fan
sound
on.
I'm being on. Yeah, like the ceiling fan.
Hey, Charlie. Good to see you, buddy.
Pretty
I
awesome.
was.
Yeah, like I said, I've been checking out the store shelves. You cannot believe it. I looked at one store shelf. It's a picture. It's a plastic sheet with all the food on it. There's no food on the shelf. It's just a big plastic sheet they covered the shelves with. So
That's crazy.
I'm looking at it like, why just leave the shelves empty? But oh no, we don't want to scare the people, because already some places they're doing that because they don't want to, whatchamacallit, scare the people. Because some places I heard in the East Coast are closing. Their food stores that they usually go to are closed. There's nothing in there. There's nothing on the shelves, and a lot of workers don't show up. So why they stay open?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
haven't
see
noticed
quite a lot.
that up here, but haven't really been to any
I've noticed
grocery
that.
stores in a long time.
I've noticed places closed. Places that I've seen open for a long time, and just like, oh, they're boarding up. That little
Are you
corner
most-
store's gone.
Sorry, dude. I just wanted to ask Thor if you're saying you're mostly self-reliant currently. Like, are you? Because I know that you're heading
Okay,
that way.
Northern Girl.
Still don't
Yeah.
know if you're fully though.
Take care, Northern Girl.
Pretty
Hobby.
close. So we do about a year's worth of meat, and then from our garden this year we got about, I'd say, maybe 6 months of veggies. So we'll see how that plays out. So really the only thing we go to the grocery store sometimes is food for the boys for lunches for school. So sometimes we'll pick up some just regular plain bread, some yogurts, that kind of stuff, and milk and that. So
Don't
in the
forget
spring
beer.
what's that?
Don't forget beer. Lifeblood
Oh, yeah.
of Canada.
Yeah, but in the spring we're planning on getting some goats, so then we'll be able to pull back from the grocery store for our yogurt, cheese, and dairy as well. So we won't have to get much from the grocery store going forward.
That's
Right.
amazing. That's the dream right there. Like, to be self-reliant to that degree. That's something that I do try and aspire to. I'm quite far off at the moment, but we do have family members on the farm who are about 50% self-reliant. So at least that's that they have a large amount of that as well. So I think when it does come to it, do you also do canning? Like, is canning just to make some of the food last longer? Are you proficient
Yeah,
with that?
exactly. So our big problem we had was trying to store all the meat. So we do 1 cow, 2 pigs, 40 chickens. We did 11 rabbits this year. Yeah, I think that was it. And then, so we have 2 big freezers and then 2 fridges with 2 freezers. So basically the freezers get stocked. So this year we really took up a lot more canning to try and basically save space in the freezers. And that way too, when the power goes out at all, then we're not as reliant on the freezers to keep everything cold and frozen.
Mm.
Yeah.
Can I just add something real quick?
Sure, go ahead, Sia.
I was going to say, I see my friend been telling me, I'm buying all this frozen stuff, and I've been telling my friend, I'm like, pick up dry stuff too, not just frozen stuff. Because the dry stuff, at least you can store it without refrigeration. You just got to store it in a cool, dry spot, a cellar, whatever, basement, wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
next
you don't
year
have to be relying on. I mean, obviously it needs water or whatever it is, right? Rice, whatever. But at least you don't need power to store it.
Yeah.
Like
We'll be picking up more and more mason
springtime,
jars
summer,
and
stuff
then
like that.
can a lot more next year.
You guys forget one thing. Uncle Alan's been doing this as old as dirt, and you don't salt. That's why he has 350 pounds of salt in his pantry, because I salt everything: pork, beef, vegetables, and my family like, Uncle Alan, that's a lot of sodium. I said, soak it in water for a couple of days, and make sure you pour it outside or down into the septic, because they said
Just drink more water.
I salt so heavily, like carrots. I salt that. I salt vegetables. I salt everything. And they said, Uncle Alan, why are we eating shoe leather? It's not shoe leather. That's salted beef. It's good for you. Just soak it in water for a week. Then you can eat it. And they're looking at me like, no, no. It's good for you. It's like salt pork. And they said, I had to scrape 2 inches of salt off the pork, Uncle Alan. When do I eat it? 2 days? You have to salt it and boil it. And they're looking at me like, Uncle Alan's crazy. But when I did that and show them how to do it, they loved it because they said it's the best bacon or fat back they ever ate. But the trouble is nobody salts anything. And I got 5-gallon crocks. Of course, it smells like hell in my house, but you know.
we do our bacon too. We salt it for about 24 to 48 hours, depending on the size, and then cold smoke it and then freeze it. And then that way it's ready to go.
Yeah. See, I'm old school. I just leave it there and it's like, I think I put that in last year. Just scrape off the dry salt off the top and it's ready to go. You got to soak it a lot.
Sorry, go ahead, Uncle. No. I'll hold my thought. Go ahead.
Because if you drop it, it sounds like a brick. Go ahead, Citizen Guardian.
Yeah, have you tried to make biltong, Uncle Al? Have you tried to make, like, it's essentially just drying, meat,
beef.
But if you get specifically, and then just like a biltong maker, if you look into that, making biltong something that's really pretty awesome down here, because we do it quite a lot, and it's really nutritious. I think what you also were speaking about, to add to that, is just everything in moderation. Having a very salty, very salty source of food, and then just complementing it with other, with a variety of other dietary intakes. Like there's a large amount of utility. What Thor was saying as well, just to merge that in as well, is with the yogurt specifically. He was wanting to get goats. And then I was also going to say, like, have you done beehive? Have you worked with hives and that sort? Have you had?
Yeah, we've got 3 beehives. So
awesome.
Last year we got 84 pounds of honey, something like that. So yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. I gotta say hi to Van City real quick. Hi, Van City.
Hey, by the way, Van City. Sorry, I didn't have my chat open here for a second.
Yeah, we took a bunch of that. We did use 16 pounds of the honey and made mead. So we usually try and do that every year.
Yeah, I think, living in that type of way as well, I was also going to add that the health benefits, just from a side of being so self-reliant, I think that the health benefits, you'll probably like notice it, that if you had to move back into a city, I'm sure that you'd like instantly be hit because you're so used to very like nutritious and healthy and, food that your body enjoys absorbing. And then if you go into a city and you eat more,
this is heavy.
It's going to crash, yeah.
Oh my God, a bag of rice. It's only 8 kilograms. Just for fun.
Yeah, going back to processed and store-bought meat for me is not an option. I just,
Oh, you haven't heard about the mystery hamburger?
Even the basic fact that, you go to a store to buy chicken and they inject water in it to increase the weight, so you're paying more for it. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's what they do with the chicken is it's a saline solution, or you get end of the week mystery burgers. That's everything inside the meat, display that they go in the back like, okay, we got some pork, we got some beef, we got some chicken and kangaroo, grind it all up. And then you're looking at it like, that's kind of weird looking hamburger. Oh, don't worry, we put red dye number 5 in it. It's good for you. I'm not kidding. It's like anything left in the meat display gets ground up. It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot that goes into that specific trade that we're not always aware of. I know that there's certain, it's actually quite a deep rabbit hole that I've always found quite interesting and doing research on the side. But obviously, if I give too much of my opinion about it, it's one of those things that's almost contentious. So if I do give like an opinion about it, I don't want to isolate people who feel as different from me, about that topic. And I just went all the way around the mulberry bush saying something where I could have just said something so much. I really did.
Are you talking about like the practices in the grocery stores, or like the factory farms, that kind of stuff? Or
well, yeah, factory farms too, but I'm speaking more about ill practice. When it does come to that, and just the humane side of making sure that everything is, for example, free range. I'm a big advocate for free range as well. I love that, and I think that that's important. I just think that like the mass production is not the best thing. Good day, by the way, Lewis. Nice to see you.
Hi,
Hey, Lewis.
It's great. Welcome to the panel.
Hey.
It's just a little bit of distortion.
it's funny because I'll argue both sides of that sometimes. Free range versus cage, family farm versus corporate, because my aunt and uncle basically have what you would call a corporate farm. They own shares. It's a corporation because it's too big, and to share it with their kids, the kids have to have shares in it, because otherwise they get whacked so hard with the government taxes and other stuff. So when people talk about corporations and farms and all that, you got to be very specific on what you're talking about.
Right. It's
because
the
there's a lot of family farms that are corporations that have farms. And then free range versus cage, I think you have to be very specific again as well, because a lot of the times cage, for example, pigs giving birth, you want them in a cage because it's safer that way for the little ones, versus say chickens, you don't want them in a 1 foot by 1 foot pen. You want them to be able to free range within a certain degree. So
right. But like Story even says, it's the paperwork and it's different reasons. Like the cage for pigs, they don't want to stomp or eat the little piglets. For the chickens, if you're raising meat, free range is better because it's a lot healthier. Because I used to work for Zachary and Foster Farms. The cage ones that everybody's seen on those animal cruelty videos, those are layers.
Yeah.
They lay eggs. A reason why we do this on factory farm is to control disease. And a lot of people don't understand it, because if you're free ranging, you have to watch out for bird flu. And if anybody knows on the East Coast, like the 6 states that got hit, they were destroying free range houses left to right. They were going into these big buildings where the chickens run loose and they have an outside pen. They were going in and gassing all these chickens with cyanide and killing them because they're afraid of bird flu that might go into the general public. And Europe's been doing it. Asia's been doing it. East Coast of America doing it. I'm not too sure about Canada.
One of the things with the cages too, and like big farms like that, is the infighting between the different animals. But for that case, then I would argue, if there's that many, you want to shrink it down to a small flock where they aren't fighting.
Right.
So,
we're speaking about this topic, and the movie Soylent Green, that movie is supposed to come out next year, because I recently saw like was
2027.
Was it 2027? Okay, so it is 2027. So you want to say hello quickly?
Hi, KK.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, the new version of Soylent Green's coming out 2027. And
which is quite this the whole concept and stuff. And I don't know where I am, when it does come to Yeah, that's a whole different topic. That, like,
Yeah, I
also,
know.
I don't even know where to go, like where to start in that topic, other than just stay away from it. Like, I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Like, I'll
Right.
just
It's like Brazil and their people pellets, because Brazil has a feeding problem. So they developed this new kind of. I thought they were like, what the hell? You're feeding people dog food, and it's not. It's a nutritional pellet. And I'm
Oh,
looking at it. It's like gravy train.
it's like growing the meat in the lab.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? Oh, it's lentils and soybeans and uh, a protein slurry. I'm like, this sounds like Soylent Green, doesn't it? And what's protein slurry?
So
Does
you were going to
anybody?
say, okay.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell's protein slurry? And then I looked up on it, and I said, oh my God, they're eating cow hides and hair and toenails and eyeballs. That's protein slurry. They grind everything up into a slurry and they put it into food. I'm like,
It's
nope.
okay, Louise.
Yeah, you see, Uncle Al, I don't know where I really stand on, and this is, Thor just mentioned it real quick there with the lab meats. Maybe I have a very, very strange perspective on it, okay? Like, and that's why I said I'm going to isolate, like, certain people, but I won't go too deep into the rabbit hole. But what I will say in a very simplistic way is that I think that through technology, there could be the way that we see it right now is terrible, right? I get it completely, and it's like the first thing that we think about is like, no, like, not a chance. I understand that side of it, but I also think that if we were to use science and technology in the correct fashion, in the correct manner, I do believe that we could potentially live in a world where we are provided with much more nutrition based on our current body type and what we require. So as health and science advance, I would believe that we would be able to create certain food and supplements and nutrition that we would be able to essentially grow in a laboratory styled manner. But I don't think it's as, I think, as we move forward in time, I don't think even myself will see it as much of a taboo type of thing. Because essentially what I want to be able to do is make sure that everybody's being able to eat, everybody can eat decently, and that everybody's got good nutrition, and they could even make it tasty if they do it correctly. So that's why I said I'm going to go slightly down the rabbit hole, but I'm done talking about that. Though. Like, do you
then
understand?
I'll add to it that right there.
Go for it, Sia.
I just want to quickly say I'm totally against that.
What is that, Uncle Al?
What is that, Uncle Al?
It's the new kind of food. Yum,
Oh,
yum.
that.
Everybody was talking about eating bugs as a way to feed the world. Yes, get your test tube full of cheddar white crickets. Yum, yum. I prefer Doritos or snack chips. I don't want to eat this watching the soccer game. Yeah, pass me another test tube full of crickets.
I think it depends. I think that because of sometimes people have problems with obtaining a decent amount of food, and I think that in some places in the world, like when they do eat like bugs, for example, I have eaten quite
Mpani worms.
Yeah.
Like a delicacy.
Yes, like Mpani worms.
Like a staple food.
Yeah, precisely. Like Mpani worms are like a staple food in a lot of places here in South Africa, and Africa, yeah, even in mid and North Africa as well. But for a lot of the time, what you're seeing is obviously that when it does come to bugs, I'm just saying in short that I'm not opposed to it. That's why I said the food thing's going to get weird. And then Thor's also going to add to this and be like, "What are you talking about, man? I thought you were my friend."
And then it went completely off the rails.
Something, but you guys want to talk more.
CR, you wanted to add something?
I still want to add something in here.
Yeah.
Because no matter how much food we make, no matter how much we eat less, we gotta always remember the waste of it. How many times out there?
But is it really waste?
You see the dumpster divers that do videos? Look how much food that they gather up out there. Like how much is it? It's just like, and some of it's still in that daytime, right? Yeah.
I think as long as it's not sealed up in bags, then it's not really waste because it's going to decompose and.
No, I know that, but I mean, in terms of like growing food for consumption, right? It's just like, you know, oh, here's that steak that someone didn't finish half of it and they threw half of it out. That kind of thing.
Hey,
Hey,
Jack.
Austin.
Good to
Hey,
see
Jack.
you again.
Kind of touching on like
Oh yeah, I was wondering.
U.S. portion size, eh?
Yeah.
I'm just saying in general, right? Because I think it's still, no matter if we grow meat in a lab, we grow more food. It doesn't matter if we're still wasting food,
Right.
because it doesn't help, right? You know,
I
like,
think helping that would be people actually getting back to nature and growing their own food and raising their own food. Then you have a lot more appreciation of how much work has gone into it, the animal itself. You're like, okay, I did all that work. That food, I don't want to waste it. So my thought anyway on that.
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's one thing to, you know, oh, hey, I dropped a kernel of rice, a kernel of corn. Okay, but if you're wasting like half a plate, that's
Yeah.
that's the meal for the next day, right? Or
Right.
using what you do have, the leftovers if you have to, right?
Yeah.
And putting something together, whatever it is, like stew, whatever it is, right? I've made an omelet with leftover turkey on Boxing Day.
But
That
I
was
have to tell people on like the lab grown meats. Bill Crosby, a long time ago on a 78 record, talked about the chicken heart, where scientists grew this chicken heart and the chicken heart got bigger and bigger and bigger and took over Chicago. It's a comedy record, long time ago. That's why Uncle Alan's old as dirt. Second thing is a lot of produce now, because I've seen the factories that try to give me a job. They say, we'll pay you $27 an hour and bonuses. What they do is take the grocery store leftover produce and they dehydrate it, grind it up, and sell it in little tubes of powder. It's veggie powder, broccoli powder. It's good for you. It's green juice. Just add it to your smoothie. And I'm like, $27 to grind up garbage and sell it to people. So I said no to that, too much work, and I'm tired. It's a good paying job because they say within 1 year I'll make $30 an hour just to help manage the plant. And I'm like, nah, I'm retired. I'm going to quit. I want to sit around here, sleep on the couch. But there's a lot of things going on, and I have to warn about CR. Other than people waste and food waste and stuff like that, they're working on dole yeast. And I tell people, once
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Dole yeast, it's a food, whatchamacallit.
Okay.
Everybody goes to the bathroom, right?
No.
You don't go to the bathroom? We all go to the bathroom. What dole yeast does is convert all that body waste. Whoops, I froze. That means I have to get off pretty soon. They know what I'm talking about, so I have to be really careful. Dole yeast converts body waste into edible matter, and which they harvest. It's like, so we're eating poo. Kind of. It's actually a yeast fungus that absorbs urine, toxins, poo, and converts into this gelatinous white mass. So think about it when you go over to Dairy Cream. I like to have a ice cream cone.
Now you just ruined Dairy Queen for me.
Sorry. Thanks, Uncle
Seriously.
Yeah, that might be your future, folks. Okay, guys, I gotta get going. They're slowing me down, so
yeah.
Take care.
I'll see you later.
Good.
Take care.
Really good to see you again, Uncle Al. It's always a pleasure to catch up.
Yeah.
Bye for now.
And by the way, I have ordered some preps for specifically water. Mini Sawyer.
Is that the straw?
Yeah. Mini Sawyer.
That's the
There
best.
you go.
I love those. That's a really, really good filter. That's actually, if I could recommend anybody getting any filter every single time, CR 100%.
Yeah.
You're gonna make me You're gonna tempt me to go grab a couple myself.
Yeah, it's show and tell time. You guys know.
I bought
Actually, you know
two
what
of
I
them.
do? See, what I do with mine, I put cordage, a lanyard on it. It's because if just in case it's colder, if I really had to still bring it with me, I can hang it around my neck on the inside of me. If I
That's a
had
good
to.
idea, especially in
Well,
cold
because
weather.
you don't want it freezing, right?
No,
At least for these, right? Because that's
Sorry.
ultimately that's the worst thing. And it's 6 months of the year it's cold.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was going to also add something there, but go ahead, Shadow.
And this, I bought two mini sawyers, one for me and one for my wife. And I got these.
How many are in there?
Purify my drinking water. I like that.
Yeah.
How many come in a box?
This contains 250 tablets. And you put
Right.
one in 5-liter water and let it sit for 3 hours. And then you are ready to go. So
That is incredible. So
Nice.
good
Yeah.
as like a last resort, longer term thing.
250 tablets disinfect 1,250 liter water.
Eventually, the thing is, I would say for your more midterm prep as well, that is exceptionally good. Like obviously, when you're looking at short term, you can still keep a decent amount of water at secondary and third locations if you can. But then obviously, when it comes to those tablets specifically and the function of them, like they're always good to have as a reserve. And it's something that I just wish more people invested in, just as a side, just to have as a optional water source. So both of those, the soya and that are really amazing. I love them.
The other one I really like is the Grail. I've got a couple of those and just love them.
How long let me just actually look up something as well on my side.
I'm starting to get thirsty with all this water talk. Man, see, I'm not the only one. He's just like, I gotta drink something.
So if you haven't seen, go ahead.
I agree that mini sawyer is one of the best water filters you can buy and get on the market today. So
Yeah, for the cost and how much you can do.
yeah, and Ketadine
And the size and the bulk, I mean, like.
And Ketadine.
You could EDC it. You could everyday carry it if you wanted to.
Yeah.
This Grail looks so good, by the way. Like this Grail, they're not very common here. I haven't really heard much about them.
They're really good. So I used to use them a lot on my kayak trips. So I don't know if you know Canada very, very well, but I kayaked from Kingston up to Ottawa, up to Rideau. And it was, I think we did it in 6 days, 5 or 6 days. So I was actually drinking the water all the way up there. And we got into a few spots where it was like stagnated, not moving very much. And the Grail was awesome. Like I had no problems drinking the water. It filtered everything. The only thing you want to do is you want to find, well, I guess it's the same with any filter. You want to find the cleanest water in that location.
And maybe pre-filter whenever possible.
Yeah, possibly. This one, I didn't pre-filter at all. I just,
But generally speaking, you probably want it.
So all you do with it is you scoop it up. So it's like a small Nalgene bottle. You scoop it up in the outer, and then you stick your inner into it, and it filters as you push it down.
And it's pretty affordable as well. If I'm looking at them for the different ones that are available, I'm just wondering about international shipping, because a lot of the time, obviously, like your standard live straw is very common here. And then like your soya the full range of soya is pretty available.
Yeah.
And then for these, I haven't really seen them in any of our outlets either here locally. So that's something that's really good. And I'm just wondering.
It's nice, but again, if it's not available locally, then, getting filters and other stuff going forward in the future might be a problem.
Yeah, I understand that as well. Just replacement. So if I was going to get a couple. I would get like, just a couple in general. And instead of using the local ones, I'd use my ones that I can replace locally.
Yeah.
And then those ones I'd keep more for like, inch kits and that type of thing too.
Yeah, it's nice for hiking too, because you can just stick it on the outside of your pack and you've always got water. You drink it, stop at the next water, fill it up, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I've got a Camelback that I use. I've got a Camelback that I've replaced the Camelback with a Sawyer Mini water filter system. So I just fill up the jug itself, like the little bag, the water bag.
Yep.
I just put that in the river as well, and then I can just drink straight from it. And it does have a little bit of a different taste, but in general, it can keep me going for like really long.
Oh yeah,
it's really good. And
nice.
the thing is, right, we're living in an age right now where there is awesome technology that's out there, and it's like these certain companies are also competing against one another, and then it means that they've got to produce like more efficient gear and better technology consistently. So for us people that like that type of like those type of gadgets, just to close, like BattleBox. Like, are you familiar with the BattleBox thing? I wish we could get BattleBox here, but they don't ship like internationally. Like, we can't get BattleBox where we are.
I've thought about getting some of those, but my feeling on it is they're gonna stuff it with some junk. So, you might get a few good things in it, but then you might get, some of the like a whistle that you already have 5 whistles, or one of those mini pry bars that you can't do much with.
Here's some juice wine.
Look,
Yeah.
It can eventually lead to like a hoarding mentality, right? That's the thing. It's that. But if you do have a specifically, if you've got like a gear room, for example, which is a good thing to have if you can have a gear room, then having a battle box and just feeding that gear room the whole time. So, and then like having a whole bunch of toys and variety, because you're getting supply every single month of all of these new toys, you will eventually like end up with just a large amount of utility. But yeah, you're gonna need a lot of people to use all of that stuff. But it's good because, okay, I'm gonna ramble here just for a second. Because
here we go.
Because the thing.
Okay. Start, Chief. What's next?
No, it's because you need people for each item of gear that you got, right?
Yeah,
like you can't. Well, you can replace it when your gear like runs out, but the thing is, you need like a decent amount of a community to be able to utilize a lot of preps, or else it's just going to go to waste. That was the rambles.
Okay.
Yeah. Just by the way, my rambles.
Let's all say hi to AOK here.
Hey, welcome to the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Brenda and Tech.
Cat. It's probably Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is a really nice channel to, and then Tech and Brenda.
Maybe going hiking.
Really nice. Yeah, they're really nice people. So
Nice.
Yeah.
And I think with the battle box, I'm already a gear whore. I don't need any more encouragement.
Okay. No problem. Well,
Well, don't everyone start talking now?
No. Go ahead, Sia.
I don't know. I'm like, you guys talk. I'm just filling in the spot. I'm just filling it in, being a nice co-host.
No, it's all good, man. It's completely.
I'm
fine.
talking in the side chat. See, I said hi to AOK. Yeah, see.
And I also said something not too long ago.
Well, those who are not familiar with AOK, Forging and Adventures, they do a lot of stuff, hiking, fishing, and you can learn a lot of things from them. So
Nice.
I suggest go and check them out, and I hope Harvey can drop their link.
Yeah, I'm looking at
to,
the channel now, and I just don't want to with the intro. Oh no! Wait. Okay. I was like, wow, copyright strike for Shadow, like right there, if that played while I had it like on open mic as well. And I was going to, sorry, I'm glad I didn't do that. So I saved myself. ads start playing, and then you get copyright for ads.
No, GP, that's why you start talking over it really loud and start shouting. And you mask it out. That's what
just
I do.
start
That's the
screaming
secret.
at the
That's
top
the
of my
secret.
lungs.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
As long as you mask it out, if it's harder to hear, then it's harder to hear.
What I was going to say is AOK Foraging and Adventures definitely has some good content videos, and you can see by the titles. But as I saw that, I was like, oh no, and because the intro, I was concerned about the intro being copyright, that type of thing. But I'll definitely check out the channel. I am subscribed, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do as well. It's nice to meet you, by the way. Usually I'm not rambling as much. It's CL that brings it out to me.
Oh,
you can ask Saul. Usually I'm very well behaved, and I've got a very good demeanor. I'm very calm.
Usually.
Usually.
He says this all the time. Every time we're here, it's just, usually I don't ramble. I don't mean to ramble. But...
No. It's you. Did you experience that almost like that moment about a minute ago where there was no talking, and then you guys were just looking at our pretty faces? Like, did you see that? And if you compare,
I'm letting you guys want to say something. I don't like to interrupt people. I'm just right. I'm trying to be nicer.
I'm usually well behaved too, unless I'm drinking.
No, I know. And do you know what the funny thing is that I don't have to, because I quit smoking cigarettes, so I don't need to do that all the time. Do you remember that I used to have to do that in some of the streams? But now, because I don't smoke, like, so I can, I'd have to do this every hour, every 45 minutes. You guys would just see me speaking like this.
Okay. I thought you just didn't want us to see you rambling. It's like, his mouth's still rambling.
I enjoy it when you look deep into my eyes when I'm busy rambling. That's the best.
No, because I'm looking at a small screen. That's why.
But I'm just saying, it's better when there's that, then there's a connection compared to. Yeah. Thank you, by the way. Okay, I appreciate that. It's been 2 weeks. It's been 15 days now, and you're going to see me in 6 months. So 6 months ago when I quit smoking, you guys, just trying to rub it into everybody that still smokes, being like, yeah, it's it's so much better, I'm having a great life because I don't smoke like you guys do anymore. Just conviction.
It's so funny because I just ordered a pipe not too long ago, but
that's fine.
I think I smoke a cigar every 6 months. That's the kind of. But I ordered a pipe because we started growing our own tobacco and stuff like that. So I'm like, every couple months maybe I'll enjoy it or something. But yeah,
no, it's
I quit smoking when I was 20-something, 26. So, but then the problem is you start eating more.
Yeah, it's exactly what AK was saying there as well, about eating more. And that's why since the beginning of this year, when I quit smoking, I made sure I did a bit of a hack, a life hack to a degree, because I got myself a mountain bike, or a second-hand mountain bike, right? So now my Instagram is full of just these mountain biking photos everywhere, and I'm just oh look, a pretty river. When I'm riding past, and I would see I'm outside so much more, right? So
that's good.
Just,
try biking in the winter.
I know you guys have something to. Yeah,
I've
that's a whole different experience.
Mine is 30.
Did you have spark tires at all, snow tires type of thing?
Well, it depends on the conditions and where I'm going.
You can get the fat bikes too up here, which are not too bad for winter, but they're still not as great. And then the worst is you start riding in the cold weather and oh my God, my lungs are freezing.
Mine is 30. Well, actually, it's not so bad about the cold or even the snow. It's actually always the wind.
Yeah.
That chews right through you, right?
If the wind's going with you, it's good. If it's against you,
yeah. Come on, tailwind.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the whole mission at the moment, to not end up picking up more, because I do notice that I am eating a little bit more at the moment, just little snacks and stuff. So I am doing that. But at the same time, I'm trying to counter it as best possible by really working out hard. I've got this big truck tire that's out in the field close to us, and I'm doing the whole Rambo type exercise where I'm rolling the truck tire all around, and I'm yeah, I can do it. Motivating myself out there.
Nice.
It's pretty. It's good.
You can do it.
So yeah, I'm taking health seriously this year. It's my whole mission. Prepping in form of making sure that my health is really good. So
Good.
it's a whole thing.
Okay. You know what? That's what I should start doing. I should start lifting bags of rice every day.
So you're doing that more, Guardian, but you're all in favor of eating more lab meat? I don't know. I just
Oh, see. Yeah, you saw that coming.
Yeah. So when it's fun, okay? That's my lab needs. Like it's good. I'm just, I'm just. Oh, bye. By the way, okay. Have a lovely
Take care.
weekend further.
Take care. Stay safe. Okay.
I think it's because you brought up the lab meat store.
Yeah. I did it again. Son of a.
It's okay. It's nice to meet you, okay? And I'll definitely check into your channel. And I think foraging is one of the most useful skills by far when it comes to survival and self-reliance. Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you can live off the land around you and understand the fauna and the flora in your local area and understand exactly the way that works and be a part of the biosphere rather than working against it.
What? Be part of the biosphere? Isn't that going against lab meat?
You're just like
I'm not gonna let it go.
It's like next Saturday there'll be the same thing again. It's like
it's fine. Okay. One day when I'm a successful businessman with my own soil and green company, then you guys are going to be having like the first laugh, because then I'll have the last laugh, right? Like one day when I've got a very successful, I've got trucks shipping everywhere, logistics teams, like big container ships, busy Joran's just stopped listening to me completely. He's looking down at his just this guy doesn't stop talking about his lab meats. I'm going to kick him.
I'm going to talk on the side chat here.
Thank you, CR. Because I mute my sound sometimes, and then my side chat goes away completely. So, yeah, I do apologize.
I'm the only one talking on the side chat here.
I know, but I do pay attention to the chats usually. But I was just, in this situation, I just, as soon as I mute my mic, my chat goes away. So
I'm relying on you guys to put stuff up on the screen and mention stuff.
I know.
Less responsibility.
Host does that. That's because I actually have a laptop nearby. I know sometimes it's hard when you only have a phone to see the side chat because you gotta switch over to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm on my phone right now as well. I'm also using my phone. It's just I've got a big screen on my phone, so like I'm looking everywhere all the time. So yeah. But anyway, so speaking about phones, what do you guys think are some good survival phones for 2022? Are you guys interested in getting a cat at all? The new cat that's coming out?
That is a good question. I haven't been thought about that, so I can't say what phone would be good.
Sorry about the background.
I stick with my Samsung S20, so it works.
I go with whatever work provides for me.
It's like, can I get on StreamYard? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Can I YouTube? Yeah. Can I type? Yeah.
I thought you were...
Is the phone cracked? Nope. Okay, still good.
You said, because I wasn't muted when you just said I thought you were muted.
Oh, hey, I got a question for all you guys right here in the side chat here. Do you guys put, let's say, survival related stuff onto your phone in some, like a PDF or let's say an image, a screenshot, stuff like that, reference material, stuff like that?
Yeah, there's a pretty cool app that can identify a lot of different plants, and I like using those types of
stuff like that too, right? I mean,
yeah, and then I like using that quite a lot. And then just in general, like there's some stargazer apps that I find really cool that isn't as much prep orientated, but I can put my phone up to the stars and then it tells me more information about them. And I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to that type of thing. I love that. So yeah, I use my phone for a lot of different things like that. And then I would like to get an infrared camera in the near future with a cat infrared so that I can use it for nocturnal purposes as well. So without sounding shady when I say nocturnal purposes.
Those infrared cameras are really expensive to get if you want them as a extra accessory to your phone. So
yeah, but there's
they cost a lot of money.
There's a cat phone that's pretty good at that. There's a cat phone that's currently got onboard infrared as well. So it's not night vision, but it's infrared, and you can use it in similar.
Yeah, I heard about those cat phones.
Yeah, and the thing is that they're indestructible as well. And I'm sure every one of us has some cracks on our screens, and cat doesn't have that problem. So if you've got a cat phone, you don't really have the same issue as having, those type of problems. But then,
a crack like this.
Yeah, my it's also bad. I'm not
this
going
is
to
on
tell
the
you.
corner. I'm glad it wasn't actually a phone that I was using.
I know, but that's the thing. Like that's what
I
having
just
a
use
phone,
it for
it's terrible.
just for music, really.
Yeah.
But I believe a cat phone has a pretty high price tag. So
Yes, but then it's also that most of them don't have good cameras on them. The actual camera on a cat phone compared to other phones isn't always the best, and your display size isn't as big. But I mean, you're not getting usually you wouldn't be getting the cat phone for that purpose. You'd be getting it because it's so rugged. And I've got a close friend of mine that had a cat phone for about 2-3 months, and they went canoeing. And then when they went canoeing, the cat phone fell into the water. So they lost their indestructible phone by falling to the bottom of a river. And they tried to search and to get it out in that, but they couldn't. So they managed to destroy a cat phone, but it might still be there in a functional condition, or I don't know, maybe.
Well, the battery probably's gone down, but
yes, the battery would have been down by now, but there's a good chance that it could actually be there. And who knows how long, and it will still be.
Another thing about phones is like the cold, right? The cold here in Canada, especially here in Canada, I know it's just saps the battery so fast.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
I mean, I always have to put it on inside pocket. I mean, when I go out now during the winter, I actually have a little pouch that I put the phone into because I can't, even on an outside pocket, it's still too cold in -30. It just, I'm like, I thought I was at 100%. How the hell am I at 5%?
Yeah.
I've seen that. And it's
I haven't had. It's never that cold here that happens to us. Like I've never had.
Okay. Except for you.
Yeah, it's like it's always summer here almost. Like we get a little bit cold, a little bit of a drizzle, but besides for that, it's always just good weather like all year round. We don't have any natural disasters, weather disruptions.
Does your phone overheat, GP?
No, not really.
Okay. I know it's rare. I don't usually experience that here. I know it's possible though. For that too, so the extreme cold and extreme heat.
Yeah,
it would.
I only have a problem when I leave it in the truck.
Yeah, right. And it's just like one of those things. And the battery itself, right? Obviously, battery can only go so long. No matter if it's 2 hours or 24 hours, the battery eventually could die. So still need a way to charge. Those battery banks, power packs do help.
I'll usually if I want my battery to last, I'll stick it inside my jacket. The problem is usually when I'm taking it out snowshoeing or that sort of thing, is I want it available so I can start taking pictures if I need to. Taking off my gloves and then unzipping and then reaching into. Usually the animal's gone by then, so it's like
Oh, it's like here's the bird, here's the blue jay. Oh, it's great.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's one of those
deer, grouse, that sort of thing, and then it's like
See, this is why I actually bring a secondary one, so I can have quick access to one, but I have another one. Right, 2 is one is not, right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, right? I mean, because a lot of the time people are updating or upgrading a phone or whatever. Well, their last phone technically isn't so bad.
No, exactly, yeah.
So you could still kind of use it. Say kind of. I'll be right back. I gotta get a coffee refill. Be back.
So,
well, I checked up on the cat phone, and the cheapest one you can get here in Sweden, it costs about 799 crowns.
Is that for the more recent model, the 2021 version?
It is Cat B44G mobile phone. I can see if I checked that up on my phone, so I do it on my computer instead. I can show you.
Yeah, it's decent. I don't know what the top of the range is at the moment, but this isn't a bad one at all. You can also get the Cat S41 looks really good too. Like, I don't mean to make this into a cat advertisement or anything. the cat S41 looks really awesome, and the experiments that they do and the rugged durability tests that they do with the cat phones are really what impressed me the most about that specific brand. Is they're made for like outdoorsmen and that. That's why I will get a cat phone eventually. But this time specifically, I was going for like functionality as well because of my work. So I couldn't go for like just pure cat phone, but I will get one eventually. It's one of my goals. Yeah. And then I'll brag about it because I have one and it's not just talking about it. Come here on Thor and show you specifically, be like, yeah, look at my great new phone. Every time, just pretend like, just wait, guys. Just yeah, that's good. I think creative redundancy is going to be back in a moment here as well. Are you going to bring some of them up?
That is those phones you can get here in Sweden, and that is Cat.
So that middle one there, right? That middle one that looks like very like
that's the middle one.
Yeah, that really, and I love that it looks so simplistic. Like I'm sorry, but in general, I think I miss the days when a phone was made for texts and some phone calls. And then that's pretty much it. Like a phone these days, even though I also enjoy the whole Instagram thing, whatever, but like that phones are actually made, it was a simpler and better time to a degree where you could get like your original Nokias, and that one's just kind of reminiscent of that.
I'd still love to have my BlackBerry back. My old BlackBerry was awesome. Like it was indestructible, had the keyboard on it like that one, and just loved it.
My wife and I were speaking on the BlackBerry for like ever. Before we even met, we chatted. We didn't meet on BlackBerry. We met through her best friend at the time, whose birthday is also Valentine's Day, which is quite just random information for you guys. It's pretty cool because like it's on Valentine's Day anyway. So we met through her and stuff. But for the first like 2-3 days, we were chatting on BlackBerry, and we just like didn't stop talking because we have so much in common in that we can like just even till today, like just end up speaking forever and ever, like I'm doing now, except that's great. I'm very lucky is what I'm saying. I'm exceptionally fortunate in my relationship. So yeah, I don't mean to make anybody jealous out there either. I'm not doing it for that purpose. But I'm really lucky. I don't have a cat phone, but I've got an amazing wife. So it's kind of
it's a trade-off, eh?
Yeah. I don't know if I won't make any jokes because that's just mean. Specifically on live, like be like, hey, if anybody's got a cat phone out there, and completely.
If you had tried me for a cat phone, I'll call
you. So yeah, I definitely prefer. It's the funny thing that I do, right? And I notice it when I do it, but like I'll be like, no, I'm just kidding or something. Like it's so obvious that I'm joking, but then I still got to like confirm it just so that everybody knows that I'm completely joking. Like it's so dumb and it's weird, right?
Sometimes people don't realize it nowadays.
Yeah, no. And also having introspection can be something that's a debuff to a degree. It can work negatively in your favor if you have too much introspection, because then it stops you from just like being you sometimes. I don't know, a lot of self-judgments and stuff these days too, and people that are critique each other pretty quickly. And I don't need to go deep on that, but it's something where, you know, it's unfortunate. People,
I don't
people
know.
are very
I think on some of these subjects, you just need to like do a deep dive. You always avoid that.
Oh, really? You think so?
And then you're going to, and then we're going to regret it. But, you know, such is life.
No, I was speaking to a friend recently, and they asked, like, why don't I ever rant on a live? Like, nobody's ever seen me upset on a live at all. But it's just like, it's not in me to be like that, like to specifically to be like so unprofessional on a live stream, be like angry here. And I've seen a lot of people that have like decently running channels that literally get like very upset on the camera. They're looking at the camera and they're very angry. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, why?
I just get angry when I
camera,
like.
right?
Hey, Hooples.
I just get angry when I like.
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey,
See ya.
Cat.
Hooples Cat. By the way,
Hooples
Hooples Cat,
I didn't know.
he has
I
a
did
great
not realize
channel.
how many Canadian people you knew. I just have to say that, right, Flor? I had to put that in. I had to put that
Hey,
in because
Hooples.
I keep noticing more Canadian people than American people.
Hooples, do you want to join
Oh,
us
sorry. Did I say that?
up here? I would be honored if you want to join us here in the
Yes.
panel.
He
Hooples.
must have a connection. Must be.
Yeah, I
coming
think
back.
he has connection.
I would assume.
No pressure.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Waiting.
Just had to make it so obvious and awkward. Hi, by the way, good to meet you. It's great. Usually I don't ramble
that's
this
what
much.
he says.
So
That's how he starts the videos. Well,
As long as-
actually, maybe we could. I'm just thinking, maybe we could. No, never mind. Maybe I shouldn't go there. Maybe
So
I shouldn't go there.
you'll never believe me, but like I actually, I've never really gone onto that topic too much on any live stream. But I'm obviously, if the people that know me and stuff know that I really love Marvel and like the heroes and stuff, and I look up to Phoenix Jones, who was actually a vigilante in a positive way. I know that there's some conspiracy around him, but I've always seen that there's a lot of value to have.
I have something special for you, for. I have something special for you. Look. Not no word of a lie. It's here. Oh, look.
That is.
It's a
look at
sock.
that pin.
It's a sock. I won't show the brand, but I'm just saying. I just happen to have these.
I bet every single time you look at that sock specifically, it is a sock, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I bet you
Now
every
you're
time.
going to think about me every time.
Sorry, Thor, go ahead.
I'm just saying, now he's going to think about me every time he puts his socks on.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I'm
I'm like,
saying.
boy, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so I really, I think that it's going to sound super cheesy, and I don't care if it does, but I think that in every single one of us, there is those moments of heroism. I think that it comes down to choosing the right decision in life and helping people as much as you can. And I love it's a special sock. I really do love
No, you didn't see the special sock. Let me show the special sock. No, actually, it is a sock. I'm not saying about the air thing. I'm not talking about the air thing. The water container thing. Yeah, I saw that in there. Let's not go there.
Thank you, Hooples, for that one.
That first thing you guys think of. I actually meant sock. You guys are thinking that already. See Hooples? Everyone inside chat.
Lord.
See what I gotta deal with on the panel here?
You know what's funny is I read it out before I read it. Like usually I read things, but I read it out loud before I even like read what it was saying.
Yeah.
I was like, and then I thought about it for a second afterwards, and I was like, oh. Like, sorry, dude. I'm so
It
blind.
was funny. I wanted to make the same joke, right? But I thought it would
Oh yeah, now she's
Were you gonna make the same
be. I
joke?
was going to make the same joke.
CCR, at least we love you, man. Like, don't look into my soul, CR.
Turns off camera. Leave.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I know. You see, the funny thing is, like, Kay is actually really good at making friends, right? She is, but then she's also really good at. She's also good at losing them.
She's like, what? That's new to me.
No, genuinely, like, she's a very honest person, and in the world these days, if you're honest, people don't always like honesty. They love honesty. They say they love honesty, and then when you're honest with them,
honest with them,
and then they're not such a big fan anymore.
I'll be honest, I'm not honest.
What are you doing?
Well, it depends on your level of honesty. I mean, if you're to a certain degree, but if you're going around saying, "Hey, you're fat," I'm just being honest.
No.
I'm
No.
not like socially like uneducated. Like I know how to do it. What I mean is like if you ask me my honest opinion, you better expect you're gonna get that. And then if you don't like it and you hate me forever afterwards, then that's on you, bro. Because you asked me for my opinion, I gave it to you, and then you want to be salty. That's not cool.
I love honesty because
it is. It's one of the most freeing things, and I'll be honest with you guys. Be careful of people.
Never say I'll be honest with you.
I know. I was just about to say.
Really mature.
I was going to say I'll be honest with you, and be careful of people who say I'll be honest with you, or people that say like, what is it?
It's like Donald Trump who used to go, "Trust me."
Or people
Don't
that say,
trust those people.
People who say, "Trust me." Yeah, trust me.
Yeah, no.
Or this is really serious. Or I'm telling you the truth this time. So you're telling me that every single other time you weren't really telling me the truth.
I'm in sales, and as soon as I hear someone say, "Well, to be honest with you," like, what happened to the other times? Like,
yeah, I know. I completely understand that, and it's something that's cautious. So what I was going to say is that my wife definitely played a big part in teaching me to be honest as well. I was somebody when I was younger that, because of circumstance and stuff like that, and I shouldn't be blaming it on that, but I did kind of wear different masks for different people because I felt it was comfortable. And then like she's kind of taught me to completely just be who I am and be myself in front of people. And there's a lot of freedom, and there's a lot of just like so much freedom within just being an honest person. And the thing is that like when you are an honest person and you try and have those values and try and have more integrity, then when people are dishonest and you pick it up, it just has such a disappointing feeling because it's taken you so long to get you to like the point where you value honesty in that way and genuinely value it. And then like when somebody is dishonest to you, it feels like, it lets your heart down to a degree. It's like, but I don't know. It's weird. Honey does a special happens to Aquarius. No, the thing is.
No, it's not the dress.
No, it's ShadowScoutSwede. That's what it is, Harvey. It's on most streams. I try and be more professional, and I don't ramble usually. So it's only on here that I do. You see.
You like to ramble, Guardian.
I know, but it makes sure that there's never dead space, right? And that's why you love me being up here, don't you? Like it's drinking slush puppy. Look.
I don't know. Yeah, I think when you're honest, you don't have to remember the stories you've told yourself or other people.
Yes.
That's my whole point since I was a kid. It used to be so annoying when people like had to try to remember their lives. I'd be like, just tell the truth, man.
Yeah.
So do you know what it's like being a prepper in where I'm from? A lot of people aren't really big fans of preparing, and it's kind of still got that stigma to it and a bit of the fringe aspect. Unfortunately, it does. I've gotten a lot of scrutiny from it in the past, being a prepper as well. And I mean, now I have my own channel that I focus on emergency preparedness as well. It's not shameless bump. I'm not advertising my own channel. I'm saying, although I do have a channel, you guys. But what I'm saying is, now that I've like become a lot more comfortable with the other people as well that are also into emergency preparedness, it's become something that I find so comforting to speak about. And it's something that I don't really, because I was a scout before, and in the scouts you can speak about a lot of utility gear as well, and it's not seen in the same way. But if you start telling people that you're a prepper and you're actually like preparing for any sort of SHTF events or something like that, like they get a very different vibe about them. So all I'm saying is that, yeah, it really is, it's a beautiful thing, is honesty. It's amazing.
And Mrs. Terry Lee Mercer has a point here. Be who you are and not ashamed to be that way. Never be a fake. People can tell fake right from the beginning. She got a point there.
Yeah, it's something weird. It's like you almost, even if you, people know sometimes they pick up on like energies before, what do I want to say, energies, that's not the right way to say it. They pick up on like nuances, you know.
Vibration.
It's little micro expressions and stuff like that you notice.
And there's some people that you'll just feel uncomfortable around. And then there's other people that like when you meet them, you feel like almost a connection. And it doesn't matter what the hell the people look like. Like, it doesn't matter if it's somebody that looks completely different or like doesn't like even have the same sort of traits in terms of personality and expression. But it's almost like a chemistry and a synergy that happens between people. Like, some people just really, really get along with others so much easier. It's weird. It's like I felt that way with CR and Thor and Shadow. That's why I'm speaking on Saturday evenings here, by the way.
Well, I thought that way with you too until you mentioned the lab meet.
Oh man. So
it could be worse.
It's less like lab meats and more things like pemmican, for example, where even if we use like natural ways to make more like nutritious food, like we could totally solve world hunger. Like, people don't need to be hungry. There's just so much wastage. And if we can find a way to turn that wastage into a way to like feed other people, you know, that'd be a great thing to do. But obviously then you have to put the trust in governments to do the right thing, which they never do because they're like slimy. So I don't know, it's a tough one.
A lot more education is needed in so many different aspects of life. Preparation of food, storage of food, preserving food, growing food, all that kind of stuff. There needs to be more of that taught. It's so funny. I don't think in any public school they teach anything to a certain degree that is useful in any of our lives. Like, do any of them teach gardening in school? Do any of them teach how to pay your taxes? Do any of them teach
biology,
food butchering, like
food for thought? I'm just saying. Like, look, this is an apple peel. No, it's not an apple peel. It's called, I'm gonna convert it into compost later and feed the soils to feed the plants later. That's what I'm gonna do with it.
Well, do you have a compost bin that you're running?
I have something running. Let's just say I have something running.
Yeah.
I put stuff in the ground back in the fall, back in September. Is that survival food? No, Harvey. That's what Harvey just wrote 5 seconds ago. No, Harvey.
That's because we were talking about soil and green. That's why. Yeah. That's why. It could be what Harvey said it could be there. I don't even know if I could say that on YouTube. Yeah, just in case somebody gets into trouble, like tomorrow, people comes rock up in his house.
This is an apple peel. Apple peel. Apple peel.
No, don't worry. We all trust you. Like, we don't have any.
What? He'll eat it too. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, the life preparing classes, I had home ec when I was going through public school. So we learned sewing and cooking and that kind of stuff.
Me too.
And that stuff I still use today.
Me too.
But there are skills that absolutely need learned and taught as well, though. There's a lot of skills that aren't taught through the schooling system. And then there's also, I don't know why. Okay, this is like, I don't understand why people don't have the logic to do this, right? Look at the best examples of the best countries that are running the best departments and mimic that. The rest of the world, we mimic that. We look at the best way things are done and do it the best way. This is not something that is hard to understand. This is not something that's a difficult concept, but yet none of us do that. We don't look at the best way that things are potentially run and try to implement similar dynamics within societies across the world by looking at the best examples. Would that not make the most sense? But we don't do that. So
there's so many countries around the world that do things very efficiently, very effectively, that other countries should be implementing. But like you said, no one does. It's just like
nobody does it, and it seems so like incredibly crazy to me. I won't get into politics.
In order to do that, you'd need, because like the citizens of each country like elect their leaders for the most part. I know there's your outliers like North Korea and stuff like that, but for the most part, the citizens elect their leaders, and then the leaders kind of like work amongst each other rather than be like, okay, here's a central guy who says, okay, guys, this is the best thing to do, and we're all going to do that. There is no central system. And
we also want them to work for us to make the country better instead of just trying to keep their job.
Yeah, and then also culturally, like, for example, I know there are certain things that although it's fine in other countries, would not translate well into like other countries. For example, like here in Africa, with the African cultures, there's still a lot of traditional stuff. And if you start implementing like Western values, you'll be infringing on their culture. And then that's completely wrong, because then that's how their culture will become lost, and it'll be like just something we read about.
And cultures are precious. Their cultures are
I don't think
even though in the Western world, a lot of people are trying to get away from, what your culture is. It's more of you're a victim now instead of, your culture. So
I think sometimes yes, but I also think that like I think the media blows it out of proportion quite a lot too.
Very true. Very true.
And they intentionally try and, the media collabs with the government. I don't want to get into too much tinfoil hat type of theories.
No, that happens. Everyone knows.
Yeah, and then they just try and spread the division because we're all running around like looking at each other.
Wait, let me get my tinfoil hat. Wait, no.
Divide and conquer. That's the quickest thing to do.
Yeah,
it's so easy and it works on all of us. And if you actually take a step back and look at all of it, it's just so silly. Like all of the things that we
it's
that divide
dumb.
each other.
And if you look at it from both sides, if I can put it that way, like I'll use America as an example now. In our country, it's slightly different, but I'll use the States as an example because that's like so like the left and the right? So if you look at it objectively from like both sides, you can see where there's misinformation on the right and misinformation on the left, and you can see where the gaps are, where they only tell you what the narrative is, and it's insane. No, I don't, because I'm in my PJs and my hair's a mess.
They don't look like PJs.
They look like PJs.
It's like an evening gown. I get that. It's fine. It's no problem. Your voice.
CR, that's a really big apple peel.
Thank you.
No. It's something
okay.
I sewed. It's a really big apple peel. No, it's something I sewed. All right.
Nice.
People's kind of talking about not wasting stuff. This is something not wasted. It's a big thing too. I've talked about this several times about clothing now. Clothing gets wasted a lot too.
What item of clothing is that though?
And this is just a piece of scrap item, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like from a reflective vest. I converted it so I could like, let's say if you ever went hunting or whatever, I could just wear this on top of my head. Well, it's orange, right? I'm just saying.
So,
All right.
so the one thing that I'll say about it is that
And Thor laughed his ass off.
that's actually a very good color for survival situations because you can find it so easily. I know that I'm making something serious out of something that's really loud.
Hey,
Gen-
I can wave it too. See.
Oh,
It's because I put a hole at the top so I can put a stick in.
don't make me laugh, Thor.
Wow, we
It's
have a lot of. We have
disrespectful to laugh at people.
Okay, all good.
Have an intro. Let's change. It's so you know what happens. So
just
see,
wait,
listen to this real
just
quick.
wait till I start showing.
Hey, Density.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
look,
Good to
it's
see you.
interpreter.
Ready?
Hi.
Hey,
Wait.
Yeah, I finally get to be on a panel with you. Finally.
If you
Really, Hooples? Really, Hooples? Really, Hooples? You gonna bring that in? Can't believe that.
if you can hear me, just ignore me. I don't know what.
we can hear you.
No, I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
us at the moment?
If we can hear you, we shouldn't be ignoring you.
Well,
I-
she probably
Yeah, we
fixed that.
We could hear you fine there. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just you not being able to hear us in that moment.
Yeah.
All right, version 2. I'm making a blue one. I'm making a blue and orange one then. Screw
No,
this
the
whole
orange is a
one.
good color. It's like you can find it and use it for stuff as well.
Multi-purpose.
Yeah.
Yes.
In 2 of my
Especially
packs,
since
I've
I
got
had some
like
day.
an orange rain cover that goes over the packs. So
Yeah.
again, if I'm missing or
And-
lost or out when people are hunting, I can throw the orange on the pack.
Oh yeah. I got something like that with me too, just in case. It just depends. Well, remember sometimes I'm biking, so or doing something and where I'm
Good
like,
to be
maybe being noticed would probably be smarter. I'm not trying to escape and evade. I'm not trying to be a gray man here or a gray person.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had to turn off the cam just for a second.
Well, that's okay.
Mm.
Yeah, wasn't for a cigarette, so don't worry.
Are you being honest with us?
Yes. No, it's been good. Like I haven't even been tempted. Well, I got tempted the first couple of days. The first week was pretty hard, and then no, like the second week, it isn't even something that like comes up. So,
It just gets easier every day.
I know, and I thought it would be hard for a lot longer. So it's really pretty cool. I don't know why I didn't do it long ago. And I've got to and I'm 36 now. I recently turned 36, so I'm also like heading towards my 40s at the moment. And I just want to make sure that by the time I hit 40, that I am, just very comfortable with myself physically and can just do a lot more. And I love the outdoors, so it's just helpful to be more fit for outdoors because I don't want to go on like long hikes like I do and then end up like, having to take like multiple breaks. I can see more out there if I'm more fit. So
yeah,
that's the main reason for me.
Shadow, she's asking to resend it.
Yeah, I will do that now.
Yeah. Well, but we could hear you, by the way. We can hear you. I know you said something in there.
Hoople says, this was fun. I will try to get the full experience next one. Have to get ready to go camping. Be safe.
Next Saturday,
Happy and honest, yo.
Nice.
That's
nice.
Hoople. Meow.
Yeah, who was that? I'm sorry. It's the way he does it. I always
that's the way he does it.
Copy that. I'm a copycat. I'm a copycat of Hoople. I can't believe I said that. Oh. Take care, Hooples.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, all good this end.
It's these things.
Hey there. Welcome to the panel.
It's always the check.
Hi. Just thought I'd coffee it up with you guys for a few minutes, if you don't mind having me.
Nice.
No. It's I'm honored
Coffee.
to have you on my
Coffee.
panel, so it's always nice.
Coffee.
I know all you guys except Thorhaven. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, we keep Thorhaven around because he's the best
you know
thing out of
what's
us.
really funny?
So we
He
like
lives
to have
out
a
west,
pretty
but he lives
person
out
here.
east.
So that's why we
Hey.
call, like, I pay Thor to be on these streams and speak.
I know you guys are really only here for Mr. VP. I know the truth. I'm on to it. I'll try this.
Autocorrect.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, no, meeting it was really awesome as well. It's something that I don't know. I think a lot of people feel the same way when they're younger, where there's three big jobs that are kind of like the jobs that were major dreams, like archaeologist type of thing, a paleontologist, paleontologist, and then to be a doctor or to help animals is also another big one that you want to, and then being pilot. So like achieving any of those, in my opinion, is like flying through. It dropped there for a second.
Yeah, she got some problems with a connection, probably.
It's no problem. If you can still hear us, definitely pop back in. That should
Yeah,
work.
she will probably. Hey, Vanessa,
Yeah, she'll probably
good to
still
see you.
Yeah.
And that's a kitty. Really? You guys are still talking about this in the side chat? Still? I knocked everyone's socks off by talking about it. Now everyone's just gonna talk about it. You just hey Shadow, you're just gonna see like a whole bunch of comments. Sock this. You knocked my sock off, there'll be hell, I might as well put a sock on after the stream. Okay? Just for you, man. just for you, I'll put a sock punt in.
Yeah, you see.
Oh, I was listening to all before, so it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Heard everything and still wants to come up on the panel.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
No, we keep it very clean on the Saturday night streams, on Shadow Scout streams, which is really, really nice. It's definitely a family friendly type of stream for the most part.
Yeah.
Almost always. And then it's also something that's it's just been a good bunch of people. So I really love these streams.
Yeah. I love to do these streams as well. So, and I love to have a panel like this because it's nicer and more fun.
Oslander says the comment to Oslander is yeah, it is. It definitely is. And every Saturday, if you've got time, either yourself or Mr. VP, either of you, if you've got time on Saturdays, you're always welcome to jump in for a bit and just chat to us. It's very nice and interesting to chat to these three gentlemen that are above me here. It's always.
Oh yeah.
Vanessa Kitty, survival sock. My combat boot sock will say a 10-pound ball of lead.
So can I be that guy? Sorry, I was just filling dead air. Like, you know what I do. Like, it's just.
Oh yeah, we know.
So actually,
don't keep going.
I think having three pairs of actual hiking socks that you have in general rotation, besides for like maybe sleeping socks or another casual pair or so, but having hiking socks that you keep in a good rotation and that you look after them as well is such a good routine and a good habit to have. Like, I specifically have three pairs that I loved. Like, I love those three pairs of socks, right? And they're really good quality hiking socks.
I might like these socks. I might like these socks. I don't know. I haven't worn them yet, but who knows? He's right next to me, so I don't know. Maybe I'll like.
Yeah. Well, it looks more like
force with me.
It looks more like a Marvel panel now. The person mentioned earlier that it looked like a superhero panel. Now it actually does, because we've got like it's definitely more superhero-esque. like, overall. I think you had to be there, guys. I think you'd appreciate what I just said.
So do you guys have wool socks as your regular hiking socks, or what do you prefer?
Wool retains water. That's the unfortunate thing. Like quite a lot of cotton's kind of the worst to some degree too. A nice synthetic sock, like a synthetic sock designed for hiking that doesn't retain water too much. That also the water.
Yeah, those bamboo socks were also very nice.
Yeah, there's bamboo socks that are really awesome too out there. That's something that I also have been looking at for a while.
Bamboo sock.
Yeah, it's the fabric. It's I know how it sounds. Shadow's instantly going to look up that and stuff like that. So, how have you been, Van City? How's your weekend going?
It's really good. It's really good. Mr. VP's in the next room building something, but no, so far so good. Got to get outside, and I've got a bunch of veggies out there that got covered in snow, so that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. No, it's definitely something, just keeping busy over the weekend. Is he busy with a project that he's building something, or you don't need to tell me too much, but just interested.
Oh no, it's just a charging station for all sorts of things to be all in one place. Like flashlights, and then we always carry extra power banks in our bags, which I'm sure everybody does too. But those backup power banks, so then recharging those and all that sort of gear stuff. So it's an official gear zone.
Nice. No, it's always a good project. Also, I've been working on that little survival garden of mine as well, so I was also quite busy during the day today. And yeah, it's just good to have a side project to keep your mind busy. I love having projects and just working on things. I'm actually something that I haven't told many people, but I'm aiming towards building I've been wanting to build like a small pirate ship for a long time. It sounds crazy, but but I actually want to do it as like an experiment. I want to see how that works, and if I'm able to do it, and if I'm able to actually get it to float. Like
how small? Like one that you can be in, or like remote control size?
Looking at a crew of about 5 or 6 pirates,
Yar.
You know what I mean? Having just a medium-sized. I don't want it to be too small, because then it's like, why did I build a pirate ship in the first place? So I actually want to do it though.
They're still talking about socks.
Wow, I'm sorry.
Even Arby's putting a link in for socks.
Like Guardian and the factory meat or the laboratory meat, you're never gonna live the socks down now.
Totally.
Yeah, I think I'll take my factory meat rather than the socks. Yeah.
Well, it could be worse.
You
could be a lab rat.
Oh, sorry, there's a delay. What's the inspiration
it could
for
be
the
worse.
pirate
Could
ship?
be worse, right?
Oh, what's because?
No, because he loves pirates. That's why.
One of the reasons being like I really do. And then it's not just that though. I also just like building things. I love crafting and building. Like you can give me projects to craft and build, even if it's carpentry.
Now you're speaking my language. I'm listening.
Bushcraft, yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I freaking love you so much, man. Like creative redundancy. That's why I come and follow you the way that I do, bro. Because I love creativity. Creativity is something that's exactly. That's where you can ask Mrs. Guardian over here, and she'll tell you exactly the same thing about creativity and the reason why I can spend days on end working on projects and just get lost in it. And
she's awesome too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that's that part. I love pirates. It's part of the inspiration, and I love building. And I also want to do it as kind of like just as a project.
No, it actually started when we were watching the series Vikings, and we were kind of fascinated about how people used to build these ships, out of just wood, and then they'd go over oceans. And then that's when we started speaking about it, and we said, well, we live at a river. We could try to build one and see how it goes.
Yeah. So
Well, didn't they use like tar or something like that? Tar, stuff like that. Waterproof.
On canoes and a lot of other bigger ones. Yeah, they did like pine
I mean,
and tar.
you think of something like pine sap and something like that, right? So.
Well, yeah.
I figured they
I
use
wanna-
something like tar or something like that.
Yeah, if I want to do it as authentic as possible, I will be looking into the more primitive methodologies, and it also is a decent stream for content. That's also something that is a nice video. You know, it'll be a pretty cool video once I do have that up and running. But it's definitely I've got a whole other big thing coming up, like quite a big, like not a project, but there's a lot happening in our little family this year. We're getting a +1, so halfway through the year. So yeah, that's a more important project right now to get that covered completely. You know, having a little one.
I'm doing just good, Langa. So how are you doing, Langa?
So it's funny you
We're pulling
mentioned
the sail on that block and tackle.
It's funny you mentioned the pirate ship. I was watching something on I forget what it was, but they were talking about ship battles and naval battles
we
and
lost her again.
that kind of thing. And you know, opening up with the canyons and tearing apart the ships and all that. Watching the movies, and then you know the ship sinks, and the guy was like, "It's a wooden ship. Wood does not sink like that.
Yeah.
It floats." So
yeah, for it to be broken up in that as well. The majority of it would float, but obviously if it does have heavy cargo,
you'll get some of it, but
the wood gets soaked as well, obviously. So it's time scale things here.
Yeah, wood has buoyancy.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're thinking like a five crew?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just busy reading there in the chat as well. Sorry.
Do you have room in like a backyard or something to build it in, or?
Well, I've got a friend of mine that's got a plot
Small
of land.
scale?
Yeah. So
That is okay,
thank you for joining us, by the way, Van City. We appreciate it. And say hello to Mr. VP for me as well.
Yeah, she will be back when she
Take care.
fix the technical difficulties.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm
We'll
looking
be
at
here for another 6 hours.
about a 5-man, but at the moment, what I'd like to do is the 5-man is more of a test. I would actually, and it's going to sound ridiculous, but I would have an end goal of getting better at doing the craft and actually improving upon it. And at a later stage, having like a full-blown, like, okay, I don't want to hype up expectations too much yet, but it is something that I would like to do is a full-scale proper pirate. Yeah, like a full-scale pirate ship.
Yeah, small scale. Start with small scale first.
Yes,
like
exactly. I'm going to, and if I fail miserably at it, maybe I won't quit my day job. You know what I mean? Like,
On that subject too, have you watched any of the Northmen on YouTube?
I do. I've watched some of it. Yeah.
So like the guys that are actually building those ships and building timber frame houses and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
A lot of really good channel, a lot of information to pull off that.
Yeah.
They do courses there too. Up, I want to say it's in Norway, Sweden. It's where they do those ones, but I can't remember offhand.
No, it's definitely something that I'll look at when they do.
Yeah, I know we're here in Sweden. We have built some of these ships, and I know Norway has done that too. So
yeah, it's obviously with I also want to do it. I'm not going to do it any sort of like way where I do like a funding type of thing or anything like that. I'm just going to do it straightforward. I'm going to do it because obviously with the channel, with what the channel is essentially, it's something that I want to do in a very natural, primitive way. So it's not something that I'm going to be asking people because I want to build a submarine or something like that.
Hey, if you make a yellow submarine, I'll be like, ooh.
No, but guys, no, there was this dude who
who
actually built a submarine, and then like some lady reporter went to go and like interview him about it and stuff, and then he murdered her on his submarine.
Yeah.
Really,
That-
really,
that-
you had to get real dark there.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's good. So it's really awesome though, because the dynamic is always different, because I try and like have almost a more paladin mindset, you know, in general, like for the lights and everything, like early warrior style, whatever. And then she likes to sometimes be a bit contrast to that. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah. But it's good times. Not to say that she's opposite from that. She's definitely got, you know, she's a good person all around. But definitely sometimes also into like the investigation stuff and interrogation videos or police interrogation videos, which I also enjoy quite a lot.
Yes, like if you
Yeah.
guys love interrogation videos, there's a channel called Jim Can't Swim.
Oh yeah, it's so
And you
good.
have to watch that channel. It's the best channel.
Jim Can't Swim's really good. Like that's a brilliant channel. He doesn't do videos very often, but when he does do a video, he puts like so much attention to detail, and the way that he does it and covers it is excellent. If you guys have some time tomorrow and you want to watch something interesting, Jim Can't Swim, I will promote that channel and just tell you, because it's a really big channel too. So check it out. The guy does brilliant videos. There's other channels that do similar type of content, but
his is the best.
Yeah, Jim Can't Swim, just like a
JCS.
JCS. I'm going to a military auction for National Guard next month, and what about 96 Total Troop Carrier, 6 wheels and patrol. That'll be amazing, second star. If you get that, please do a video on that. I've got notifications, but the funny thing is sometimes with notifications, like it doesn't always pop up all the notifications.
No, you know, I'll tell you guys the secret that has CR in it. The best way to get notified, the easiest way, it'll never fail. Just keep refreshing. Seriously, if you keep refreshing, you'll eventually see it.
Really though?
I'm just
Are you joking? Are you joking
no,
about
I'm
that?
not joking about that, because sometimes, I used to run this web browser where it could automatically refresh the page for me, like however long, right? There might be third-party apps or cookies or whatever you can use, but
yeah,
because if you keep refreshing, eventually it'll show up on your feed, right?
Well, that's actually true.
Subscription feed and be like, hey, look, Shadow's on now.
But can I tell you something that's crazy? I do have, and I'll tell you the exact amount now. I have 735 plus these here, so like 740 something that I'm subscribed to 740 channels. So I have got like a lot, because I've so there's like a lot of channels, a lot of self-reliance, homesteading, like tips and tricks, like how to be better at like using my blow darts, for example, or slingshots, or like marble racing. I'm subscribed to a channel that has marble racing on it. I'm not even joking.
It's the best.
Where they put marbles as spectators, and they make little spectator boxes, and then they put little marbles in there as well, and do like these marble tracks. I don't mind if I'm judged by you guys.
Who needs Hot Wheels when you got marbles there?
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff out there if you just browse and just know where to look.
Oh, there is so much.
I was using YouTube.
I'm not judging you. I already judged you enough today, so.
so I'm free of judgment, so I can say anything right now.
and to think you guys just met. I mean, meet? Met? No, never mind.
No, So and I were in senior school together. Back in the day, what we used to do is we used to also go and play a bit of tennis after college. So we come very far back, So and I. It's when I used to live in Canada. Eh?
What?
I did. I know. It's some origin story for you, Sarah. Just to.
What if he believes you?
What if CR believes me?
Yeah.
Well, the panel's gone very quiet, so now they're thinking about it. How did Saw and Guardian prepping ever go to college or
The
school
fact
together.
that Thor's not being like, ha about it.
No,
Did
but
you
he
guys
isn't.
meet over fake meat? I mean,
I don't know yet.
just kidding. Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to hold composure on live stream. Yeah. What is so?
It's funny you mentioned the pirate ship too, because I've always thought about doing a Viking one. But the one thing we actually want to do is get a Viking hall built out the back here. Yeah. Basically, we want to use it for weddings, family coming over. We'll use it for that. YouTube video. We've got a wedding area out the back, so we want to rent that out as well, so we can use it as a reception. And I looked at doing it basically old school ways, and it's crazy the amount of time that it took to do that kind of stuff, because they'd go into the forest and then mark up the trees so the trees would start producing sap. I forget the name of it, but you scrape off bits of the bark every so often each winter, and the tree produces more sap. And then you go back the next winter, you scrape off more of the bark, and eventually you basically have a dead tree that's standing, but it's so strong because it's produced all this sap. And then they cut it down and then use it for the structures.
That's interesting.
Oh, you mean like pine?
You're really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, pine. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of doing like, the wood burning techniques for preservation and all that, they'd use this technique to preserve the wood. So it would be, if I remember correctly, it's like a 3 or 4 year time frame to just get the wood ready to be able to use and cut down.
Yeah, it's a time consuming process. So
as in like duration of time as well, not even like actively doing it, but just having to wait for that process to occur.
Yeah.
That's
Can I say something in here?
Yeah,
two things.
Go ahead.
First thing is, I found the sock emoji. And second of all, so you're gonna be making this in like a small scale first, right, GP?
Yeah, well, not just that, but I've been looking at a lot of blueprints. I've been looking at a lot of different types of wood as well. The best way to craft it and what is locally available. Alternatives
like
for
how
the
small?
wood.
Like how small are you gonna start with? Like shed size or what?
Well, about 2.5 meters in length.
Oh.
I'm looking.
And
at
remember, everyone, one meter is about 3.28 feet.
Yeah, so about 10 feet.
Too.
About 10 feet, I think, roughly.
All right,
10
feet. 10 feet. Yeah. 10 feet is just over 3 meters. Yeah.
So the reason, another thing that I actually want to try and do with it is just make sure that it's almost like kits it out, almost like a prep. Like that's also one of the reasons. One of those very small reasons is it's also a bit of a prep if you really needed to use it for that function.
The skill of doing it, understanding it, and like how much time, energy is required, and stuff like that. And see, hey, and I was thinking, GP, if you do it with only hand tools, no power tools too, for example,
be a lot more time consuming, but pretty cool.
No, but I mean, like you get a sense of the appreciation of it. That's why I said about small scale, right? I mean, obviously in an emergency, if you really had to, you'd be doing it whatever, right? But it's just to get a sense of it, right? Like appreciation of it, right? Yeah. Well, I guess, quote unquote, bushcrafting it, really, I guess. Using more primitive tools, I guess. Non-powered.
I'm going for a bathroom break, so I'm going for a bathroom break.
I'm the only one talking again here. I guess I'll go bring up something else here because I was going to bring this up.
Guys, I'm going for taking a bathroom break for a couple of minutes, 1 minute or maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'll be back.
I'm still here. Don't worry.
I've also got video.
Whoever could have just left and I could just kept talking. He didn't have to say all that. He could just wrote in the side chat. I'd be like, okay, I'll keep talking for you, like usual. But GP, thinking of how you're building in a small scale first, I was always thinking about like when people build in a small scale, just not on like, let's say, the shows like Mythbusters or whatever, but like in making stuff in general, right? Like even the kits, right? You see people sometimes get into the very small Altoids tin type of kits, and then they gradually build to something even bigger. And learning from the experience of making something small scale, right? It's just like, even when I'm sewing something, I learned how to, from a small mini pillow, now I'm starting to expand to a bigger pillow, and learning from the experience of the small scale, like whatever it is, right? Like, it's like making a knife, a really small knife, then you gradually go up to like a machete. You start to learn more about it, and translate the stuff from the small scale into the big scale.
Well, a lot of it starts with the theoretical side of it as well. Just understanding exactly what I'm doing. And with most things, what I like to do is just research things before going into something properly. I like to have a good understanding and grasp of it, so that when I do go into it, that I don't make mistakes. That will obviously cost a lot of time and potentially resources too. So when it does go into like different things like that, I always make sure that I try to. And then not only that, but if you look at some of the videos out there on YouTube, like you can see how rough the ocean can really get. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with what a rogue wave is. Rogue waves are ridiculous. A rogue wave essentially can occur in the middle of nowhere, out in the middle of the ocean. You can be going with like whatever a ship that you're busy making your voyage on, and out of the blue, an almost tsunami-sized wave can just come towards you. If you've got some time as well, you can look up rogue wave, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And that's a very dangerous concept. The thing that the fact that exists. So there's a lot of safety elements as well that I need to take, and precautions, but it's definitely something that it'll be incredible for me to do. It's definitely a big project of mine.
My question would be too on this one is why. I know you said you like pirates, hence a pirate ship, but to me that would kind of, in my mind, I kind of picture like a galleon with the big aft deck. The cargo holds underneath, the cannons. What kind of shape are you actually thinking? More like are you doing the big aft deck kind of thing? You want it just shrunk down from that kind of, say, like Pirates of the Caribbean, the Black Pearl, that kind of style, or?
Well, that would be out of reach, I think, for the next long while. That would definitely be something that it would be amazing to do something like that. But at the same time, realistically, I don't think I'll ever get to that level, because that level, I believe, would take because what they used to do is they'd have companies that would back in resources and in manpower as well, and they would have the amount of resources that they would genuinely require would be expansive of note. Like the Black Pearl specifically, recreating the Black Pearl would take so much resources. It would be a mammoth of a project. So I want to keep it realistic, but I would like to have half the size, just even half.
1/10. 1/10.
Yeah, go. No, I don't
like a shed size.
1/10. 1/10. Emergency raft or something.
Emergency raft, yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go spend some quality time and start working on dinner, and starting to get dark here. So I'll be talking to you guys soon. Thanks so much for the amazing chat. Really appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Thanks for having me on again, brother. And
stay warm out east.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I always do this, and I always jump alongside when somebody's just about to exit. I will chat to you guys soon. I love you all. It has been a great chat, as Thor just said.
It was nice to meet you again. Oh.
I don't mean to do this to you guys as well, but I'm going to exit as Thor does. And
all right. It's just me and him again.
Bye.
We'll talk to you guys soon.
Oh, that's fine, right, Chad? That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun for the last like what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours? No, I should be
Now
over
we
here
are
more.
on 2 hours,
Hour,
34
hour and a
minutes,
half,
and
90
17
minutes. Yeah.
seconds.
I've been here since Uncle Al was here. Jeez, I'm still here.
Anyone
Still here.
seen the new
I'm
arc
like
replica?
your special guest host.
Yeah. Anyone seen the new arc replica in the USA?
Oh, I can talk. I can keep talking. I'm just letting you talk for once. I could talk about anything, pretty much.
Built to spec, size as per the specs given in Genesis.
You know, because like I said about this, him building a ship or whatever, or a boat or whatever, I was just still thinking about the same thing about scale, right? Like I
Yeah.
said, about learning about things in the small scale. And well, because I want to relate this back into the survivalism part, because in the preparedness part, because the tins, I see them all the time, right? It's just like every so often I'll search for it and I'll take a look and see what people still do them, right? And you know, some people, it's not per se survival, but it's first aid or fire kit, right, or something like that. I have tins in a fire. I have a fire kit in a tin, right, and stuff like that too, because I like it, because I can, well, melt handle in there or whatever, or make torque off, right. But you start to get, because the space is limited, you have to think very carefully how you want to position everything. You have to plan it better as much as possible, right? Because for me, when I was learning about putting a tin together, I learned stuff from it. You know,
Yeah.
positioning of stuff, learning how to size things down to make it fit, and stuff like that. I actually learned at least 2 or 3 things from making a tin version of a survival tin, right? To supplement what I have. To the point that I won't show the outside, but I have 2 more here.
Yeah.
I have 2 more here. And I've been incorporating what I learned in my tin to these tins. You would see like the 5 C's in here, right? You're not gonna see a cutting tool, combustion, cordage, cover, and a container technically.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
I was thinking about it. It's more a skill. A good skill to learn is to learn to navigate at sea, or when you have a boat and you need to navigate from point 1 to point B, point 2, point A to point B. So yeah, it's good to have the skipper's exam. You in Canada and US and all around in the rest of the world,
right? The stars, you know.
I have a skipper's exam. When I learned that, it was in school, and they called it Skipper B exam. That means it's a higher level. You can take something called Skipper exam A, and when you get to Skipper exam A, you learn to navigate with stars and the sun. You have a sextant.
Where the Northern Star is, right here in the Northern Hemisphere, where the Northern Star is, the constellations, the Little Dipper, the Big Dipper, and such, right?
Yeah.
Even where the moon is, right? You know, when it's rising and setting and stuff like that. When that's available too, right? It's just like navigating, hey, the sun comes in, rises in the east, south, ends in the west, right? Those kind of things.
Yeah, I think that is a great skill to have, to learn to navigate at sea.
Well, in
Sooner,
on
sooner
land
or
too,
later,
right? That stuff can be useful on land too, right? So
yeah,
pretty much
sooner or later you might need to get a boat and get from point A to point B, because you can't stay be where you are at the moment. So you need to take a boat to point B to get in safety, or in a to a safer area that are much safer than you are
Mhm.
at the moment.
Yeah, where you
So
drop anchor so you don't drift.
yeah, that yeah, you don't want that. So, but and you have to, but it's a lot of math in it, because you need to calculate the tide and the streams, um and things like that. So it is a lot of math,
Hmm.
but it
It is useful, especially if you're out on the water or open water.
yeah,
You know, there's that
and
guy that survived out on the Pacific for like what 76 days or whatever, something like that, for a long period of time, and the navigation part was his greatest asset. Because he brought like a compass and stuff like that to measure the angles, and a map and stuff like that. Because his ship that he was using, was it on the Pacific? No, maybe on the Atlantic. I think it's on the Atlantic. That was it. I'm pretty sure. But
Vanessa
anyways,
says a
his
good
ship
place.
broke apart
Vane-
at
yeah,
night, so he had to bail into a dinghy, and well, he was lucky.
Vanessa says a good place to go to learn sailing vessel building is the yacht restoration school in Newport. Uh, or I don't have no idea what that is. Richmond?
I don't know,
I don't know either.
something like that.
Yeah, Newport. That sounds like Richmond. Maybe I
Mm.
might be wrong, but but I think it is in. When you learn to navigate at sea, it's interesting at the same time. It's I had some issues with it, because it was so much math in it, and I didn't um, understand it at the start. I have had some difficulties, but I managed through it, and I passed the test, so
Well,
that
that's
was
like
good.
with a lot of things, right? Shadow is just like, we all start from somewhere, right? It's like even the fire starting stuff or shelter making stuff, right? I mean, like maybe you've never made feather sticks before, but then you start practicing and trying to understand it, where you're like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
this makes sense, you know, because I know it helps. It's just like knot tying, right? It's just like a lot of the knots. Sometimes people say, "Oh, it's difficult at first." Then you realize, hey, once you start doing it and getting better at it and practice it, it's just like you can do it blindfolded, in the cold, in the dark, because it's become second nature to you more. Like a fisherman knot, right,
yeah,
and stuff like that. And like I've said in my streams, that practice them, right, whenever you can. Apply the knowledge too. I think that's important too. Whenever possible, try to apply the knowledge, because when you apply the knowledge, you're probably more likely to remember it because you've applied it to an actual situation
yeah,
that was important enough, right? I'm not talking about in general like real survival, but day to day stuff, right? It's just like the knots, for example. You know, how many times have you seen people, you know, tie something to their latch on their back of their car or whatever from the trunk, right? You see that.
yeah,
People have done that. You see that all the time, right? That's a way of applying the knowledge of the skill of knot tying. It's like, okay, hey, I can make this taut line hitch or whatever, right? And use this to connect it. A quick release too, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and you're applying it in real world conditions.
Not tying is something you need to practice and practice and practice and practice. And you need to learn what every knot are used for, and when you are going to use it and when you're not going to use it. And you need to know the rope, what kind of rope. Is it nylon or nature, made of nature fiber?
Natural, twine,
yeah,
bank line, paracord, a shoelace that's thinner, and webbing, chain. I mean, like, all that is still cordage, right? Because you can make knots or certain things with it, right? Just that certain things are probably more difficult to do in terms of probably not to make a taut line hitch with a chain, a metal chain, but you can make it with cordage, like paracord, like this one.
Yeah.
I always have stage props ready. I always have stage props ready. But I was just thinking, like, for example, here's an example. I was watching this video, and they had the preset loop in terms of making a ridge line, right? A preset where they have the bow line.
Yeah.
Right. I like to use Alpine butterfly knot now, just because I can undo that a little bit easier. And they use their trucker's hitch at the end, right? You know, stuff like that. But unfortunately, the distance was too great and the tree diameter was too great. And I was just thinking to myself, do you know another way of doing it if you had to do it? And I was just thinking, well, actually I do. If I can't, let's say you don't have enough length, that could happen, right? As much, let's say 25 feet, and you're short by, let's say 2 feet, right? You can't technically finish the trucker's hitch because you just don't have enough length to come back and pull it and actually make that kind of loop, twist loop over and pull underneath, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking, if that's not possible, I know another thing though, because I've already learned about this. The firm-on friction hitch, which is basically the same way that the taut line hitch and the Prusik knot work. Series of loops that go around, turns that go around, and you can tighten that.
Yeah.
So I was just like, oh yeah, I could do that if necessary. So I was just thinking, you know, the more you know, the more options you have too, right? It's not just, you're not just a one trick pony, as they say, right? You know some other options if necessary, right? Because I was always like, you know, oh yeah, the trucker's hitch. Everyone likes to use it. Everyone likes to use it and stuff like that. But what happens if your line's just too short? You know, in the real world, it's not always gonna be perfectly distant, right? Sometimes you might be short by 2 feet, and so it's like, oh, I don't have enough. Now what?
Trucker's hitch is a knot I really need to learn, because I never done that one before, and I know
I've been learning about it better now,
and it is a useful knot.
It was never how to end it, and now I understand. You gotta do this twist thing, then pull the end of the line underneath and pull back towards like the tree or your tree stump, whatever, as the anchor point on that side.
Yeah.
So basically, it goes their way, and the line that your starting line's over here, and then your end line from the trucker stitches over here, and you're pulling it opposite, so it becomes tight. So you have that ding on your line. I didn't learn it at first too, Shadow, but now I've started to understand it better, and it's just like, it's easy. I think once you start learning something, it's like, oh yeah, this wasn't that difficult. It's just overcoming it in the first place. You know, that kind of hurdle of learning about it, whatever it is. It's just like trying to learn, for example, if you're trying to learn stick shift manual,
Yeah.
Obviously, it's very hard at first, but once you start to get a grasp of it, it's just like, oh, you start to understand it,
Yeah.
rationalize it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, where you're just like, hey, it makes sense. Then you start to practice it, and you can, Because I think that's the more important thing, is to always not just learn this stuff, but try to apply it in the real world whenever possible. The knots and stuff like that. Stuff like that, just applying the knowledge, right? It's just like, for anyone that hasn't seen my last video where I did another fire starting challenge out there where with only sparks and a candle.
Yeah.
And one of the greatest things, as a secret that a teacher once said to me, the secret to fire is surface area.
Yeah.
That I know, because you'll see it because it was a part of a live stream I was doing, but I kind of condensed it down. But you could see that, I was persistent at it and stuff like that. And I did that without char cloth, no dryer lint, no nothing. So, and I did that with a lighter, not a ferrocerium rod either. So, all right, Oz, take care, man.
Okay, Oz. Take care.
It's
okay, Homestead Aquarius.
No I'm
problem.
Still practicing the alpine butterfly loop knot all the time. I just keep practicing it. I just don't know why. I just like doing it now.
CR, are you familiar with this one?
Not really, to be honest. I'm not.
Actually, this is a figure 8 stopper knot.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think okay. It's just a way. Hey, welcome back, Vanessa Kitty. It's just a way of, you're just adding more to it, right?
Well, it's an easy knot to tie, so.
Okay. I mean, I've been trying to pick up some more stuff, but I also realize if I'm trying to pick it up, I want to learn something that I can actually apply.
The figure 8 stopper knot, I find it useful as a decorative knot as well. So that is what I use it for, mostly decorative use. And if I want just
Vanessa, we are not talking about that now. Just kidding. I just had to throw that funny.
So basically, you begin with a loop, and you.
Okay.
And then you go in figure 8, a couple of turns, tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah. Dress it up, as they say.
Yeah.
Just randomly now, we all have cordage around here.
So it's easy. And then you pull that to.
Okay.
Now I made a fewer turns, but.
Okay.
I usually do more turns than I did because.
No, we were just talking about the knots, and I was just bringing up this example of if your trucker's hitch, if your line isn't long enough to finish off the trucker's hitch, let's just say because you're setting it up in the real world, not ideally you would have enough line, but sometimes the trees are too far apart, or the diameter of the tree is so big that you just can't finish it off. You just don't have enough, right? It's too little.
Yeah.
You're short like a foot or something like that. And I was thinking to myself, do you have an alternative to that? All right. And I know I do know.
Rule number 1, never tie your sock in a knot unless for a Molotov cocktail.
Really? Okay. Really? Really? I thought we got to offer this. I guess not. I guess not. I guess not. I guess not.
Did I miss something? Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah. Harvey's mentioned something like that.
5.8 volcanic eruption, 68 kilometers northwest of Nuku'alofa, Tonga. Never heard of that place before.
I would have to search that up. I don't know. My geography is not that great. Yeah. See, Vanessa Kitty, yeah, you use that a lot too. So, see, she's applying the knowledge, the skill of it all the time, right? So it becomes more second nature because you keep doing it all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's the practice too, right? So that's why I tried to learn things that I can actually apply. Because if I can apply them, that means I'll learn them faster because, hey, I'm doing it like every second day.
Yeah.
I'll be able to do it all the time. Let's see. Okay, what if you have no two trees close enough, but you have to set up a hammock system? Well, I've never tried the tripod method of doing it. I've never tried that with hammock yet. I was thinking, what would you do? Like, could you use like a tripod, this tripod system? Weight it down, honestly, I guess, but I don't know. I'm not a hammock person, so. Okay, Harvey. 3 to 10 feet. Yeah, you used the trigger's hitch all out, hey. Vanessa. I was also just thinking, like I said, about like if you didn't have enough line or something like that, it's what is your option after? See, what I've learned is, and I've shown this, and sometimes I do use this. I wish. Let's see. I don't know. I don't have a really good example of this, but I would probably, if I didn't have. Let me see here. If you launch up a tripods to and add your hammock to dirt. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Vanessa. But the thing is, the tripod has to be stable enough to handle the weight from the middle, because the middle is going to be sagging the most, right? So I don't know how I would do that. Like, would you have to anchor it into the ground, hammer it into the ground, weigh it down even more, right? Because obviously trees are more stable, right? Because they're anchored into the ground too, and heavy. So I was thinking, I guess you don't have to, anchor it into the ground, weigh it down too, right? Probably too, if you had to. With something, right? Maybe rocks, I don't know, or something, or larger pieces of wood to weigh it down, and stuff like that. But probably even anchor into the ground too, right?
Yeah.
That's something I've not tried yet. I'm not a hammock person, so that'd be interesting to. I mean, for some people out there that the trees are more sparse. Here in Canada, the trees aren't that sparse, so I'm probably not. It's not a real high concern to me. Ever used a couple truckers hitch to make a makeshift block and tackle? I haven't done that yet. I've done it with at least one, but I need to play around with that more. A little bit more. Yeah, exactly. Heavy, tall tripods that can handle the horizontal across load. Yeah, because like I said, it's not a sag, right? It's not a sag like this. The middle's not support the most weight, so it's just like a suspension bridge, right? Or a bridge. Those pillars on the side have to be really heavy and rigid and anchored into the bedrock for a good reason, because the center of the bridge is not on a sag. And apparently I'm learning with you, Vanessa. said, I've never brought up a bridge example before. But that's something I did when I was back in school, though. I remember that. The popsicle stick bridge. Learning about that. You know, learning about like triangles are a strong shape compared to like a rectangle or a square. Or if you do have squares, you put crosses in them, right?
Yeah.
That's why a lot of the structures out there you see, like bridges, you see like the standard arch, right? Yeah, arch, right? That's a strong shape. But sometimes you see triangles too in there. Because that's a strong shape. What kind of curve does the cable hang in between the pole?
That is a good question. I have no idea.
I thought that was an arch
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking.
You know, they
too.
made them out of stones too, right? The keystone in the middle and all that stuff. I remember that kind of stuff. I was
And besides,
always interested in stuff like that.
Yeah, and besides, I need to practice more lashings because I'm not that good at it. But I need
Welcome
more
back to the
practice
second
on
star.
it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things about like just apply
because there is a different types of lashings. It depends on what you're gonna lash. So you need to do the right lashing for the right.
I think a lot
Purpose.
of the time I gotta remember it's all how you turn it and counter you want to pull in the opposite direction kind of deal, right? And how you twist or loop or make a bite and which way to pull. If you can start understanding that, it becomes easier, I think. Because sometimes when you look at the videos and stuff like that, you don't get it right away until, oh, it's this way. I just have to make this kind of, it's like trucker sits. You're going to make that quick twist, loop, and pull underneath kind of deal. Then pull back towards your anchor point tree or whatever.
I am lashing 3 oak dowels with straight grain. Okay.
Really, Harvey? Really? Oh,
that's Harvey. That's Harvey.
That's always Harvey, hey? Harvey.
He has a sense of humor.
And you know, I always think about knots is like always go the more simplistic ones first. If you can learn the simplistic ones, you can get an understanding of the more complex ones. Because a lot of the more complex ones are just built on like the simple ones, right? It's just like the fisherman's knot is basically how I see it. It's just two slip knots or two Canadian jam knots on opposite sides and just pull together. And I dropped something because I brought a layer out. I brought a layer
when I saved that on my list on Amazon. Yeah, so I will get that book.
You know, like I'll use this later example. Right? This is the lark set knot. Right, that's the lark set knot, right? And if you make two more loops around it, that becomes a proof signal.
Yeah.
Right. So like that kind of like learning from like a basic thing, it's like, oh, okay. Because if you can learn this, you can start learning the proof signal. You can start eventually learning the top line hitch. I'm really glad I even learned the Fairmont friction hitch now because it's the same thing. It's the series of loops going around. It's a friction based kind of way to hold the lashing or the knot together. Really, Harvey? Harvey thinks he's funny today. He's just like, really. Really, Harvey? Really? I can't believe he said that. Well, anyways, remember, Shadow, I showed you how I adapted that Fairmont friction hitch to something else too, to a backpack too.
Yeah.
I showed you that off camera. Oh well.
Yeah,
But
I
I mean,
remember
like,
that.
it's just like I never planned it to do it like that, but I'm like, oh well, it makes sense because this is the exact same thing. And the Fairmont friction hitch would probably be my secondary choice if I can't finish the trucker's hitch. Let's say the line's just too short. You know, I just don't have enough. But I might have enough line to make the Fairmont friction hitch and pull back on it. Yeah, that'd be an important thing, right? Vanessa Kitty. Really, Harvey? I thought I was bad for the puns. I guess not. I had to throw that in.
Yes, you've been using rope loops for friction pulleys helps to prevent the loads from going crashing down. Yeah, you don't want them crash down. That would be terrible. Catenary curve shape if a hanging cable between two poles or if inverted an archway, say of stone or brick. Okay.
You know, I should start using that word, both of them, because both of them have CR in it. Dang. Vanessa Kitty, you gotta email it to me. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I should take a screenshot right here, real quick. Maybe I should actually take a screenshot. That might be a good idea.
Harvey, get something here. Fairmont friction hitch is a good one to know.
Yeah, see, exactly. Because, like I said, if you can do the
I have to check that knot up.
If you can do the Prusik knot, if you can do the arch head knot, if you can do like the top line hitch, you should be able to do the Fairmont friction hitch. It's not that much more difficult. Like I said, it's just the way that you loop it. It's very similar to the Prusik knot and how you would loop it around, except for you just have there'd be a loop you come in at the end and pull it tight. And also, it's just like the trucker's hitch, you gotta pull it in the certain direction so it becomes tight. But yeah. That's where I learned it, from the anime knots. Good resource right there, right?
I'm gonna check that knot. Fairmont friction hitch. Okay, it looks like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's very similar on how a Prusik knot might look, but it's used in a certain way. Okay. I see. I mean, like I said, I could probably show it real quicker. I just need. It's because I need an example here. All right. Let's see here. Hold on, let me get some of that actual brighter cordage. Do this one. Ow, whoops. I'm dropping stuff. I dropped my stove, everyone.
Yeah.
Go figure. I dropped my stove. Here, I'll bring some.
Thanks, Harvey, for dropping that link.
I'll just bring out some brighter cordage here for an example. It's because I have to do it in a certain way. And apparently I'm dropping stuff. Sorry, headphone user. I don't like to drop stuff on camera. All right. All right, here's a bag right here. All right. So basically, geez, I gotta do this on the same way too. I gotta show this so you guys can actually. Let me show this closer to. I need something better because I need it big enough so I can show it, but bright enough so I can show it too. So basically, if I was gonna do this around a bag, I might, let's just say, I might make either the tumble hitch or the Canadian jam knot, right? So you could probably do this with a toggle too if you wanted to, but actually I probably should have. All right, so it would be like this, right? So I'm going around. Now, the firm one friction hitch, just like the trucker's hitch, you're gonna make I guess this would be a loop. And basically, and I need enough of it. Basically, just like the Crucifine where you need 3 loops in there, you're gonna put 3 loops around. Now I'm doing this real faster. You'll get the idea. So 1, and just like the Crucifine, you want the loops perpendicular, not perpendicular, but parallel to each other. So basically, it'd be like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And that's how you would make use the Fairmont friction hitch on a bag like this. For example, let's just do this real quick. And hopefully I actually did this correctly. It's because I'm trying to do this on the opposite side of me. Oh, I gotta learn how to do this on camera too. Because I'm so used to just doing it sometimes that I forget that I actually have to do this on camera. So I'm just gonna do that, like I said, just looping it around the main part of the line.
Loops to use along a line, to have a second line run through a pulley system handy to use in other situations.
So basically that loop that I had that I was pulling around, basically now I take it, this be the end of the line, and I put it through, right? And just pull the opposite way. So basically it'll become a tension. And then I just dress it up. And because it's a friction-based kind of knot, because similar to the Prusik knot or a taut line hitch, or even the end of the trucker's hitch, it tightens because it's the friction creates the tension. And I just go the opposite way. So I go like this. So basically, and that's pretty much in a nutshell how to make a Fairmont friction hitch. I just applied it to a bag, for example, right? So if I wanted to lash something around a bag, that's how I would do it. Because I can undo this. You know, if I put the tumble hitch in here, I probably could quick release. This is what I do with my bags. Let's just say if you wanted to like attach something or something like that. So that's what I would do. You might see that in future videos for me. I know I went there pretty fast, but the concept's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Because originally I did not know about that. Then I was just thinking to myself, wait a second, I could just do that. Then it occurred to me, I'm like, oh yeah, it'd be very similar. Because I was just like, oh yeah, see, I can apply this to like everything. It's not just a reach line. I can apply it to a backpack and stuff like that. Like, I probably could apply it to a lot of things. I mean, like, let me get right here.
Yeah, I agree, Vanessa. Proper material is really important. Wrong material and everything will collapse. So, and I agree. There are stone bridges older than, well, very old anyway, that holds up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, homesteaders, good to see you.
Well,
How are you doing?
apparently, we're talking about structures and building and like cordage now, and I'm messing around with a lot of it now. All right, Alpine butterfly loop, not. All right, and I tried to do this in a certain way. Okay, I brought a can this time.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I need to angle this better.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I know, I need
Europe
to
has a lot of stone arched structures. Yes. Arches is really strong. If you build it properly, it's really strong construction.
Because all the weight enters that center part, right? The keystone.
Yeah.
Most important thing. That's the most important thing. Once the keystone's done or collapses or breaks, that's it. The bridge won't be able to support the weight because it forces all the way to that center part, right? It's just like when the hammock, the lowest part of the hammock is probably going to be the center.
Yeah.
Right? Because all the weight, yeah. That's why, like I said about the structures on the side of an arch or like a hammock need to be strong, anchored deep into the ground because it bears what you need it. You know,
well, that is
you
nice.
see that I'm holding my can up with just a simple. Well, there's a straw as a toggle, and I have that Alpine butterfly loop in there. You could do this with bowline, right? For example. I know what that sound was. I know that sound.
It was my phone.
No, I know that's the StreamYard. I know that sound. Everyone knows that sound. Everyone that's seen YouTube knows that sound now. What you looking up there, Shadow?
I got a message on my Instagram. So
let's see. All right, Vanessa kidding. None all the horizontal forces cancel out, leaving the force of gravity pointing downwards. Oh, not all, no. So all the horizontal forces are pushing because of the stone placement against the one another from large against the line, another from large in line, something like that.
it is really interesting, especially when you are gonna build something in an arch. It's an art to create an arch. So on a
Well, the
proper
arch is
on
just
a
one of those
proper
shapes,
way.
right? I mean, like, or a dome shape too, right? I mean, it's one of those shapes that you're gonna see from. It's one of the oldest things, right? It's kind of and we still use it today, right? Because it's still practical.
Yeah, it is.
Still practical, right? You still see bridges made in modern day bridges built in the same way too, right? Just new with modern materials, right? So, but the concept of the arch, the triangles in there, like it'd be an arch, there'd be triangles everywhere, suspensions and stuff like that. Just that the building materials are different, right? Steel cables, concrete versus stone and stuff like that.
You support the arch until the last keystone at top is placed. Yeah. Then remove the support. Yeah, that is the way you.
Yeah, you need
have to do it.
And stuff like that
can't do
to
it on
temporarily support it until it's ready.
Yeah, you can't do it another way than that. It's the only one way you can do it, and that is the way. But arches is really nice. It's nice. I love constructions that have arches like that. I mean, it's it's gives some what do you call it, dynamic to the construction or aesthetics.
Well, arches and like domes give you a lot of area too, right? I mean, like in terms of like, let's say a cathedral or a dome and stuff like that, you get a lot of surface area in terms of like area on the inside too. Build up both sides once, the last one. Yeah. I mean, I could talk about cordage for the next like 5 hours, probably. I can't.
Yeah.
Probably could. I probably could. Because I'm starting to like appreciate it even more now. We're just like, oh yeah, this would be useful. And not only that, I'm learning the quick deploy, not the quick deploy, but the quick release too. Ways of doing things too, because I think sometimes some of that stuff's important too to understand. If that's because I see it and adapting it with what I know too, right? Like I said, I always see people they say use like a bowline, right?
Yeah.
So you would take the end of your knot and they say, oh, make a bowline, blah blah, put this here, put this around, stick this in, dress it up, right, to make that kind of. Oh, I did this. See, I didn't do this right. See, I gotta practice more. It's because, but they say like that, right? And I'm just like, well, I decided to use an alpine butterfly loop or alpine butterfly knot instead. It's still a fixed loop. Technically, an alpine butterfly loop or knot, you can make it in the middle of the line that you can't do with a bowline. You can't make a bowline in the middle of the line. But I was always thinking to myself, well, an alpine butterfly knot you can make at the end too. So there's no difference. So whichever one works. Or whichever one you want to do, right? So I just see.
Well, Vanessa, it would be awesome if you could make a video on that oven build.
Now she wants to build an oven? Dang. Vanessa Kitty, you're so awesome.
I show how I did it.
Welcome back, Oz.
Welcome back,
Oz are back.
The oven should hold 2 turkey roasting panes in a line to one side of oven while fire on left third of oven. Okay. That's if it can hold 2 turkeys, that is really good.
Maybe I should eat before the stream. I didn't realize you'd be talking about food again. I thought I was not get away from it here. I never seem to get away from it.
Nope. It's always talking about food
I know.
for some reason. We always get
That's
on that topic, always food. Well, that makes even me hungry.
I'd rather not talk about it. Just kidding. We can talk about coffee though. Actually, speak of coffee, I do have something to mention about coffee.
Yeah.
I actually have started to use the coffee grounds now even more. It is a useful resource too, actually. I've figured out a few different ways of using it. And not just for per se composting or in the ground or something like that for a garden. Art purposes
The
too.
arch is 36 inch or foot long and will sit on 2 walls of 5 fabric high.
Really
Okay.
awesome. Really? Jeez. I might as well make a video about the socks now. Might as well. Everyone will come by and watch it, right? I'll be like, hey, you guys see my sock video? Did I mention Shadow? That reminds me of some.
What?
Speak of socks, and this is a true thing. I reused some socks. See, this used to be a sock. I'm actually wearing it. This used to be a sock. I didn't like the feel of them. Right? I got them for free, so it doesn't really matter. But I was like, well, what am I gonna do with them? So there's this black part with eyes, and I cut that off. And basically now I'm using it like a sleeve, for example. Just, I could use it here in the winter.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. Like, I could put a phone underneath and stuff like that if I wanted to. You know, I can roll them up over my wrists if I wanted to. Because I was just thinking to myself, well, I don't want to just ditch it. Because it's not like there's a bunch of holes in it. I just don't like how comfortable it wasn't comfortable to wear, and some other stuff. So I'm just like, well, I might as well convert it. You know, if I put a hole on the side, I probably could, you know, make one of those fingerless things or whatever. So I'm getting more use out of it. There you go, everyone. See, more socks. Waiting for Osminder to make our special.
Oh man, not socks again.
No, just wait until I show more socks. Just wait. Socks, I could.
We call them 70s leg warmers.
We call them. Oh, okay.
Do you knit?
I've tried knitting before. Knitting is one of those things that's like crocheting, right? I mean, to me, if I can make these knots and hitches and sew, I should be able to knit and crochet. It's just learning about how to turn and weave it, right? Once you start understanding it, I think it'd be easy enough to do that you could start showing other people, teach other people too, right?
Yeah.
That's why every so often I try to show these knots to people and stuff like that, because I find it useful. Right?
Yeah.
Well, second star, Freeze Company too. Wait, I better not start singing the song. You might get copyright. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever, Oz. Whatever. Whatever there. You're just happy I'm knocking the socks off of everyone right here.
Well,
Well, I tried knitting before with like paracord because it was more forgiving instead of using like yarn right away, right? Because I can understand how it looks, right? I think something like paracord is pretty, like, let's say you got 100 feet of it. If you're trying to learn how to knit or something or crochet, I would learn from that first, because if you can do
well,
that,
I can't knit.
You can see it, right? You can see the loops and how things go in between, right? Yarn might be, if you screw it up, you'd be like, where was I supposed to fix this? Or how do I fix this? Because I figure if you could do it with paracord and you could do it with yarn, you know, and learn the method first. I think that's important. Oh, really? Vanessa Kitty? I think people have kind of been missing my live streams. I've mentioned these every so often. But the reason why I bring this up is because it's winter still. I mean, I know it's warm here out west, but clothing is important. Shelter is important. You know, especially when it's colder or hotter.
Yeah.
You know, shelter is still important. It's your first line of defense. You know, because usually in survival situations, it's usually, you know, make sure you have shelter first, right? Exposure is usually those things that get to you first, and it's constantly doing it, right? You know.
Do you make sock puppets?
Oh, thanks, Vanessa Kitty. No. I'm not saying I can't.
Well,
I just have to adapt it, right? I just have to adapt it. That's all I have to do. You know, it's just like, you know, I could take 2 pairs of socks that, let's just say, you know, the holes on the toes or whatever, and you try mending them or whatever, but the rest of the socks still good. I could make, with 2 of these, I could put them on both sides. Right? If I wanted to. Especially if it's cold out. I mean, like, it'll provide me some warmth and stuff like that. Or I can put my phone in there or something like that if I wanted to. I kind of like these. Oh, okay. Okay, Vanessa Kitty. That's cool. I mean, I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt. I could hide these underneath my long sleeve shirt. Wouldn't even notice it. You know, if you had wool ones, they'd be useful too.
Yeah.
100% wool, you'd be able to do stuff that you can't do with cotton or synthetics.
Well, the problem with wool is if it gets wet, it takes forever before it's dry. So,
yeah, I noticed that too. It might stay warmer per se, but it takes longer to dry it. I've seen it where I actually have to like.
Even if wool are wet, it keeps you warm.
Yeah. In comparison, for the same amount of water that's in like cotton or synthetics, right?
Yeah.
It's relatively warmer. It's not as warm as if it's dry. I think that's still something to consider.
Well,
it's not as warm as it's dry, but it's warmer than synthetics or cotton that are wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Exactly.
That's for sure. I remember that too. It's
Yeah,
because if wind
that
still
is
gets into it, then it still blows it cools you down. But it's in comparison, if you were wearing cotton or synthetic, you'd be a lot warmer wearing wool that's wet.
yeah, that is how I remember it as well. So
Never gonna let that down. 5 years later, and Auslander will still be talking about it. He'll be like, "Yeah, okay." Jeez, I'm gonna have to put out a stock video that is free. At least I know Auslander will come by and watch it.
have you made drying racks to have near fireplace or wood stove or fire pit?
Well, I'm seeing people make things use whatever, right? Let's say round shapes. Let's say I've used, let's say those cardboard tubes from whatever TP, whatever stuff like that, right? Or more long-term kind of items that you could use like PVC to stick them in and let them dry, right? I guess you could make metal ones if you wanted to. Stuff like that, wooden ones, so air can get into it.
Hello.
Hi, second star. How are you doing, my friend?
Yes,
I'm still
okay.
on talk. I don't care.
I'm doing okay. How about you guys?
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
I'm doing good.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only bad thing about like arches and stuff in nature is depending on how, like, there's archways out here in the West, okay, and they're built of sandstone, and we call them outlaw graves for a reason, because they're hardened sandstone, but if you take up shelter or anything in them and you create a fire, that heat will heat up the sandstone and crumble it and will cause a cave in on you. Like, you can't always trust the strength of an archway. Like,
Well, that's the
in
same thing in
certain
terms
areas.
of like a rock face or whatever you're underneath it. If you start cracking it because the fire you have inside of it, it'll crack and it'll lose structural integrity and it'll crumble and starts. Once a structure starts crumbling, it's more likely to collapse because it's using that adhesiveness kind of feel that it keeps it all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's just like here in Canada, or are places that you can make a quincy or something like that. I mean, those structures too. Like, if you start making the walls too thin or the roof too thin, it's gonna collapse.
Yeah.
Right. That's why when I make these quincies, I always make sure they're hard and like really hard and like I'm walking on top. I'm stomping on top of it just to make sure, because it should be able to hold your weight. You should be able to walk on top of a quincy with your backpack, or anyone really, for the matter of fact, stomp on it, step on it anywhere, and it's still good. Because if it's not doing that, it's not good enough yet. Because you don't want it caving in, right? I think that's the last thing. In the situation, if you had to make or use one, you don't want it caving in. That's not the way to go. Right.
Well, even with granite and everything, Vanessa, like if you change the natural balance of any kind of cave structure or whatever, like say you put like what we were talking about, you put a fire in a rock face or an archway or something like that, that heat is going to end up crumbling. It may create crack marks even in the granite, and it'll still collapse in on you. That's why a lot of like survivalists, they say to never make your shelter or anything around rocks, because rocks are the easiest thing to change its molecular structure. Like, say the only rocks you have is river rocks, and there's a riverbed right there, and you grab the rocks out of the riverbed and you try to use it as your fire ring, they will heat up because they've been submerged in water for so long. They'll heat up and explode on you like shrapnel, you know. And they say try to grab the dry rocks off of the dry riverbed and put that into the fire or around the fire. But even then, those rocks can also heat up and explode also. I mean, it just depends on the integrity of the rock. I mean,
well,
even though
like,
it's just like, go ahead.
It's just like with a snow cave or a Quincy or a snowboard or a igloo. I mean, you want the heat inside will cause it to melt, right? I guess in a rock it would cause it to form, crumble, or whatever, right? Or fractures and stuff like that. But in a Quincy, it would cause it to melt a little and then harden it again as the temperature, as let's say the heat's not in there anymore. You leave the cave, the candle's not in there and stuff like that. Because you want that thin layer of protection, right? Because you want that ice. That ice in a Quincy is better than snow because it's harder. Yeah, it lasts longer. And it's more structurally sound than snow.
Well, but you also have that coldness also to refreeze.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But if you don't,
rock, there's the difference between hot and cold, right? Yeah. And what happens? You get expansion from heat and coolness from contraction from cold. What happens? Yeah. It's just like glass, right? Think of it like glass, right? If you heat up a piece of glass and cool it real fast, it'll be like it'll crack. So
yeah, and that's why I never. If I'm going to take shelter in like a cave system or anything like that, I'm just going to do it temporarily to get me either out of the rain or the extreme wind or something like that. I'm not going to make it a permanent, spot. I'm not going to be making fires.
Hopefully you would not have to, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a last ditch kind of effort if you had to do it like that. That'd be like, oh, I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah.
Hopefully you would plan better than that as much as possible. Have more resources to work with, like wood and stuff like that, so you don't have to do that and take that chance.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless
that's one of those things where you might have to do it like that, but that'd be last ditch thing.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're like in the Chihuahuan Desert or something like that here in Texas, where you need that cave, or or you're gonna die of heat stroke because there's no other
Yeah, I mean, like
shade or anything in that area.
The risk versus rewarding, right? So you would have to make that judgment call. It'd be difficult, however you see it. It'd be difficult no matter what, but. It'd be one of those things where it's just like, well, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I know this breaks every rule, but right now, exposure's more likely right now. So,
yeah,
hopefully,
like out here in the Chihuahuan Desert and everything, like they would stay like maybe 2 days in a sandstone, rock face or something like that, because they know if they stayed any longer and they had to heat up the rocks at night, they're more likely going to die sooner or later. So they would move from one rock face to another rock face to another rock face, so nothing would happen to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, minimize that chance.
Yeah, because you may think you have a perfect shelter and you're protected and all this stuff, then next thing you know, you're dead because of a rock slide.
No, it'd be it wouldn't be that. It'd be because the cave in the entrance and you're sealed. That'd be horrible. That'd be a horrible way to go.
Oh yeah. I mean,
horrible way to go. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but it'd be a horrible way to go, right?
Yeah.
You know, you
I
see that in
mean,
movies and stuff like that, right? You know,
yeah.
that'd be a horrible.
Actually, they don't. Actually, they don't ever show that in like cowboy movies or anything. You know, it's like,
No, I'm talking about like the horror movies and stuff like that. They show it
oh
like
yeah,
that. They show it like that all the time. Where it's just like, yeah, that'd be not the way to go,
yeah.
right? Because yeah,
But you know, that's the thing with anything in survival. It's pros and cons to everything.
yeah. Risk versus reward, right? What's the chance of this? How likely is this to happen?
Yeah. And sometimes, you know, you just can't even think of it. You can't think of it because, you know, you're either freezing or you're delirious from the heat or you're soaking wet. I mean, and you're just not completely thinking straight. So
Well, yeah.
you don't.
I remember this one time I was walking in the heat. I had a taste of that. I had a slimmer taste of that, right? Slim taste
Yeah.
of that. I was just like, oh, so this is how it feels like. So if I ever feel like this again, I know, yeah, the heat's getting to me. And usually the heat doesn't get to me here, right? I mean, here in Canada, but it was a good learning experience because I decided to walk 6K ish, which is about what? Let's see, 1K equals 0.62 miles. So yeah, you can figure that out. So 3.6, 3.7 miles or whatever. And I did decide to do this midday in the sun, in the hottest part of the day too, on the dark paved road.
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah, that was a learning experience right there. Whew. Yeah, I rationed the water way too much on that one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I did tell people where I was going, so they were driving by and saw me and picked me back up. I'm like, yeah, maybe that was a good time. Good call on telling someone where I was going.
Right.
I was actually gonna make the trip back, right? I probably could have, right? I mean, like, but the thing is, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm already getting a taste of it. Maybe I should.
Oh yeah.
I was like, yeah, that was a good idea. Right?
I don't know.
Practice, right? I have a degree. Sometimes I do stuff, but I have a degree of a safety net, right? Because I know I want to get a sense of it. I don't want to actually put myself into it. I don't have to, really have to, right? No. But if I start dipping into that safety net, that means it's going to be a fail. Or I had to dip into it. I had to, per se, get rescued.
Yeah.
So.
No.
I've been in the heat. I've been in the cold. Oof.
See, that's the one thing, like, you know. What, Shadow?
I was give Vanessa a reply. I used to help pick rubies of a cave in that region with my oldest brother when we were young.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool and interesting.
Yeah. Always. That's what I always wanted to do with my life, was go and search uncharted areas and see what the next, you know, gold vein or silver vein or, you know.
Look, I found diamonds. No,
Yeah.
CR, it's not diamonds. It's just glass.
Yeah,
right. I found gold. No, it's iron pyrite.
Yeah.
I found silver. No, it's just aluminum. I'm just kidding. Actually, aluminum doesn't exist naturally. You have to find it.
Right.
I know that.
Yep.
Oh, look, I found gold. No, it's copper. Silly.
It's like, I was with this girl and this guy and everything, and we were walking, and we found 2 huge copper mounds, and they were like, look at those giant rust piles and everything. I was like, that's that's copper. And they're like, it looks like it's rusting. It looks like it's tarnished. And I was like, well, yeah, because that's what copper looks like. It's got a greenish tint to it. It's
Yeah, like you see
it's
that
not like,
on like very old buildings that have copper roofs.
yeah,
It used to be that kind of shiny when it was originally made, but now it's greenish, and that gets that oxidation coating.
yep. Yeah. Oh, I miss my youth where I could just take off and just do whatever, not have any responsibility.
Oh yeah, exactly, Vanessa. Yeah, copper oxides, silver rust too. Gold's pretty much one of very few metals that does not rust. It doesn't actually act like that. That's why gold is popular, and yeah, you see it. It's usually in its pure state.
Yep.
Every crumbles here, crumbles there, bits here, but because it doesn't bond with anything else. Unlike something like copper, silver, iron, those kind of metals.
Yeah. I miss exploring. Being away from humanity.
Oh yeah, second
So,
I almost forgot because that reminds me now. You enjoyed
What,
that last
bro?
video I did, hey?
Oh yeah, I did.
I know. I mean,
Right.
I always
Right
say,
where you were just striking it like crazy.
no, but the idea was like, I've done it. I did that on camera this time around, right? That was part of an excerpt from the live stream, right? I condensed it down, but because I did that at the end of the live stream, I was just like, yeah, I'll bring this in. Anyways, I was thinking to myself, yeah, in certain situations, I'd probably use a piece of dryer lint first, right? In that situation, in a real life situation, I'd do that first. But I'm like, how long would it take me, and could I do it if I didn't have it? No, I don't know why I wouldn't have clothes that I can get any lint off. Maybe the clothes are wet. Maybe if the clothes are wet and the lighter's empty. I don't know. Maybe it would be like that.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And I have tried that with a ferrocerium rod. It's easier with a ferrocerium rod, just because the sparks are hotter and you strike it, you can shower it better, right? But I'm like, if I can do this with a lighter, a ferrocerium rod should be even easier to do.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the understanding how to set it up in the first place. That was the more important thing to learn. That was what I was trying to learn in there. It's just like, I just wanted to persist. I said it how many times? Oh, okay, this is the last time. No, I seriously mean it this time. I kept saying that for like the next 2 turns. Oh my god! What you guys don't see in that video is because in the live stream I said it. I actually got it almost 3 times before I actually get it. Because I actually got an amber on there, but that just not quite right. But that last time when you see it, you actually see it glowing there for like almost half a second on its own.
Yeah. Well, the way that you were doing it and everything is kind of the exact same process as like with a bow drill or a hand drill. I mean,
this happens to be the one I was using.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You have to create enough heat to.
Then you just kind of go at it really one last ditch effort to kind of overcome that natural hurdle of it not wanting to combust or burn, right?
Right.
You just got to get to that one threshold where if you go over it, you'll get it, but if you don't, you're gonna lose it again. It's just like with bow drill. If anyone's tried bow drill and hand friction fires, it's just like, and I've tried this. I still don't have to blow one into flame, but I do know once it's one spot, and you just push for that extra 5 seconds in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And try to get it so it's just naturally wants to smolder or smoke by itself, right? That's how I knew.
Yeah.
As soon as I was like, oh yes, I think I can get it this time because it started to. I can see it glowing, and honestly, on camera it looks brighter and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah.
I just, you know, after so many times with the bow drill of sitting there, killing yourself to try to get that one small little ember, and then all you're doing is when you take that break and that one drop of sweat falls on it or whatever and puts it out, and it's like,
Oh, sorry.
you just sit there and you walk off and you cuss for like 15 minutes.
Sorry. I accidentally started playing the stream by accident.
Oh, you're good.
My bad. That's why you're hearing Uncle Al's voice randomly. Because I went out of it by accident. I hit play. I should.
Yeah.
Or just turn on the volume. Avoid that.
It just.
I guess you can't get copyright strike on a video if it's your own video playing.
Right.
I would hope so. Let me just make sure I mute that. Yeah, because I was trying to say hi to Square here. Square table here. I was like, I hit F and went full screen, and I went out and then started to play it. I'm like, oh no. That's not what I'm trying to do. But yeah, coming back to what you were saying about the bow drill and stuff like that, it's just like I tried that and it's just like that takes a lot of energy to do. So I do give people props that can do it more consistently, especially from scratch with stuff in their own area, right? Not just something that they pre-bought, got sent, or whatever, right? Because that's one thing to learn from it, but to do it with the materials you have in your own area locally, that's something else, right? Because you can actually naturally source it, not just import in materials and stuff like that.
Let's see here, Vanessa. I have the Bic. I have my Zippo. I have my arc lighter. I have flint and steel, the ferrocerium rod, and solar ignition. So I always carry like 6 with me.
Yeah, flint and steel, right? Right?
Yeah.
I something like quartz, flint. Hold on. I don't want to drop something. Hold on.
No, I don't worry about carrying the rock with me because you can find a hard enough rock anywhere and break it.
Yeah, but for me,
second
star. The thing is, here in Canada, if it's wintertime, that's gonna be really hard. Snow covers everything, right? It's just like for anyone that's ever used like pebbles to secure a tarp, and you know that method of using the pebble or whatever. I can't do that in the winter. I actually have to make sure I bring something because I cannot depend on that. Because here in the wintertime, everything's covered with snow. Rocks, they're buried, right? They're frozen into the ground. I would have to really, really try. Yeah. It's just like with the roots to use as cordage. That's not happening here in the winter because there's no way I'm gonna be able to without good tools like a shovel and stuff like that. Even with that, it takes a lot of effort.
Yeah.
You know, I might as well just bring paracord in. Right. That spring, summer, whatever, that's one thing, right? I probably could do it. But in the winter, no. There's no way. It's just everything's just frozen. The ground's permanently frozen, right? I'd be like, hey Sierra, did you get the root yet? No, I'm still trying to get through this top layer of ice.
Right.
It'd be like that. So something like this, right? See, I have something like this piece of carbon steel here, right? As long as it's high carbon steel, I can do this. Let's see here. I'm gonna mute myself. I can't see it on camera, but I can see it.
Oh, so what?
Yeah, right. So hit that into a piece of charcoal, punk wood, char material, then blow that in the flame.
Yeah.
I've done that, right? Because I think if I can get an amber from the blow drill or friction fire, I'm pretty sure I'm good then. I'll still blow it in the flame, but as long as because I've blown charcoal in the flame. I've done the solar ignition part, so it's pretty much the same thing, right? Once you get the amber, the process is still the same, right? You blow it in the flame, you have that bird's nest, your tinder bundle, and stuff like that. You increase the surface area of your tinder bundle, bird's nest, and stuff like that. You rub it, break it apart, rub it again, break it apart, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. I saw somebody in one of my survival classes and everything that I took a long time ago. He had a carbon steel axe head, right? And an axe, like a little camp axe. And but he was trying to get sparks off of it, but it was painted red. And he's sitting there striking it and striking it and striking it, and he's like, I don't see any sparks coming off of it. It's supposed to be carbon steel. And I was like, it's got a thick layer of paint on it. You're going to have to take that paint off before you can even strike it.
And just to relate something, it's just like that coating on your ferrocerium rod. You have to remove fur. They're exactly the same thing, right? To me, it would just be the exact same thing, except for in this case, it's paint.
It just surprised me because that he didn't think with common sense that the paint would stop it. He thought the paint would help it create more sparks. Like,
no, it should be very similar to any coating on a ferrocerium rod.
Yeah,
it prevents it, right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
I was just like,
just to answer Vanessa Kitty soon. I know she's asking more questions here. See, I have one of those lenses here, and see what I do. I put reflectors on it. So because if I drop it, it's clear. It's hard to notice, right? If I drop it in the snow, it's hard to notice. At least it's not just clear. I can actually see it. Especially if I drop it randomly, right? And I do it in a certain way. The red indicates the point towards the sun.
Yeah.
When I'm doing it, right? So you can see this. Right. Hey, I get a little bit of sun right there. I have a little bit of sun right there. Just do it. I'll just set up a mirror right there, reflect some light here. Just kidding. This is just one I keep in my wallet.
I finally bought me one
and
of
the thing is, stuff like this. Yeah, you can go online and buy one. I'm not saying you can't, but you can get something at the dollar store. I know you can because I've shown it. I know it's available at Dollar Tree. Because they use, and it's easy, right? It's just that it's a bigger sheet. Well, you can size one down. You just got to keep the middle. Like I can go to Dollar Tree right now and get one for $1 and just size it down. I just have to cut it down. From the center out, right? The center, you need to keep the center. The outer edges,
I still like the
trim out if you wanted to, but you need to keep the center. That's more important.
Yeah. I still like keeping the old school magnifying glass in my hand, so you have something to grip. You have a handle and everything you can grip to help. Because holding that circle or that thin piece of metal, that thin piece of plastic for so long, it'll wear out your fingers, because it's so thin or so awkward to hold. But with the magnifying glass, you have that handle on it, and you can sit there and you can even prop it up and let it sit there.
It's a weight thing too, right? Because the glass is going to be heavier. However, it doesn't stretch up as easy as a plastic lens can. So it's one of those trade-offs, right? It's just like this is. I'm not going to be able to fit this in a tin, in a Altoids tin or whatever, one of my tins.
No.
But the lenses I can.
Right.
This might be better off at home and stuff like that. In the bags, I usually have the lenses instead.
Well, even at Dollar Tree, they have the compact ones.
Yeah. Hold on. I got more. I'm not even kidding. I might as well have in a backpack. I have a full size sheet. If I'm gonna because if I'm gonna have it, I might as well just have a full size sheet then. Because in a bag, I have one room. I'm not limited to like I am in a tin or a small pouch. And in the backpacks, I just put the full size sheet in. Because if I'm gonna do it, then I have a lot of surface area. If it's cleared out, I will have a pretty good chance. Even if it's partly cloudy, I might still have a chance because the surface area. Okay, right. It's fast. This doesn't weigh much. Doubles as a fan for me too. Ooh, it's getting hot because of solar ignition. And the conversation.
I use one of those Lansky diamond tip needle sharpeners, but I also keep one of the old school chainsaw files, one of the circular chainsaw files in my bag, one of the miniature ones. I use that also. But the little Lansky diamond ones that you just slide out, but I don't really deal with a lot of serrated knives. I don't like serrated knives. I either want a full blade or not.
Wow, Vanessa Kitty has a lot of questions here. I love it. I love the interactivity.
What do you use for extreme cold to start a fire? Well,
when we say extreme cold, like how extreme? How extreme is extreme cold? We're talking about like minus 30, minus 40 Celsius?
Well,
or minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 40 Fahrenheit for everyone else. Hey, it's King Long.
Like extreme cold for me, like extreme cold for us in Texas isn't cold anywhere else, but the problem that we have in Texas is wind. So that's why I carry the arc lighter with me. The arc lighter, wind doesn't blow it out or anything. So I carry that. One charge on it lasts like 72 hours. And you just hit it to, anything and boom, it automatically starts a fire. So that's instant fire for me.
A way that you can get a flame established right away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, in extreme cold, you consider if the matches are dry, they're not because they're solid state, right? They're not. It's not like a lighter that takes like fuel and butane that it has to stay warm for it to flame up, right? So matches can be good in the winter because just they're not affected by cold. As long as you keep them dry, and maybe you modify the matches so they burn longer and stuff like that. You can modify matches to make them burn like 5 minutes if you wanted to, right? So it burns more like a candle. I mean, I would probably go towards that. If the lighter was too cold, I'd probably still go towards that just because, And nothing wrong with the ferrocene rod,
that's
right?
the good thing about
a ferrocene rod, but the thing is, you gotta have the tinder to have the for the ferrocene rod. Whatever it is, you're making feather sticks that take time, or you got something like petroleum jelly, Vaseline, cotton balls, or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can. It does need to be recharged. The arc lighter does, but the thing is, the arc lighter has like 72 hours worth of charge. I mean, it.
Oh, King Long Princess is just like, I'm picturing myself cranking an emergency radio to charge up an arc lighter. Well, I guess if you're doing that, I guess that's probably a more effective way of generating fire versus using that energy to make a blow drill.
Right.
If you think about it like that, you're cranking, instead of going like this to make a blow drill, you're doing this to crank energy into an arc lighter to make the fire, right?
And you're also heating your body naturally, also doing that too. So,
well, you might not break a sweat when doing that.
Well, no, but just the motion of it is enough to heat up your extremities, you know.
Well, extreme cold. Okay, well, it can technically, if it's clear out and sunny out, even in minus 30, 40 Celsius here, technically solar still works because solar is dependent on how clear it is and how bright it is, not temperature. Because solar ovens work even in the winter, right? It's just that the amount of sunlight and the timing is different. You're going to do it more midday. Because I know it's possible to do solar ignition as little as an hour or an hour after sunrise or an hour before sunset.
But also the con to using solar ignition during like extreme cold is the shaking that you have. Like the con to have doing solar in like extreme cold or in the snow or anything like that is the shaking that you have, because you need a constant sunbeam, you know. And if you're sitting there and you're already at the point of shivering, it's hard to pinpoint that solar beam. Right.
However, no, but like I said, but what I said about solar too, I can warm some of these larger lenses I've actually been able to warm back up my hand to a certain degree too, because I can warm it up too. But I mean, it's all situational, right? I mean, this is why I always say have a flame source, have a spark source, and have some sort of additional heat source, right? Where it be solar, or I do friction fire, or some sort of chemical reaction for some exothermic reaction, potassium permanganate stuff or whatever, right?
That's the one thing that I want to learn how to do is like the chemical reaction stuff with like whatever that chemical is, the one that can purify water and can start a fire and do all this stuff. Like
but
the one chemical.
That's also gonna be a consumable thing,
right?
Just like matches or your ferrocerium rod or your later, right? Technically, solar and bow drill and friction fire probably less than consuming the resource.
But
those are very more dependent on like dry wood, sunny. You ain't doing that when it's raining and overcast out.
It's just one of those things, it's a backup survival item
in there, whatever. That's why I like to have all three options available, because whatever one I need to use or can be using. If it's sunny, I'll try the solar first if I can, because sometimes with solar, with lighters and stuff like that, and let's say it's not a stormproof match that's windproof or whatever, right? And you have a smaller ferrocerium rod. Well, solar to a certain degree is windproof, especially if it's clear out, because it's a beam of heat, right? It's not an open flame or sparks that can be blown away as easily, because it's a concentrated beam of heat versus a flame or sparks that are spread out, right? But I mean, because I've tried out stuff like going down the highway before, so I know it's possible. There's a certain degree of windproofness when it comes to solar, especially when I start using a bigger lens. I mean, I've tried out solar in sun showers and in sun flurries before. It's on the channel too.
I mean, it's always good to have instant flame. I mean, that's your first go-to. That's your first go-to for any source. Like
if it's important, you need it now, that kind of thing. Yeah, you could spare the resource, you can spare the fuel, you can spare using that match. Okay, stuff like that. If you have more time or whatever, then maybe you try everything first. You know,
Right.
depending on the situation, right? If you have one match, have a ferrocene rod. Well, I'll try the ferrocene rod first.
Yeah.
For the match, right? The match would be like kind of, I need it, and I just, I don't know why. I struck the ferrocene rod till it broke, for example, or whatever, right? You know.
And see, that's why I always, in any one of my kits and everything, I always keep 2 magnesium bars with me, you know, and because you don't need just a ferrocerium rod for magnesium. You could strike it with the flint off of a dead lighter, you know, you can, you could do whatever and get that. Get that instant fire, and it's hot enough to create a blaze for you. So, but yeah, it does run out, but you know, it's gonna last longer than, say, a Bic lighter is.
Yeah, exactly, right. And like I said, the reason why I did that challenge with a lighter instead of a ferrocene rod is because it was even harder to do. Because I wanted to actually learn the method of doing it, and that's just, I did it with a ferrocene rod.
Yeah.
Because if I could do it with an empty lighter that has only sparks, I can do it with ferrocene rod. I'm pretty sure I could.
Right.
Because it'd be a lot more sparks. It'd be a lot easier. And I did try it already off camera, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can do it. It was like mere seconds at times, right? It's just like, but the concept, surface area is the more important thing. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer Vanessa Kitty's question, one thing again I've learned about solar is like you need to work the materials as much as you can. You body dry it, you rub it, you friction rub the heat into it, right, to dry it. Because I've seen the difference when you don't. Even in the winter, if I actually had to do that, I would be like for a little bit, under the armpit, whatever, right, in my clothing while I'm walking, let's say, to start drying it out, and so it's as warm, as dry as possible before I start it, because it will matter. Now, solar, let's say if it was clear out, 12 o'clock at noon, some winter solstice, right? I could just let it sit there for a bit, right? All the time.
Well, there's certain things like what Vanessa was saying, like pure sodium and stuff like that. You know, in a wilderness survival situation, you're not going to have pure sodium or anything on hand. That's more of like that's more of, you know, urban survival stuff where you can have that at hand. You know, you're not.
Well, yeah, that means
I don't see.
That's like using like sparks from a battery and such, or using the 9-volt battery with steel wool. Those kind of things are good to understand how they work, but they're more, I would say,
you're not going to find it out
urban, suburban, in the office, at home, kind of, if you had to do it. Because in the survival situation, you probably do not have the 9-volt battery.
No, you're not going to have a 9-volt battery. You're not going to have a steel wool.
Well, maybe you have a steel wool, but the thing is, steel wool can be ignited through a flame or through sparks from a ferrocene rod too. So you don't actually need the 9-volt battery to do that. It's good to know that it can work, but because I always think to myself,
technically you would have your cell phone battery with you.
No, but and stuff like that. But what I was thinking is that a 9-volt battery for the weight, I might as well just carry a lighter.
Right.
At that rate.
Yeah.
Because the 9-volt battery, unless you got another use for it in your bag or whatever, you really don't carry that? Or is it just going to be one use thing, one trick pony, right? Where it's just there for fire? I might as well just carry a lighter. I might as well just carry a ferrocene rod for that weight.
Then you also got to worry about battery acid leaking out into your gear.
And all this other stuff, right.
You know, then poisoning half your stuff, like, you know, say you packed it with your food and it ended up. Well, I know, but I'm just saying.
Some people do use that for cleaning their pots or whatever. Yeah, I get that. Right. So you might have something like that with you. I just don't see the 9-volt battery kind of thing being with you consistently,
Mm-hmm.
reliably. It's not like, oh, hey, I every day carry a 9-volt battery, guys.
Yeah, I mean, 9-volt batteries is one of the least used batteries of all batteries.
Yeah, right. You probably only see that in smoke detectors, right? I mean, that's why I say in smoke, in terms of in an office at home, you're more likely to maybe use something like that or need to use something like that because you would have access to a smoke detector that takes 9-volt battery, for example. A 9-volt, I mean, like, everything's really useful.
In the wilderness survival, Vanessa, you want to bring ferrocerium rod. You want to bring like what we said. You want to bring 3 types of lighters. You want to bring a ferrocerium rod with you. You want to bring a mag bar and a,
how I usually
the mag bar is the solar, anything that we've been mentioning, you can take with you to wilderness, to start a fire.
How I usually sum it up, second start is a flame source like matches or a lighter, something to spark. Usually would be a ferrocerium rod. Some sort of heat method like solar, right, if that's possible, or something tinder and something to make tinder. A tinder making tool or tinder itself, right? If you got all of those, you're gonna probably have a fairly good chance at it. Especially if you know what you're doing and you process the material, you increase the surface area when you're gathering up sticks, smalls, mediums, and and so forth, right? Until you get down up to fuel, right?
No, she was talking about like, she's talking about like all the fire starters, like the waste.
I usually just sum that up in terms of tinder, right? Tinder, fire starting, and stuff, right? Because whatever is commercial or DIYs, right? Whatever it is, whether it be something like wet fire or something like the infamous cotton balls and petroleum jelly Vaseline, right? Something like that. Where it'd be like the solid fuel tablets, like, or something like that. I mean, like, I've got some of those in my little folding stove. I didn't actually. I got one right here. Actually,
I really hate like the fire tabs. Yeah, I really hate those things.
I did not realize that you can actually burn these on top of snow. I tried that out. I'm actually surprised. They won't handle water, but I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, those things will even float while on fire, float on water.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, these are what? Yeah, see, these are solid fuel tablets. Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that we have created that, I mean, for the name of survival. I mean, you have, what is it, the dragon fire, like the fire gel. You have.
We probably could go on for the next hour just talking about the tinder and fire starters.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, it pretty much, what you want something that can, spark. You want a good ferrocerium rod. Don't just get any basic one, Vanessa, because all ferrocerium rods aren't made the same. Just like all magnesium bars aren't made the same. There's a lot of magnesium bars now that are like 30% magnesium and like 70% aluminum now, and they don't even catch a spark anymore. So you gotta see the quality of the stuff that you're buying.
Well, that's like anything. Try to get the best quality you can for what, right? The best that you can for what you can do, right? I guess there's nothing. I mean, I think we all can agree that petroleum jelly, Vaseline cotton balls are probably, something highly available to most people situations. Something that most of us can would use,
Yeah,
or have used, right?
Yeah.
I've used them before.
you can run down to the Dollar Tree and buy
Yeah,
a whole
exactly.
entire
You
thing
could-
of it for $1.
or you could be like me and just randomly find petroleum jelly.
Right.
Find somewhere. It's possible. I
Yeah.
guess it's possible to not even spend money. It's possible because
Yeah.
I found it before. It could be as simple as finding 100% cotton shirt that I just tease all this out. I find the petroleum jelly. Next thing I know, I got soy. Right?
Yeah. And also, if you know, the thing about humans is no matter where you are, you could be 1,000 miles away from the nearest civilization, but you're always going to find something of humans. And like, if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you find a glass bottle that has a concaved bottom, all you need to do is fill it, and you don't have, say you don't have a magnifying glass or a way for solar ignition, you can find a concave glass, fill it with water, and use it as a magnifying glass.
It's a little bit. Sometimes it depends on the shape. I think it's always the shape that determines for silverware, because some bottles I've used ones that are perfectly round. Those are pretty ideal because it's just like, oh yeah, just like any lens that I've used. But some of these other ones, it's a little bit trickier because like it's curved like more like a bottle instead of, or it's got only a dome. It's not a perfect sphere, right? So it's a little bit different. Is it possible? Yeah. And probably it's easy for something like solar ignition. Char plunk would probably be ideal. And like I've said in a previous video and last, make the surface that you're trying to use solar ignition on as dark as possible, because obviously dark surfaces heat up faster. They absorb solar energy better. You know, like a tissue or whatever. Yeah, I can. With a tissue, I've shown it before where it's just like, oh, nothing's happening. As soon as I put a dot or something dark on it, darken the spot, it smolders like instantly, right?
Or you can also, if you have a tube of clear lip gloss or lip balm and a can that has a silver bottom on it, you can clean the silver bottom of the can and put the lip balm around the circular part of the bottom of the can, shine it up, and it will be a reflective surface and can create a solar ignition also.
Yeah, I've done the can thing.
Yeah.
Can I do it with solar? Yes. that was how I quoted that. But that was good fun. But yeah.
Yeah, there's hundreds of ideas out there. I've
done this with a wok. I've done this with a speaker. I've done this with. I actually picked up this solar light. The solar light wasn't working, but the reflector underneath was reflective too.
Yeah,
I could do it with solar too.
Yeah,
right? I've done this with like lampshades or something like that. It was actually bronze type color. So it's a little bit different because obviously it doesn't reflect everything like a silver, but it did work too.
Yeah.
I started to see smoke and I'm like, yeah, this will work for solar ignition if necessary, right? You know, maybe in the winter, maybe not as well, just because, but some of them are better midday in the summer, right?
Yeah.
Like the lenses I have or whatever you want in the winter, like right now, I probably want something even better, some more perfect. But I don't want to rely on a bottle version because it's probably not ideal. And I'm, you know, especially if, it's winter, it's summer on the winter solstice, it's an hour before sunset. And maybe I want something a little bit better. Yeah. If I didn't have even spider sparks and stuff like that.
Yeah. Even if you didn't and you just had a 9-volt battery in a cheap flashlight, you can take that out.
I actually have a 9-volt battery. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know how common that is. All right.
Well, I mean, most people, if they have a flashlight, you know, they're gonna have like a.
However, those flashlights, some of those have like the ones that take like free AAAs or whatever. Sometimes they're not
Yeah.
they're joined together in that capsule, the joint, and then you
Yeah.
put that in. You might be able to do that with that then, because there's
Yeah.
connectors at the top,
Yeah.
similar to
And
9 volt.
if
But
you have
obviously
a-
that would be like half the voltage, but it's probably possible. Never tried it.
Yeah.
It's just like the gum
Or
wrapper
if
thing.
you have
Well, yeah, you could probably do it. I'm not saying you can't, but it's situational, and you need the right materials too.
Yeah.
If you don't
And
have
also
one, then it's not possible.
Also, if you have like an old school flashlight with a bulb that's in it, not an LED, like you
I've done that.
can break, as long as you don't break the filament inside, you can break the top of the bulb.
Some of the LED lights still
Yeah.
have a reflector in there that's still doable. So it's not just the more old school incandescent.
Oh,
type
no.
of,
I'm talking about like breaking the bulb and keeping the bulb in the housing, like break the tip of the bulb off to where the
sometimes you
filament
could just
is
unscrew it and
inside.
it'll come out. All right. If you don't have to destroy it and still use the flashlight after, then it'd be ideal.
Oh no, I was saying like if you have no other way of making a fire, you just break the tip of that bulb and put your tinder inside the bulb where the filament is and turn the flashlight on, and it will create a fire for you. So, but that's getting rid of your light source also.
Yeah, so
I mean,
you don't want to destroy the light source if you don't have.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you're cold, whatever, that's one thing, but that'd be a
it's
judgment
just
call,
one of
right? You'd be like,
those.
you would have to judge that and be like, what's more important,
Yeah,
having light or having
being
fire?
able to see at night or being warm. You
Yeah.
know, it's one of those
boil
things.
The water, right? Or pasteurize
Yeah.
or disinfect the water or whatever, right? It could be
Like-
or signaling, right?
So there's hundreds of ways. There's hundreds of things that you can do to create a fire in the wilderness. I mean, it's just depending on your resources, depending on how you can withstand without certain items. You know, if you're more scared of the dark than you are, of freezing to death, and you'd prefer the light over fire, I mean, that's up to you, but it's just...
Speak of light, I actually had to turn on the light. So. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. I'm like, no one can see me anymore. I gotta...
Yeah.
Vanessa, Kitty, you gotta find me over on IG, by the way. I thought I'd put that out real quick. Okay.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like, here, I'll get a lens out since I have my lamp here. I mean, like, well, am I gonna see this? Okay. Ooh. Right. There's that beam. Well, if that was solar, right? But I'm doing this with a lamp, but you get the idea. You get the idea, right? So.
Yeah.
Right. I mean. Like,
all right, family. I gotta get out of here. I gotta make me some soup and everything because this sickness isn't
well, stay super.
very forgiving.
Stay super. Come on, I had to throw that in there. Stay super. I feel super. Don't call.
All right, brother.
Catch you later. Take care, my friend.
I will. Y'all take care, brothers. See y'all later. Take care, Shadow. Thanks for having me up here, brother.
Anytime.
Take care, brother.
I would, but that's a good. You don't know what I have to say here. I love it. She said she asked the cold temperature fire starting because if the troops we had to evacuate out if extreme cold spell spit in the Arctic in the early 80s. It's good to know. Like I said, I've mentioned this story before. If you remember Shadow about I think this was in the late 80s, early 90s, about this daughter and father here in Canada. They were out east, but their snowmobile crashed and they had to walk back to civilization. In minus 20 well, let's say minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 30 Celsius, right? And the guy thought that got wet from the water because it went into the river-ish, right? So he's wet too. Frostbite. They had a lighter too, right? And you're like, oh yeah, they got a lighter, they're good. But just like anything, just because you have the gear, I could have a lighter. Okay, where's my lighter? Okay, wait, hold on. I can have a lighter. Okay, I got a lighter. Okay, I'm good, right? Now, lighter is just a tool. You still have to know the skill and knowledge to use it effectively the best they can, right? It's just like a ferrocerium rod. Just because you have it doesn't guarantee anything. It doesn't make it easier. Yeah, honestly, it does make it easier because you don't have to rely on bow drill or something like that, or solar that's not existing at night. But the thing is, they burnt their map and stuff like that. I don't want to spoilers too much, but they burnt their map that they had and some other stuff that they had, little things, right? But thinking that they were in the woods here in Canada, I was thinking, well, if knowledge of pine sap, right? I'm not talking about fatwood. It's because let's just say no tools, they can't find fatwood. There could have been pine sap that they could have put on that map to hopefully get something longer than just a couple seconds, a minute, right? Maybe like 5 minutes, right? That could have helped. Even the morale boosting effects of seeing light and warming up your hands a little, right? That getting that second wind in your hands where it's like, okay, I can go on another 5 minutes, 20 minutes in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, that's another thing too, right? And yeah, exactly, right? You want to dry out because, hyperthermic conditions, right? I tried that hand submerging challenge before. I remember that too. It took me an hour to recover from that after the fact too. Come back inside too. So I got a taste of that. And I did that in minus 22. That's like what? Minus 11 Fahrenheit. Just hands up to like my right here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 minutes. I put my hands in ice cold water for 2 minutes in that. I was like, I was just, woo, right? And I just like, yeah. And started to do, and not use a lighter. I just use sparks. Now, that was a petroleum jelly cotton bulb, right? Vaseline cotton bulb. But I lit one of my improvised candles I have made from punk wood and wax. The punk wood's used as the wick, so I was just like, yeah, I felt I know how cold that was. I still remember that. So, just to get a sense of it, right? Because since it's like, I always remember these other experiences. It's just like, if I'm ever coming back to that situation or that experience again, I'll be like, yeah, I got to bring my A game, right? Have I been this cold before? Oh yeah. Am I shivering? Yeah. Are my hands really cold and wet? Yeah. Maybe I got to bring my A game. Exactly, Vanessa Kitty. When my hands were wet too. I didn't even I didn't shake them off. I might have shooken them off, but it's not like I dry clothes on still, right? But it's not like I wiped off the water, right? My hands were wet too, and it's freezing, way below freezing. Now I did this in an enclosed area, so there was no wind. But if there was windshield, I would have felt that even worse, right? So. And the thing is, I was touching a hacksaw blade striker. So it's metal. I'm touching metal with cold, wet hands. Yeah, I felt that one. So.
Without large jet source, you usually can't have exposed flesh to extreme cold air. That is not a good idea to expose flesh when it's extremely cold. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, I felt that. I was just getting a sense of that, right? That's why I did not go higher than my elbow yet, because I wanted to get a sense of that, right? And I did this here at home, so it's not like, you know, I'm in the middle of nowhere doing it. I didn't want to just do that in the middle of nowhere. Well, some degree of safety net, especially since I haven't done that before, right? Until then, I want to experience it, but in a certain way, get a sense of it. So it's just like, if I experience that again, I'll be like, yeah, make sure I gotta bring my A game, right? You know, stuff like that. You know,
Bob
increase the surface area on
942 says,
Tinder and stuff like that.
build this into your preps. Cold hands are hard to use. Hard to use them. Cold hands make it, though, to do fine work with your fingers.
I made the Fairmont friction hitch and the tumble hitch in -37 before. I did that as part of the challenge too. I posted it back on a long time ago.
Hey, Harrowbring.
Hey.
Good to see you.
You know, so I just try these out, right? Get a sense of it. Because here in Canada, it's cold. It's winter. I know one way or another, it's not bound to happen. I want to just know that I've at least tried it before. So hopefully I'll do it when it really counts, right?
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, that's why I'm just like, yeah, I try these things out in winter to a certain degree, right? You know, hopefully I'll build up to something a little bit more in scale than just, you know, just my hands or certain little things. Because I think it's important. At least for me, so I can get used to it. It's just like, you know, do that dexterity test, and it's just like, yeah. Oh, by the way, I did that cordage, that on-time hitch time challenge in the cold and blindfolded. I tried that blindfolded too. It was cold and blindfolded, so I actually had to feel everything too. I still remember that. That was cold too. Ooh. Just feeling about that right now.
I tried to make start a fire with when my hands were cold, and it's not that easy, but you can in my experience you can learn to start a fire even if your hands are cold.
I mean, you gotta really will yourself into it even more, right? You just gotta like dig even deeper into that will into like, it's like, okay, come on, right? Whatever it is, right? Like whatever, you know, if it's some sort of war cry or something, to psychologically be like, you know, I can still move them. There's still hope, right? Not give up on it too so fast. Sorry, I'm trying to bring it back up my chatter. I guess I have to go into the other side of things.
I had to give up on fire starting when my hands brain get too cold. I do hard, fast exercise to get the blood pumping and then try again. It is rough when body won't work. Yeah, it is rough, really rough.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't like to do this thing when your hands are cold. I don't like doing that. I don't like blowing into your hands or gloves. I'm not a big fan of doing that. I do it if I have to, but once you start doing it, like, let's say you got gloves on. Let's just say, here, I'll put some gloves on, right? Some orange ones, right? Your hands are starting to get cold. You go this, right? You see people doing that. I've done that before too. The thing is about doing something like that is that you start blowing. There's moisture in your it's hot. It feels warm, but it starts to moisture in your glove, right? Moisture into your glove. What happens to moisture? It starts to freeze, which means you got to keep doing it. Then once you start it, you got to keep doing it. Then that's why I don't like doing it. I avoid doing it in the first place whenever possible, because as soon as you start doing it, you got to keep doing it. You know, it's just like even rubbing your hands. I don't like doing it if I don't have to, because sometimes there's a certain point where it doesn't help and it starts to hurt your hands because you're rubbing flesh together, stuff like that. That's why I try to, you know, do other methods, like put it underneath my armpit, pockets, stuff like that. If it's wet, switch out to something dry, right? You know, it's just like with the socks. Yes, I'm bringing back up the socks. You know, it's the same thing, right? It's just like if your socks wet, be smart, bring an extra pair, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Running no slow body and thinking. I learned that from deer and elk hunting. Yeah. Gauntlet for mitten with glove inserts. I brought several pairs of socks. Well, that's a good idea too. You can train your body to get more resistant to the cold.
Well, yeah, but you can only climatize so much. I mean, minus 30 Celsius, minus 22 Fahrenheit and below and colder, well, you can only adapt so much, right? You can only get so used to so much, right? Or physical things like, it's like, oh, I'm just going to go out without a glove, I can get used to it. Nah, probably not. Most people won't be able to. I mean, it's one thing to do it for 5 minutes, but 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, right? Tell me that 2 hours later, right? 3 hours later. Stuff like that. Hey, Vegans. Princess, I live in the cold part of the country. Ain't enough said.
Hey, Vegas Paranormal. Good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, I mean, like, this is why I like to have these options available to me. Especially, I mean, like, I got a bag right here. You know, sometimes, like, right now it's winter time, so I've put the poncho away for now, because I'm probably actually going to be wearing a jacket or clothing, enough clothing, so I'm not as worried about that so much. But in its place, I put gloves, socks, right? Because I'm more likely to probably want to have them. If my socks get wet, if my gloves get wet, I can change them out. For example, right? You know, right here.
Here, Brian, that's is.
You know, maybe I got them
You
sealed
are
up
warm-blooded.
like this. Yeah, but how cold is cold for you, though? That's all relative. Right? It's all relative and what you're used to. I mean, if you're used to plus 40, 100, 104 degree weather, something like plus 5 in the 40s and the 30s is probably going to feel cold to you because you're not used to it, right? And for me, it would be like, you know, getting used to like 20 60, 70 Fahrenheit, 20, 16, 21 degrees Celsius weather and dipping down to like minus 30, minus 22 Fahrenheit or lower. That'd feel cold. So it's all what you're used to. You imagine all the Canada code, yeah.
too cold for me would be about -10, but I love 20-degree weather, and I'm in the Midwest.
Yeah, well, that's how it was last week and the week before, and colder. So
Imagine all of Canada is cold. Something about mountains from wild childhood TV viewing. I live in Northern California coastal. It's temperate year round, like London.
hmm.
Well, too cold for me would be maybe -40.
Yeah, there's a certain range that where if it starts to fall below that, hopefully you would take it a little bit more serious in terms of precautions, I guess, right? Being prepared for it, a little bit more proactive, right? And hopefully you would do that every airtime, but you know what I mean. It's one thing to go out without gloves when it's 0. It's totally different when it starts to be -20, -30, -40 Celsius. -22, that'd be 0, -22, -40 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US. That'd be different. Because then, if without gloves, you're going to start feeling that. Some people can handle it better than others. Don't get me wrong, but there's a certain amount of time, after a certain amount of time, you're not to feel cold, right? Some people can handle it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Some people can't even handle it for a minute, right? But there's a certain amount of time after 2-3 hours. Most people, almost nearly everyone, won't be able to adapt to that. Their hands are just not stop working. You're gonna start to get frost nip and frostbite. Start feeling that, right? Where you don't have to. Let's say if I had a jacket on, put it in my sleeve, put it in my armpits, roll my arms into my jacket to keep my hands warm, keep hands in your pocket and stuff like that, and keep them moving, right? Every so often, and maintaining a fist probably too, because your thumbs then probably don't get cold real fast. I know for me, my thumbs are usually the part of my hand that will get cold fast, because they're usually away from my fingers, away when I wear mitts and stuff like that, and it's isolated in comparison to gloves. Because I can make a fist in my pocket, but unless I'm grabbing my thumb like that, my thumb's gonna get cold.
I only hit my house when it drops below 50 Fahrenheit inside. Usually when it is in the low 40s outside. Our year daytime temp is between 50 to 65 Fahrenheit. I'm most comfortable around 62. Not too hot, not too cold.
And by the way, to everyone, 10 Celsius equals 50 Fahrenheit. 60 Fahrenheit equals 16 Celsius, and 32 is 0. Hi.
Hi.
I almost forgot. Sorry, I just have to throw that in randomly. I'm trying to get better at the conversions to use every so often.
But I should probably add some kind of
the reason why I mention that is because if you know conversions, it doesn't matter if you have either one or the other. You know how to work both. It's just like the knowledge, right? It's like you can convert it, so you don't need to. You can work with both, right? It's just like if you knew a bunch of languages, multilingual, you can communicate with other people. You're more adaptable because just because you don't have metric, you know standard. Just because you know standard and don't have it, I can still work with the metric system of.
I'm bad at converting things. I'm bad at converting things. But,
yeah. So
yeah,
this is why I always try to keep an eye, learn about it better. Try. It's all you guys in the US. I always have to mention it.
It's like
every so often.
But yeah. Honestly though, my kid, All my little straps, I have a Zippo anyway. Anyway, without a fuel in it, you can still use that as a sparker.
Yeah, well, try your Zippo with using your empty Zippo to light a candle. see if you could do it in less time than I tried on camera.
Yeah, that would not work. I was talking about campfire or some kind of fire other than a candle.
Well, hey, that might make interesting video. I mean, that might make interesting video.
I might have to do that.
Like I said,
I might do that. Yeah.
Princess. Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome. No, but the reason why I even did the lighter thing is because it's just like, I'm not saying, well, a ferrocene rod's easier. Obviously, I won't argue with that. But if I could do it with the empty lighter, I could do it with a ferrocene rod. I'm pretty sure. And I'm just thinking, let's say, in terms of not every ferrocene rod's created equal too, right? They got those toggle ones, right? You got those ones on paracord bracelets and stuff like that.
Hell, what?
Whatever you think about them, let's just say you want.
Those I don't like.
I mean, I did that with sparks from a lighter, which should be even less than compared to a toggle or a bracelet version of ferrocene rod.
Yeah.
You know, and graduating into like the regular size ferrocene rod to like, you know, the 1/2 inch by the thicker diameter ones, the longer ones. Yeah, I would hopefully I would be able to do it in like one shot,
a
couple of turns, right? Okay. Yes, Princess. Yes, because the links I put both of their links in there. Yes, for Arc Wildman. Yes. I decided I did try it with a ferrocene rod. I know you can do it with it, but I just wanted to do it with an empty lighter. Sparks only. Like literally sparks only because it was this one. See? It doesn't like look, it has there's no gas, there's no fuel because it's cut in half. This is the same one that I was using, I'm pretty sure. And it still makes a spark too. And no, I'm not just gonna randomly do it right now. I don't want to spend the next 20 minutes at it again. You know, it goes into more. The stream goes into more detail of what I was talking about. The video just shows me doing more. Oh, you're not a math teacher. Oh yeah, okay. I'll put that into brackets. Into that. Never mind. I was looking at that.
Vanessa says, ever start a fire with one hand? That
You should try that with the first.
Almost.
I know people will do it with like their foot and stuff like that. And yeah, you could get those spring ones like the blast match and all that stuff. But and also, I guess a lighter is one-handed. But no, I've not done one-handed ones yet.
Where's the same thing at? Here it is.
However, I guess solar counts as one-handed. Well, no, actually, no, because I didn't blow it into flame with one-handed. I know. No, I haven't actually. Not anyways. Now he's not. Now we're just talking about it. Now we got him doing it. Well, you should try that. Okay. You should try that with a candle.
No, that's not gonna work. I tried. No.
No. Try because the challenge, right?
You haven't seen
because I always think to myself, why even do these challenges? Oh, I'll just use the lighter first. Yeah, if you have it.
Yeah.
But the thing is to understand when you don't have certain things, knowledge and skill are more important. That's why I always say about surface area in terms of fire, right? Tinder, surface area, stuff like that. That is the most important thing. Always remember either increasing the surface area in terms of like catching the flame or spark, or reducing the surface area to make an amber for sword.
I have a actual flint steel in my fire starter kit.
Yeah. My piece of, I don't know what this is, quartz, whatever. I just know that it's harder than this carbon steel. I can get sparks off it. You know, if I had a piece of charcoal, I could do it.
Yeah, I've yet to making charcoal. Anyway.
Now, I'm not going to say that I'm going to light a candle with flint and steel. That might be difficult. That might be really difficult.
Oh.
That would probably be more difficult than the empty layer. If I ever did that,
one thing I'm going to say, though,
that'd be something.
Vanessa, one thing I've done is I like struck my ferro rod against a rock. I've done that before, and it worked.
Hey, yes, we're still live.
But yeah, like I've actually done that too. I've actually stuck the ferro rod against the rock.
I've been here almost the whole time.
Man.
I've been talking for the last hour. Shadow's just like, oh yeah, I can multitask. I can order something on Amazon. Well,
yeah, you can really do multitasking.
Yeah, he's just like, I can order something online while they talk.
Yeah, you could
order. We're helping him get the watch time and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's coming in. It's like, oh yes. Oh. All right, I want more people on the panel.
You could order a pizza at the same time you lashing a tripod. So.
Hey, I could talk about. You can order the pizza while I talk about how to reheat a pizza.
Yeah, that too.
The frying pan. There's a certain way of doing it. I know. Is usually all you do is add water to hydrate it back up, and then you just at the bottom heat it up so it's more crispy again. Basically, in a nutshell. And yes, I've already shown a video of that a long time ago, almost 7 years ago. That was one of my first videos too on the channel. I did that. I think I did that even the other day too. I was reheating pizza like that too.
Have you ever made pizza on a campfire?
Let me see here. I think yeah, that's not. I've done that with a flashlight. I've never tried that with glasses. I think it depends on glasses. Some are probably better.
Yeah, mine are
a
very
flashlight
bad.
Is fairly easy because usually the reflector is meant to reflect light and focus it. So
true.
Because glasses, I mean, it depends, right? I mean, like some glasses, my glasses, no. Other people don't, and such, right? Binoculars and something like that. That's probably not going to be that difficult because they're meant to magnify light. All right,
so I've done that. Yeah, I've done this so many times at scout camp with the Dutch ovens. Sorry to cut you off there, CR.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just adjusting something.
Oh.
I don't really worry about lighters. I mean, I know there's some like clippers that you can move the thing out compared to like
I like
lighters like Bics and stuff like that. There's ones that take an electric spark, right? Those tend to be a little bit more in the way of water resistant because the flint doesn't get wet. But on the same way, you don't have a flint, you don't get sparks. So if you're at a fluid, you can't use an electric spark type of lighter because I've tried it. It doesn't, unless it's like gasoline or something like that, you're not starting charcoal with electric spark. One of those ones that go huge. I'm not talking about the plasma ones. Those plasma ones that have the X or whatever, the arculators, those are different. That's a little bit different. Those sparks are much hotter. Yeah, those are much hotter than the ones that the disposable lighters that just create that spark to light the fuel. Those are much weaker.
It's like a few.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I mean, there's ones like barbecue lighters that have extension and stuff like that. Those are. I've seen those in videos, and people have those, right? Those are nice if you want to get closer, right? So you don't burn yourself or whatever.
But in my experience, once a grill lighter gets wet, it's done.
Pardon me?
In my experience.
I didn't hear you there.
In my experience, the barbecue lighters.
Yeah.
Once they get wet, they are done.
Well, it depends too. Some of them are using electric spark too, right? So like, but generally speaking, wet water is not good for fire. generally speaking, water does not support combustion.
No, it doesn't. It might have option in it, but too little ends up.
And I say generally. I'm just saying generally because unless you're making the water lines and using solar ignition, then you can do it. You know, I tried water lenses before. Not with plastic, but I tried it with a bottle.
Save your flints from used bigs can be trimmed for Zippo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Because the general shape, size.
Well, you can do stuff. I've shown them before. They're just kind of ways of doing it. Because a flint from a lighter or Zippo is just really a very, very small version of a ferrous sand rod. It acts in the same way too. It has the same characteristics that.
I thought it was different.
Well, it's just that the size is different, right?
Oh, I thought they was using actual flint.
No, I'm talking about the rod itself. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Well, they just call it a flint, right? I guess, but not to be confused with flint and steel.
Yeah. Flint and steel is a pair of frame rods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, princess. That's funny. That's funny. That's hilariously funny. I guess now I'm just on randomly pull up random kits here. I do have my bag next to me. I do have a bag next to me. Here, okay, here's Nerd Tool right here. I know I didn't get this one message about this, about why to do it this way or have it, but pencil sharpener or to upgrade a degree, a carpenter pencil sharpener.
Yeah, I have one in my house. And they make great savings.
Someone said to me in a comment, and I did acknowledge them. Well, I know how to use a knife. I never do this, and yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine because you have the skill. What happens if you don't have the skill, or you're too young, or something like that, right? I'm not gonna give a knife to someone inexperienced. Let's just say they're young,
like a 5-year-old
or whatever, right? Probably not. They're probably not going to know how to make ferro sticks, but they might know how to use a pencil sharpener.
Yeah.
Someone inexperienced might be able to use a pencil sharpener. Yeah. A pencil sharpener is probably safer for most people to use, right? A knife, there's a certain degree, if you're careful, but it's still a tool in your hand, right?
But it's a knife, scarf.
And a pencil sharpener, I can do this in a sitting position, in a vehicle, inside, and sitting down and doing it. Right? I can't do that with a knife.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to do that in my lap. I'm not going to make feather sticks in my lap. No.
That would not be good.
Oh, no. That would be a very bad idea. Very bad idea.
Even if you had bounces, you're done.
Even if you had a tray. Because if you slip or anything, remember, just because you have something blocking it doesn't mean it. What happens if the tray slips out of your hand, tips, next thing you know, you slice yourself. That's probably not a good idea.
Or if your blade bounces.
Yeah, bounces.
That's how to be a few times.
You've seen, like, you don't want to make things worse, right?
No.
or
And
any
there's a reason
rod.
why they say that dull knife's more dangerous than a sharp knife. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, exactly, right. I mean,
They say the lines.
I understand that pencil sharpeners can only handle so much the diameter or dimensions of sticks,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's a given, right? That's a definite con, right? But
yeah,
I like to have a pencil sharpener is relatively easy to get. Right? Easy way, right? Most of the time, you could probably sneak that into a bag or a kit.
Yeah.
They have aluminum ones, magnesium ones, beyond the plastic ones and stuff like that, right?
I like having plastic for some reason.
Well, because another thing is in the video that I showed it using a drill to make the tinder even faster, right? Use the power, but I've used pencil sharpeners before. I know how to make feather sticks, but I like pencil sharpeners too because I can give that to anyone, almost anyone, and they can use
not a baby,
almost anyone, right? I can give that to a child to use, and they'd be able to do it a little bit. Hey, Curtis, what's up, man? I was wondering when I would see you.
Hey, man, I'm all right. Can you hear me?
Yep. For once, we're not getting echo.
Can you back me up? I'm not on my headset, and it's going to do that echoing weird shit again.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, this works. I don't know why that first time it didn't, but it did every time before this time.
Things happen. Unfortunately, sometimes it's What? You're breaking up. Just call me back. We'll try again. Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes
it works too.
Just to do it again. So yeah, Curtis, I was just mentioning about the pencils.
Like, it is a very dull.
Never mind. Well, never mind. I guess I was just.
Well, of course, it's not gonna bounce.
I barely even said hi. Curtis, come back.
Probably the signal.
Yeah.
Probably.
No, because I was remembering pencil sharpeners that the manual ones that you would have in school and stuff like that. Something like that. If you still had the one that worked, I mean, that could be an option. Oh, I mean, you're not gonna put that in a bag, probably not, but
no. That probably like a base
in stationary at home kind of setting.
Yeah, like a base camp or whatever.
Or
maybe.
Yeah, right. That could be an option in there.
It here's a little cover the pencil. Just
because even with feather sticks and stuff like that, it's just like it depends too, because some wood is easier to make feathers out of and stuff like that, and it depends on the knife that you're using. Well, because if it's really sharp and thin, yeah, you're probably gonna be able to make feather sticks pretty good.
Yeah,
and trying to make the feather sticks as who says that? Native Survival says. Is it Native Survival? I'm trying. I forget who said it. Making the feather sticks 3-dimensional and stuff like that. Because I guess, like I always say about fire, surface area, right? So you're trying to increase the surface area from us. Well, okay, this ain't a. Okay, wait, I got a stick right here. I'm not gonna make a feather stick, but increasing the surface area so it takes up. So it looks more like a Christmas tree, right? Pine tree, right? Like a tree, and have feathers coming out and stuff like that. I'm not gonna do this with this stick because I want to use this stick. Because I use these sticks.
I mean, a pencil right now.
You're taking it. You're probably splitting it in half and taking the edge. Okay, let's increase the surface area as much as possible, thin as possible too, right? Thinness, yeah.
Stick.
Oh yeah, right, and practice at it too.
Yeah.
As much as possible. It's been a while since I did feather sticks, but I probably could still do it.
I know
because I still have the same technique. It's the technique, right? I'm trying to get better at the technique as much as possible. That's why I rather have an actual cutting tool and not just a razor blade.
Yeah.
Like a razor blade, yeah, I can if you had to skin or whatever. But the feather sticks are gonna be harder because it's harder. Like, if I had something like this, it's gonna be harder to make feather sticks because the way that I actually have to grip this edge, it's dull because I've struck. I kept striking it to get sparks, but if I was using this, let's say this is in my tin or whatever, since I don't have a handle, I got to look how I have to grip it to make feather sticks. It's gonna be difficult. I'm not saying impossible. It's gonna be difficult because the way that it's just like using a straw.
Like this would be different.
I'd be like, if it's really sharp, yeah, I'll probably be able to do it, but to a certain degree. But I won't be able to. It'd be hard. The way that I push, because now I gotta grip it like this to push, because I don't have a handle. Like,
yeah,
you know, compared to if I brought out something like Swiss Army kind of knife, right? I have a handle. I'd be able to push on the back of the thumb, more control, stuff like that. On the cutting.
I buy my sack. My SK. Yeah.
Harvey's still going at it. This is why we haven't heard from Harvey for a little bit. Shadow. He's canning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's canning. What about? I think
right,
it was 500.
Vanessa Kitty. It's just you and me again, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I believe Harvey had 500 mason jars to take care of.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Curtis, you're back.
Yeah, he is back.
Yep. And still no, headset's not working.
Can you hear
and
us?
I don't know why that is.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
okay.
It's going to do that echoing thing, maybe. So I apologize in advance.
Yeah, that's all good, right? We understand it's the tech, right? Sometimes we had issues earlier and stuff like that. You know, I know things happen, right?
Since everybody was showing knives a minute ago, this is what I lately have been opening my mail with. It's a dozer designed K-bar folding hunter. And this is the only year they made it in D2 steel like other dozer knives. Now it's made out of ATS 34, I believe.
Okay. I was going to ask you, Curtis, and I just had it like 5 seconds ago. Come on, Sierra. I just had it out 5 seconds ago. What did I do with it? Well, anyways,
I don't know. Did you stick it in your ear and forget about it?
No.
Because it blocked the brain from working?
Oh, shush. No, what do you think about pencil sharpeners in terms of?
I totally agree with you about pencil sharpeners. I believe, especially for newbies, they are safer than a knife and making feather sticks. They are quicker.
Not feather sticks, but increasing the surface area to make tinder, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're better than. I don't mean making feather sticks. I mean using a knife to make a feather stick. You get the same type of tinder, quicker, safer, and contained, because you get the pencil sharpener that has the capture compartment. And then you dump the capture compartment out, and you have all that tinder. Then that'll all take.
Now I remember where I put it back in the tin already. That's why I couldn't see it, because it's in the tin. It's in the tin.
Get the kind that has the catch container.
Well, that's because
it'll fit in your pocket about the same size as a Zippo lighter, and it. That's just the one that I recommend.
I put it into, right? It's the container I have to put it into. That's why I have it this small. But the thing about these is that they only fit so big of a size. Even the carpenter pencil sharpeners, they only fit so big. You know. But
they fit a slightly bigger one though, because they're made to sharpen a flat pencil. That's a quarter. That's about a ½ inch wide.
Yeah, I mean, but. In most cases, like I can give a pencil sharpener to a 5-year-old.
By the way, sorry I wasn't here earlier. I don't normally work Saturday, but I had to work today. So
it's all good. You're here now. That's what matters.
What
He
happened
just
to our
died.
other guy?
Even on pres-
I
We've been
didn't see
talking about it
him
for the last
leave.
like 10 minutes. Right. Like, anyways, like I was saying, I was trying to explain to this person. I wasn't trying to disagree or argue with them, but I was just saying, like, the skill of using a knife to make feather sticks, yeah, I still do that. But pencil sharpener is kind of a no, not, you don't have to think so much, right? I don't have to, I can do this, I can do it in the safety of in the car.
You can also use the pencil sharpener when your hands are too cold to use a knife.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have you're freezing and your hands don't have the dexterity. You can still you lose the flexibility of your wrist well after you lose the ability to finally use a knife with your hands. So just turning the stick inside the pencil sharpener like that.
Yeah, and let's say
getting a fire started, because if you're starting to lose the ability to use your fingers, you need a fire.
Yeah.
You need a fire right now.
I mean, the reason why I mentioned this is because it could be as simple, hey, the guy's making feather sticks, the child's using a pencil sharpener, something like that, and you both are creating tinder to use, right? You're doing, both of them are doing work.
Yeah, that took it out of key.
Yeah, that's how I would think about it, right? It's just so you have that option. That's why usually the pencil sharpener is, I don't have them in all the fire kits, but if I can fit it in there, if it doesn't add that much weight, I'll still add it in there. Because to me, it's just an option in there that doesn't weigh that much, right? The aluminum pencil, the aluminum, magnesium, or the plastic ones, the carpenter pencil sharpeners, they're not that heavy. They're useful enough. I can use them. So
and they
I
are
just like having that extra little weight.
I don't know what that. Oh, okay. I don't know what that thing was in the, what that is. Oh, you know what it is? It's my doggone fingers. I didn't realize I was putting my finger over by the camera.
Well, I didn't want to point fingers at it.
There's a pointed finger.
Oh, okay. It's not point fingers, sir. You know, I like to, two things I like to pair up.
Oh, this is for Klingon Princess. I got a quick joke for you. How many Klingons does it take to change a dilithium crystal? It takes only one, but all the rest stand around and ridicule him because he's a proud warrior doing a menial job.
You know, and to get back to the pencil sharpener, another thing I like to pair it up with is pliers like this Slenderman that I have. I actually have them both in the same kit. It's because I can turn the stick that easier over time, because obviously when you're turning a stick or a pencil, right, you're using grip on your hand. I can just go right. So it gives you both options.
It's called a force multiplier.
It's just like what, pulleys, levers, wheels. They're all force multipliers.
Hammers.
Yeah, exactly, right. You know, they're all force multipliers.
Axes, they're all force multipliers.
You know, exactly. Even an axe technically is a full force multiplier.
I did say axes.
Hold on.
You got a phone call.
Yeah, he always get the.
He's a popular
phone
fellow.
calls.
Mostly, I get texts. I don't get phone calls. Most of the people that contact me with texts.
Yeah, well, I'm not like that. I always think everyone just, CR's on a stream on live. Let's call him now. Like always.
Hey, can I call you back? I'm busy.
Yeah, I know. That's why I had to say it really. That's really like literally what I have to put in, right?
Did everybody have a good Fourth or a good New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
Cold.
What?
Cold.
Well, that's because you live in the Great White North.
Oh yeah, it's cold.
Well, I live in the Mid-South, and it's cold here. So, by what they call cold, but it is below freezing, so I guess that's cold. Not below zero, below freezing.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What would it be? 17 Celsius? I think.
What are we converting?
Fahrenheit.
No, I know, but what temperature?
About 28 to 30.
32 Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius.
No, but that's true.
I think
17 is like 40.
-6, -8.
17 is like 40. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Normally I can do that in my head.
0 Fahrenheit is -17 Celsius.
Okay. What temperature is if it's -40 Fahrenheit, what is it in Celsius?
That's the same number, the math.
Exactly. The only time it happens. That's correct.
Yeah, that's only because of the math in this case. It's just the way that works. It's just the way that works.
It's cold. It's cold no matter what.
No, it's still cold, right?
No matter what thermometer you're using. Although my favorite story about the temperature is one time we were in northern Michigan hunting, and we were in a cabin, and there was a thermometer to show the outside temperature right outside the window which was beside the bed my brother was in. And my dad said to my brother, "Look out the window and tell me what the temperature is." And it said it was 0. So my brother said, "There ain't one. There's got to be a temperature. There's a thermometer right there. Read the thermometer. It says the temperature, there is no temperature because 0 is an empty set."
You know, I was just thinking about thermometers real quick, and just thinking, how many people still have mercury-based thermometers, not digital ones?
I do.
Yeah, I think they're still useful to still have around because they're passive, right? They don't take electricity. They're not vulnerable to cold so much. I mean, I have an digital electric thermometer too that I found, but I mean, I use it every so often, but I don't rely on it. I have actual, mercury versions, and stuff like that. It's just like thermometers you would use for your body if you're sick, right? I have a digital one, but I also still have a mercury-based one, just in case I don't have the power to run those.
Here in Sweden, as far as I know, we can get only digital thermometers, not those with mercury anymore. I haven't found any.
I would send you one, but you can't ship those internationally, I don't think. I don't think you can ship mercury to the European Union or other parts in Europe that maybe aren't part of the European Union. It's because mercury is toxic.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think that's why they're trying to get rid of it. But the thing is, it doesn't freeze per se. It has a lower freezing point. I think it's
it's a metal.
Below.
It's a metal that's liquid at room temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, and it's really funny. When I was a kid, and we had a mercury thermometer, and that break, and that mercury dropped on the floor, and it turned out to be small marbles, beads. Yeah, and when you try to catch those beads, you couldn't because
They skip away from you.
Yeah.
The only way you can pick up mercury is to throw cornstarch on them and then sweep them up.
Okay, good to know. I didn't know that.
Well, it's just like trying to pick up oil.
At least
right?
that's the way my
Or something
grandmother
like
did
that.
it.
You need something to bind it with it.
Wait a second. I had a little.
I'll be right back. I gotta get a refill. I can't believe I have
Refill
to
of
get
what?
another refill.
A refill of what?
Coffee.
Come on, Curtis. I find how many times have I shown this? It would be obvious by now.
I
gotta do that other thing
just because
I
it's a
drink
coffee
I'm just
cup.
saying.
Just because it's a coffee cup doesn't mean it's got coffee in it.
No, I mean it could have been tea or.
You know what the Green Cup Club is?
I know what the Stanley Cup.
Stanley's been making camp cups for about 80 years, so I actually have some from the 50s. And you know what? They don't care what you put in them. You could put something like this in it.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't mind at all. But if you were drinking that much of that, you wouldn't be as coherent as you are. That looks like about a half liter.
I'm just kidding.
That looks like a half-liter mug.
Yeah, it's about 500 mils, I guess. 16 ounces, I guess, give or take. I'm trying to even get better at the conversions in terms of measurements, in terms of like volume or like liquids and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Like a quart is about a liter, 946 mils.
The interesting thing is that I know that up to at least 1 cup, weight and displacement, which are the ounces, weight, and there's liquid ounce and there's solid ounce. But at least until 8, they're the same.
Okay.
1 ounce of water weighs 1 ounce.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Time for more coffee.
Yeah.
Does he ever sleep, by the way?
I heard that. I didn't even leave the room yet and you were talking about me.
I just said, does he ever sleep?
No, I'm just kidding. I'll be right back, though.
Because, coffee is a sleep replacement device.
Yeah. But it's short.
But it's also one of the most wonderful things that we've ever discovered. It is the second most traded commodity on the planet after petroleum.
Yeah.
It is one of the few things that is enjoyed worldwide. And one of the things I love about your country is you can walk into somebody's house, you'll be in there less than 2 minutes, and they'll ask you if you want a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
That's neighborly right there.
It's always coffee, coffee, coffee.
Yeah, do you drink it? Oh, that's right. You told me you have some stomach problems with coffee.
Yeah. I can drink what it's IDEE coffee. It's
Low acidity.
they are low acidity. Yeah. So those who suffer from heartburn can drink it. So it's too much acid in the coffee that I have problems with. So, but I tried when you cook coffee, not brew it, cook it. I noticed that I can have my stomach can handle that coffee better than the brewed one.
Okay, I don't know the difference between cooking and brewing. You mean put it in food?
You mean cooking? Well, you boil water and put the coffee in.
Rather than percolate it, you steep it.
Yeah.
Like tea.
Yeah, I have a percolator.
or a French press.
Cheers to that.
You have let's say you have a coffee pot, and you boil the water first, and then you pour the coffee powder in that pot and let it steep for.
You know, I got a question to ask, and I'm probably randomly here. How many people actually have a secondary thing besides a coffee maker? All right, I'm talking about like a percolator, French press, that kind of stuff.
Well, I have a French press. For in home, I have a Keurig.
Okay.
But I have a French press. I actually have two presses. I have a Stanley press that I keep in my pack. I also have a backpacking ultralight pour over coffee, permanent coffee filter that sits right on your that sits on the lip of your cup.
Yeah.
So that you pour the water in and it drips right into your cup.
Yeah, I've seen something like that before.
I could go get that, I suppose, and show it to you.
All right. I mean, I've seen something that's used for tea that I've used for coffee before.
And I have friends that take coffee filters and cut them and make them into bags that look like tea bags that have coffee in them.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that before too.
And they sew them shut with cotton thread. Yeah, because cotton thread is food neutral.
Yeah, okay.
And they found that out from me.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, Princess.
Are you
cool? Well, because I always kind of figure, like, you know, like, it's January now. We're coming up to, like, a year since the Great Texas Snow Apocalypse and all that stuff. No power, whatever. Do you have people have ideas?
What a
or
surprise!
Things to use that don't
solar power and wind don't work when it freezes.
Yeah, what do you have as an option, right? Because it would be nice as a morale boost to still have coffee in a power outage. I think. You know, it'd be nice to have.
Well, the big trend in
America, coffee. It's not instant coffee, right? It's hot. Fresh coffee. Right?
The big trend now in America currently is cold brewing.
Yeah, but you don't want a cold brew when it's like freezing outside. You probably want a warm drink.
Well, I don't know. Amish people eat ice cream in the winter because it's the only time they can keep it in storage.
Or something to. Well, I guess you can make teas in it too.
But nobody said just because you cold brew it doesn't mean you can't heat it up.
Yeah, something like that. Because you would get the morale boosting effects and the caffeine to keep going in a situation like that. Well, if it was cold, you know, if it was cold or whatever and it's starting to get cold, I would.
You
It would be
know,
nice to have some coffee.
in the original survival kits that they gave the military, in English kits they put a tea bag in there, and in American kits they put a piece of candy in there. And the reason that those are in there, they're not food supplements; they're morale boosters.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You're in a bad situation, and you need to assess your situation. And an Englishman can better assess while he's sipping a cup of tea, and an American needs to be cheered up. So that's why they, you know, simpler time when you ate hard. You know, adults in America don't eat hard candy as much as they did when they were kids. So it takes you back to a simpler time. It makes things puts things in perspective, I guess, was the reasoning. What's going on, Jordan?
Itchy. It's annoying. I don't like when it's.
Oh yeah,
itchy.
I know. I saw you using a back scratcher earlier. I didn't mention anything, but yeah.
Yeah.
You're upping your coffee game, princess.
Debilitate. Itching in the winter means you have dry skin.
Oh, now it's contagious because now my back's itchy. Can I borrow that? Can you lend that?
Lotion, my friend, lotion.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Debilitate and then use lotion. It's not.
My back itching even in the summertime. So.
Well, it's still dry skin. You need to scrub your back more, and you need to use lotion.
Yeah, probably.
Readjust this.
Nice to have that.
Yeah, I almost bought one of those.
Almost.
This one
is. I had an old-fashioned bamboo one, but I can't find it. I don't know what happened to it. I think it broke. I threw it away, but one of those collapsible ones would be nice for my backpack.
This
I
one
have a friend that every time he kills a turkey, he makes a back scratcher with one of the. He makes back scratchers from the feet.
You know what would be really awesome, Curtis? For your backpack? I was just thinking, if it was made of metal and telescopic, you can use it as a back scratcher or as a bellows.
Yes, I know that. That's the entire reason.
Awesome. That's a way to have a multi-purpose item, not just for one thing.
But I do already have a collapsible stainless steel billow pipe. Actually, I have two of them because one is none and two is one.
I think those bellows, there's a certain degree where it does help. I know it does help to have forced oxygen into your fire because it burns it hotter and stuff.
There are those that say never blow into a fire that's actually going, but if you see it sputtering, it's not getting enough air, and you have to figure out how to get it more air and to keep it alive while you look for a way to more air.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I mean, I know about adding fuel and all that stuff, but sometimes when you're trying to originally start it, sometimes you want to give it a little bit of a boost in terms of like air, right? So it wants to burn hotter. Because as soon as you add oxygen into the flame or fire or anything that combusts, it burns hotter. It's more likely to go.
Yeah, well, it's.
You know, I've used a balloon pump before.
It's fuel.
When I'm being out camping and with friends, and just like, you know, we started this big trough fire, right? And the thing is, I brought it along. Basically, from our tinder to the wood, 5 minutes, I stopped. A couple minutes later, I stopped. Didn't even have to do anything because I got the fire so much. I forced so much air into it that it would actually consume, like, started the log on fire. That was the idea, right? So I don't have to tend to it, not, you know, so it's self-sustaining for a bit, right? Because the thing is, I was with other people with their kids, and it's starting to get cool. It's fall time and stuff like that. Near freezing, right? No snow yet, but I just want to warm everyone up, right? Because
are you familiar with K. Trevor Wilson?
No.
He's a Canadian stand-up comedian.
Okay.
Okay.
And one of the things that he talks about is, March 21st is not spring in Canada. They need to, but also about just people think it's nice and sunny outside, and people go out and go, "Oh crap, we forgot about the wind."
Speak of wind.
Yeah, yeah. What was that?
Speak of wind. This is what I use when I actually have planned to go camping. It's a more. This is not a necessity, but it does surely help. When I actually plan to do these camping trips and stuff like that, it's obviously it's a little bit bulkier. It pushes air. It's a balloon pump that pushes air on the push and the pull. With something like this, I can bring something that just has a little bit of flame or a little bit of amber and bring it up, so it actually wants to be self-sustaining.
Plan on doing some foraging.
This would be like this would be like an advanced, to force air in all the time, right? Because I'm not gonna do it because it just makes right, but I can maintain this for a long period of time. Now, obviously, this is bigger than a bellows, but I can keep doing it for a long periods of time. Stuff like that. Let's just say I'm trying to dry out some wood more. I can add more air into it and stuff like that. I just have these. These are cheap here in Canada. I can get something like this for a couple of bucks. It makes fire making easy if I really need it to be. Especially if it's just like forcing air into like a rocket stove or something like that.
Okay.
It'll consume the fuel faster, but you'll liberate the heat fast. Especially if you're trying to really start it. It's one of my secret weapons in terms of like camping. It's a luxury thing, I admit that, but
yeah, it is.
If I can fit it in, and it doesn't. It's not that it weighs a lot. It's just that it's more bulky.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it looks bulky. I agree with you about that one.
But I can maintain that, and anyone with two hands can do it. I've had my friends use it. It's just like because sometimes I'm trying to get our campfires going, right? And yeah, I can use a bellows a pocket bellows or whatever, but that takes a lot of because you're physically breathing it, right? Now it's smaller, but it takes in terms of right with a little pocket bellows. With a pump,
but you naturally breathe in and out, so it's not super additional effort on your part. It's just concentrating your breath into a smaller space.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Which causes the things to accelerate.
Yeah, because you're adding oxygen into the fire. As soon as you add oxygen, it burns hotter. I mean, you liberate the fuel, you liberate the heat faster, and you consume the fuel faster. But initially, when you're starting the fire, that's probably what you want, because you want it to that state where it's self-sustaining for a little bit, so you don't have to tend to it for like the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. Because, like I said, I started this little trough on fire, and we put all this wood in, and a couple of little fire starters. Okay, I just did that for like 2-3 minutes. I'm just like, is everyone warm yet? And they're like, yeah, you're good. Okay. And I stopped. And then our little campfire just was self-sustaining for a little bit. No one had to deal with it, and we all relaxed after. I mean, sometimes I use something like this. You're familiar with anyone that's familiar with compressed air? I don't use compressed air anymore. I just use this. You know, if I want to blow my keyboard or something.
Will that also blow up air mattresses?
It's difficult. I wouldn't say it's not impossible. But I've found some secondary uses for something like this, right? Dust and something like that, it can help, right? Because the thing about compressed air, it's expensive, right, for what it is. You know, it's like $5 a bottle. I can't, so.
There's a science.
I'll say this is not a
science and surplus website where you can buy a vacuum pump, surplus vacuum pump, and you can use a surplus vacuum pump to make an air compressor that you can make your own compressed air with.
That's cool. Yeah, because I've always learned, like I said, with fire, if you force air into it, force oxygen into it, it does burn even hotter.
Yeah.
You get more flame, you get more heat.
That's the whole point behind billows.
Yeah, right. You consume the fuel faster, but you liberate the heat like really fast, right?
And
so if you're really cold, or the fuel. I like to do it too because if the wood's like kind of moist though or whatever, right? Not the best. Not totally dry or whatever. It helps. It does help. It does help because some situations when I go to camping, it's been raining or something like that, and we're having a more difficult time than usual, right? Even with a fire starter, right? And I don't want to put, you know, let's say I bring like a whole bag of petroleum jelly cotton balls, but I don't want to put them all in. I don't think it's necessary to put them all in, but it would be nice. I could just put 2, add more air into it to get it hot enough so it actually wants to combust everything else, continue the cycle a little bit longer. That's why I bring it. It does help. And the thing is, anyone can use it, right? I can give it to the kids. They know how to use it, right? So I can be making more feather sticks, chopping wood or whatever, and someone else can be adding air into the fire and getting it going for us. You know, especially if you're trying to cook hot dogs, s'mores, whatever, right? You know, because I've seen people try to make campfires before. Now I'm not saying everyone's like it, but sometimes I'll see them using a Bic, and even with a Bic, having problems, and it's sunny out. So that's why I always say about knowledge, right?
Before you start making a fire, you have to have everything ready.
Yeah, and take the time too, especially if it's like one match only. You probably should take all the time you can. You know, sometimes it does, because I've seen people. It's like they're like, "Oh, I'm not even trying." CR, I'm like, "Yeah, you're not trying, but you've been using just pressing your lighter for the last like minute, so you're not trying, right?" Where I'm taking that extra couple minutes to increase the surface area, friction rubbing it, tearing it apart, and stuff like that. Light it once, it's going. You know, because sometimes in a survival situation, the resource of fuel or matches or something like that might be limited for you. So you're gonna take that extra minute to process the materials. You know, I guess to do it right the first time. Hopefully on the first match, the only match you have, do it right. Taking the time for it. I'm talking a lot.
Yeah, you like to ramble.
Well, you're caffeinated.
But I do like to share these stories every so often. Because it's always a reminder, like, yeah, this is why I do it this way.
I find it hard.
Like I said,
this is. I just looked up there at the counter, and you guys have been live streaming for over almost 6 hours.
I've been here for 5 of the hours.
5 hours, 53 minutes, 16 seconds.
Where I went to school, 5 hours, 53 minutes is almost 6 hours.
Yeah. The longest I have streaming was 7 hours, 53 minutes, and I don't remember the seconds, but
No, I thought you went to that 8.5 hours. It just only counted as 8.
yeah, or maybe.
Yeah, even I remember that. Oh wait, because I was in that stream. I came back twice. I came back and I came back again. That was funny. Oops. But yeah, I mean, this is why I explain these stories, because this person was having a hard time and stuff like that, and it's like I just see them, you know, sticks too. Everyone knows about, you know, thin sticks, pencil-sized sticks, and stuff like that, which is lighter, right? And I decided not to use a fire starter. No fire starter. I didn't add the fire starter. I could have brought one in and be like, but I wanted to show the skill and knowledge behind it, and not just using gear to help you support it, right? If that makes any sense. And, you know, it's nice to have that fire starter or whatever, right? But other things are important too, right? Increasing surface area and stuff like that. Because I think I brought a Mora in, right? I just made feather sticks real quick, just increase the surface area of the sticks that we did have, right? It's like, okay, now try with your lighter. Then it started to get going, because the feather sticks were increasing the surface area. The flames are starting to establish, then everything's catching. Instead of trying to light that one stick the whole time. I'm just saying, right? I mean,
when I was a boy, we were taught the one match fire, because my father, that was the only fire skill my father was ever taught, so that's the only one he could teach us. Because if you can make a sustainable fire with one match, then if you have any other fire starting thing, that translates to the one match fire, because the skill you need to make a sustainable fire doesn't matter what method you use to light the fire. And one time as a boy, I was making a one match fire, getting everything ready to make a one match fire. And a friend of my father's walked over, and he had a little glass bottle about that big. Oh, you're not getting that in the picture. About that big, about 1 inch high. And he opened it up, and he threw it on my fire setting, and then he took a match, and he did that flick a match thing, and he grabbed me and pulled me back. He threw jet fuel on my fire set. You want to talk about a whoosh? About 2 ounces of jet fuel. That, you know, he says, that makes every fire start easy. Yeah, but where the heck do you get jet fuel? Well, I'm a pilot. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, if you know, okay.
We try to learn, our scouts we try to learn them to start a fire with one match, but most of them couldn't do that.
It's all in the prior preparation.
Yeah.
Like the British military, proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
I mean, like I said, I do it as a challenge, right? I mean, in a real survival situation, real important situation, you do whatever it takes, right? But the idea is always remembering those fundamental things, right? You know what I mean? To give you the best shot as possible, right? Let's say you get the jet fuel, okay, but maybe I'll make just one fitter stick.
Redneck fire starter,
like 5 or 6.
Moonshine, gasoline, or jet fuel, or white gas.
Right. I mean, like, I know about stuff like that, but you still have to build a fire lay and stuff like that, probably too, right? I can't just spread out all the sticks and put jet fuel and expect it to just mysteriously, campfire. No, it's probably not gonna be like that. It'll probably just go out too fast. because I've spread the sticks out too thinly and trying to instead of stacking them in a certain way.
Well, I had already.
Because I like it when I make a campfire. It's just like
forgetting the story. I had already done the setup for the one match fire, and then he did the jet fuel and the flung and the flipped match.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've done other things too like that, but we still build fireplace. So we just didn't make feather sticks or something like that. You know, and so it's like that kind of thing. We've done that before.
I don't.
I guess sometimes yeah.
I don't. I think it's because most modern children don't really get raised up in the outdoors, but most of the Boy Scouts that I talk, when I show them the different fire making techniques and I show them ferro rod and flint and steel and friction fire, the one that they really freak out the most about is ferrocerium rods. They think those things are magical. You put and the spark and there's fire. How do you can
not quite like that?
Not with me.
Try to start feather sticks that are not pine and foulwood or anything like that. Just normal pine shavings that have no sap or
you have to have
trying to strike that
to
with
go
just
with your feather stick.
Yeah, right. And I mean, I got it, but I mean, like, just to show there's a difference, right? It's not. Because when I would show people how to use a ferrocerium rod or anything like that, I show them with a cotton ball first. Because you can't do a cotton ball, you ain't doing feather sticks or such and such birch bark on and so forth, right? Because those things are more
burns like gasoline.
Right. If you can't do
we don't have white birch here in Kentucky. We have river birch, but the bark still does the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've shown, I think it was white birch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was white birch. I did that with an empty lighter, only sparks from a lighter. I know it's possible too. That's because I feathered the birch. Yeah, so most people, you always see them doing backspinning the wheel, adding that kind of ferrocerium rod dust, that flint dust into it, then lighting it. I did it by actually feathering it, the birch bark, and then lighting it.
I personally think the back doing the thing and putting the ferrocerium dust in it, I do not think that actually helps. I think that's something that somebody showed somebody and they thought that was the magic to it or whatever. And I think it's like fire starting mythology or ritual. I don't think it has much. You don't need to do that.
I think it's maybe as good as like magnesium dust, but I just wanted to show that that's not the only way of doing it, right? I was just like showing how, I feathered it and increased the surface area of the material, then lit it instead of, because let's just say if that's your limited resource, I don't want to keep wearing down the rod or the flint in the lighter if I don't have to, right? If I don't have to do something like that, especially if that's a limited resource for someone like that. So I took the time to make feather the birch bark.
Do you know how to,
you need a sharp knife and and stuff like that, but it didn't.
Have you ever heard of a prison match?
Yeah, I've known about that too. I know about that too.
But it's a prison match.
Splitting.
You take a Q-tip. You take a Q-tip and a lighter with no fuel, and you pull some of the fibers of the Q-tip out so that it can catch a spark. You put the Q-tip in the hole for the lighter and strike the lighter a couple times, and it'll ignite the Q-tip. And then you have something you can light your cigarette with.
Just like dryer lint.
Dryer lint only works if it was from cotton laundry.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you need some cotton in there.
It needs to be almost entirely cotton.
Almost fairly. Most of it needs to be cotton. To a certain, because if it's all synthetic, then it just melts. It just melts and doesn't actually do anything. As long as there's some cotton in there, it'll kind of go. Yes, I got dryer lines right here, of course.
Said,
even with dryer lines, I mean, like I always say, rubbing it, friction rubbing it, and keeping it warm, keeping your tinder warm is always a good idea. Because I've tried solar before. I did this
dry
experiment
is more important than warm.
Well, but generally speaking, dry and warm in terms of dry, right? And because I've tried out solar before where it got damp from rain. I tried it twice. When I friction rubbed it, it worked. When I didn't, nothing. Just smolder and went out. I mean, I couldn't blow it into flame. So that was another reason I'm like, yeah, see, I took that extra couple minutes to do this and I got a better result. Instead of, wasting the tinder and not getting anything out of it. Because it's just smoldered out and burnt out.
My most sincere apologies, but I just got a text message that I need to call somebody, so I've got to go right now. I might come back. I don't know what this is about. They might need me to come back to work. So
all the best, man.
Sorry about this, but
it's okay.
It's okay.
Have a good rest of your night, and we'll see you down the road a piece.
Down the road. And again, it's just you and me.
Yep.
With Queen and Princess. I bet she's still here.
Yeah, she's still here.
Yeah. I can keep going, like I said.
Klingon princesses are awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I want to try out some more empty lighter challenges.
Holy smoke, you guys are still on.
Right? Just to see. Because I always think, okay, if Surfacer is such a big thing, like I say, that should be the first thing I always consider then. Whatever it is. The candle thing, whatever it is. Like, have you ever tried the match? I remember trying that one early on in the channel where striking lighting a match with a ferrocene rod. I don't know if you've ever done that.
No, I can't say I have.
Yes, we're still on. That's because I've been here for the last 5 hours. Still talking. I'm still talking. I'm even bringing up stories that I haven't even brought up before. I'm still bringing it up. Yes, holy smokes, right? Right? No pun intended. Ah, look. Harvey's back.
Yeah,
Harvey's even back. This was the only time that Harvey was kind of more AFK than usual. I'm just saying, Harvey, you were more away from the keyboard more than usual. It's all good. Ah, see? Even Auslander, he's in.
Yeah, Auslander is back.
Yeah, how many left to go? How many left to go, Harvey?
Well, he had 500 to start with, so...
Well... 500 bottles left on the wall. No, I'm just kidding.
I guess he has probably... Well, let's say 100, I believe, left. But I might be wrong.
Yeah. Give or take 100 or two.
Harvey says too many.
Too many.
Yeah, he has too many left.
You know what that means? Probably not even halfway done. He's probably taking a break. He's like, I need a break.
Jack says,
That's
8
what I was
hours
gonna
at it. Just cleaning, sanitizing, sterilizing jars, lids, rings. Oh boy.
Are we there yet? What
That
are we there yet?
8 hours for cleaning, sanitizing, sterilizing jars, lids, rings. Oh boy,
Well, yeah, I
that
mean,
would take,
yeah,
that will take
exactly.
forever.
I think it's just like anything, you know, you put in the work beforehand to justify the rewards later, right? It's just
Yeah.
like whatever it is. It's like firelighting. Instead of taking shortcuts and not getting results, I'm taking that extra minute or two to process the material, right? Whatever it is. Because I think that's another thing, right? Because everyone always wants that quick success, right? Sometimes it's not always like that. Sometimes you got to put some effort in.
Yeah.
You know, you're not everyone can go viral. Not everyone has, you know. Yeah, and grind it out. Yeah, exactly. You know.
I can say that Harvey do a great job to cleaning and sanitizing, sterilizing all these jars and rings and lids.
You should have live streamed it. Yeah, Harvey. You should have. Hey, when did Harvey start a video? What?
Yeah, it's Jack. He says that Harvey should have live streamed it
Mm-hmm.
when he cleans the jars and sterilizing them.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a lot of work. That is a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
I was on an all-day hike and very tired. Sun going down. Saw a sign. 1 mile to about 20 minutes later. Another sign. 1 mile to, and no kidding, 20 minutes later.
Almost there. I'm halfway there to the next check stop. I mean,
Yeah.
checkpoint kind of deal, right? I mean, I remember going on this long hike. Oh, that's the last time I've ever had such a sore foot. I rarely get this. It's only if I've been on my feet for when I say hours, I mean like 4 to 5 hours. Usually I'm quite resilient in terms of walking, but
Yeah.
I just good thing I decided to only bring this lightweight 10-pound bag instead of bringing the 15 this time. And stuff like that. But we were doing elevation change too, so because that was over 25 miles. That was over 30 kilometers. So it was quite a distance for us. Elevation change too. So it does wear you down. So and I probably shouldn't have tried to power back up the stairs like a maniac so much at the end there. That's probably what did that to me. Because I overdid it at the end. I was overconfident in my ability. I was like, oh, I feel fine. And I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the lesson there. Don't overdo it.
Well, see, I'm beginning to get pretty tired, so I'm beginning to lose focus. So I think
Really?
we're.
I thought you lost focus like 2 hours ago when I was just still talking. Just kidding, everyone. Just kidding.
I think it's
I probably should
time for wrapping things up.
Get some food in me and such. Probably should actually do stuff. Keep forgetting I haven't done anything for the last 5 hours at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Again.
But I think it's a good idea to wrap things up.
Speak a wrap. Maybe I'll make a wrap. And such. No, I did. I keep forgetting I'm supposed to call someone back, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks for having me on once again for like, I don't know, I lost track. I think it's like the 10th time, right? Probably, right? 10th time, probably the 5th time that I've gone longer than 4 or 5 hours with you already.
Yeah.
Probably the 2nd time that I brought up some stories. Probably the 1st time I brought up a few stories here and there. It's like, what? You never
You
brought
have
up
a
the
great
story in the
night,
last 10
Swede.
times. Oh, I still have stories.
Okay, guys, we wrap things up now. So take care, stay safe, be prepared, and I'll see you in the next one. ShadowScoutSwede out.